Chapter 301 Shimura Danzo and the Three-Tailed Beasts. As for Danzo, subduing him will definitely do more harm than good. He will do whatever it takes to become the leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen is his childhood friend, and he can resist the urge to plot to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it would be another story if it were someone else. Even if you, Madara, were in this position, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not have any crooked thoughts, such as doing something bad and then putting the blame on you, making your subordinates dissatisfied with you and pulling you down. And after he becomes the leader, he will also be wary of his powerful and popular subordinates. Once someone who threatens his position appears, he will get rid of him as soon as possible. There are many other things he will do, such as harming his companions for power, which is child's play. Dark told Madara and Izuna about his impressions and opinions of Danzo. It is true that Danzo does have some advantages, especially when Tobirama was still in power. He was a talented young man compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But that was based on the fact that Danzo believed that Tobirama would choose him to be the next Hokage. Since he learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen was appointed as the third generation by Senju Tobirama, Shimura Danzo began his dark journey. The first way to darken was that he suspected that he did not become the third generation because his strength was not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, he began to focus on Senju would release an Uchiha Sharingan. If it were not for the fact that the Hyuga family's protection of the eyes reached the pathological level, he would have to get several pairs of Byakugan. You can't just kill one Shimura Danzo, right? It has been a long time since Madara had such a strong strength, and he would not be satisfied if he didn't have a good time when he went to Konoha. Shimura Danzo will be killed sooner or later. Before I leave this era, he and Zetsu must die. The existence of these two will definitely greatly hinder my success in the dark. It will hinder your progress of unification. Dake sighed helplessly, and then told the following plan in advance. Originally, I planned to subdue the tailed beasts one by one later. They are the confidence of the 5 major ninja villages to go to war. If all the tailed beasts are included in Akatsuki, they will not dare to go to war again. Moreover, Akatsuki at that time will have unparalleled deterrence. Tailed beasts? Can that kind of thing also be the confidence to go to war? Izuna tilted his head in confusion. In his opinion, the tailed beasts are just large beasts that can be controlled by the Manjiki. The two brothers can catch one with their Susanoo. I heard him say that the ninjas after us are all useless. I didn't say that. Dake refused the shitpot that Madara put over, and at the same time continued what he hadn't finished just now. Since you two are so active, then go find a few tailed beasts to practice in advance. Dark scratched his head and began to think about which tailed beasts can be moved now. Okay, just treat it as rehabilitation training. Well, although it hasn't been a long time for me, I still feel a sense of unfamiliarity with this body. The Uchiha brothers were quite satisfied that their next opponent was a tailed beast. 2 weak made them have no intention of fighting, and 2 strong did not exist except for one Dark, but Dark was a person who didn't like fighting. In the prison of Sand Village, there is a man named Fanfic. He is the Onet-ailed Jinchuriki, and he is a guy who can live in peace with the One-tail and use the power of the tailed beast. The central lake on the island of Kirigakure village, where the Three-tail lives, they have not yet found a suitable Jinchuriki who can successfully imprison the Three-tail. Perhaps it is more appropriate to say that their imprison technique is not up to standard. To Kigakure village, 7-tail, there is no Jinchuriki there yet. For the time being, let these 3 guys be your training. Try to subdue them and see if they are willing to join Akatsuki. Such a mature Jinchuriki is quite rare. He probably doesn't want to be imprisoned in Tsunagakure until death. As for the other 2, just recycle them violently. They won't listen to you unless you subdue them. Dark thought about the situation of the 9-tailed beasts. Except for the 1st, 3rd, and 7th-tailed beasts mentioned above, the other tailed beasts have basically been imprisoned in human bodies by the major villages. These people may just be temporary storage containers. When they die, they will be replaced immediately until the body that can imprison the tailed beasts for a long time appears. The most stable of the 9-tailed beasts are Shikaku and 9-tails Kurama. The former is because he gets along well with Jinkriki Fufuku. Shikaku commented that Fufuku is as harmonious as the Six-Path Sage, while Kurama is imprisoned in the body of Uzumaki Mito and cannot do anything rash. Where to put these tailed beasts? Izuna suddenly raised a question. Could it be that they want to keep the tailed beasts in captivity? Give them 2 choices, catch them first. Dark's idea of the tailed beasts is very kind. He also intends to give the tailed beasts a certain degree of freedom, as long as the tailed beasts do not violate the rules of Akatsuki. You must know that in the eyes of most people in the ninja world, the 9-tailed beasts are just weapons of war and symbols of disaster. What they want to do to the tailed beasts will not care about the opinions of the tailed beasts. Where to start? Ban looked at his younger brother Izuna. Generally speaking, if his younger brother is around, Ban is too lazy to think. I don't know much about the current situation of the 5 major ninja villages. To be safe, let's start with the 7 tails of Takigakuer. Nissan, let me go first this time. Humph, whatever. Ban raised his chin, proudly pampering his younger brother. Considering the problem of transporting the tailed beasts, I will let one of my companions assist you. Your companion? Pokemon. Ban raised his eyebrows. The person who could make Dark use such a statement must be someone he and Izuna had never met. Considering Dark's identity, they subconsciously wondered if it was a Pokemon. Yes. Dark pointed to his own shadow. Dark. The next moment, Dark's white head with blue flames appeared, as if to greet Madara and Izuna. I didn't notice it at all, just like Dialga before. Madara didn't speak, but Izuna looked at Darkrai, who suddenly appeared in surprise, and he appeared from the shadow. Is he some kind of Yundun creation? Darkrai is also a legendary Pokemon, and has the reputation of Nightmare God in the other 2 worlds. As for his essence, I don't understand, maybe it comes from people's nightmares. Dark shook his head. A considerable number of these legendary Pokemon can be traced back to the time when the world of Pokemon was still in chaos. What is their essence? Perhaps only Arceus knows better. How strong is he? He has the strength to beat the Six-Path Sage or the Goddess of the Rabbit. Dark didn't know how to describe Darkrai's strength, but at least he was invincible in the ninja world. Darkrai has never been a god of battle. Although he looks cool and has his moments in the original work. But in fact, in terms of legends and race abilities, the Darkrai race is probably ranked in the middle and lower ranks among the legendary Pokemon. But that's only the case in the Pokemon world. In the Pokemon Island and the Sailing World, because Darkrai was Dark's original partner, his legend and status are at least the highest in people's hearts, comparable to the god Karen. To put it simply, if Dark is Naruto of Konoha in the future, then Darkrai is Sasuke of Konoha, 1 light and 1 shadow. How many such powerful beings are there around you? Madara looked at Dark. He wanted to know how many Pokemon were hidden in the space around them that the 2 brothers could not perceive. In Pokemon Island, I had a few partners, but in this era, I only brought these 2 with me. Dark spread his hands to indicate that there were no more. Are there many strong people in that sailing world? Yes, there are quite a few who are stronger than you 2 brothers at this time. It's so interesting. Madara grinned. You must take me to see it in the future. Even if you don't tell me, I will take you to appreciate the scenery of another world and let you see my achievements. Then, let's set off now. I just need to knock down Nanabe and hand it over to him, right? Quina was already impatient. Well, Darkrai can store living things in his dark void space, and he can also keep an eye on the movements around you on my behalf. If Zetsu shows up, Darkrai will immediately capture Zetsu. Dark nodded, indicating that they could act. I will guard Kakuzu in the underground gold exchange in the Rain Country. You don't have to rush to act, but make sure to make enough noise and come to me within a month." At the same time, Dark Ray turned into a shadow and flowed out of Dark's shadow and drilled into Madara's shadow. "I didn't feel anything at all." Madara watched this scene and couldn't help but secretly marvel at it. Sure enough, if you live long enough, you can see more incredible things. The two brothers didn't hesitate any longer, and set off for Takigakure village with their Pokemon eggs. Dark watched them leave, and was already looking forward to what kind of turmoil would happen in the ninja world in a month. After the two brothers disappeared from his sight, Dark turned and headed for the underground gold exchange in the Rain Country. Next, he will transform into an ordinary civilian in the Rain Country and experience the life in the ninja world. While waiting for the arrival of the lost lamb Kakuzu, he will plan the next target. There is only the grass country between the Rain Country and the Takigakure. With the speed of Madara and Izuna, even if they slow down, it will not take 3 days, not to mention that the two of them can't slow down at all. They have been wanting to stretch their muscles for a long time. Chapter 302. These two brothers are still alive? 7 Tails, Shijiki. The upper body is a beetle, the lower body is a dragonfly, and it is the only one among the 9-tailed beasts that can fly. The strength of the 9-tailed beasts is ranked, 9 Tails Kurama is the first, and the others are not much different. But if we talk about the tailed beast that is most suitable for creating a Jinchuriki, then the first one must be 7 Tails Shijiki, followed by 2 Tails Matatabi. Shijiki is the most gentle among the 9-tailed beasts, and hates war. The most important thing is that he can make Jinchuriki grow wings to fly. Flying, this attribute is relatively rare in both the sailing world and the ninja world. The reason why a small Takigakure village can have 7 Tails Shijiki is naturally not it's because of how powerful they are. If we really compare them, which of the Rain Country, Iron Country, and Whirlpool Country is not stronger than the Takigakure country? The reason why Takigakure can protect the 7 Tails is just because the 7 Tails is too lazy to run around. Takigakure has the most comfortable environment for the 7 Tails. He is a homebody by nature. If no one disturbs him, he will not run around. Therefore, he has been living in the Takigakure village. The 7 Tails lying flat on his back was naturally noticed by the Uchiha brothers who invaded the Takigakure village. It is impossible for Madara and Izuna to sneak into Takigakure like rats. What's more, it was agreed before that they would make some big noise to scare the ninja world. Hey! This is not a place where ordinary people can come in. Get out of here quickly. The ninja guarding the gate of Takigakure village was not blind. He saw 2 people in the distance without forehead protectors and thought they were ordinary people, so he planned to drive them away. Wait, you! Bang! When Madara and Izuna approached, the guard realized something was wrong when he saw the 2 pairs of eyes. But it was too late. Just a moment was enough for Madara and Izuna to use illusion. Nissan, didn't we agree that I'll do it this time? Izuna looked at Madara on the side with some anger. Forgive me, Izuna, this is the last time. Madara smiled and raised his left hand, stretched out he pointed a finger at Izuna's forehead. Really? Izuna complained, but didn't really blame his brother. I wonder what Ataki and Sasuke would think when they saw this scene. Then, it's my turn next, right? Izuna raised an arm and stroked his neck, walked into Takigakure village, looked at the somewhat cold environment in Takigakure village, and couldn't help laughing. Don't kill innocent civilians. Banara reminded Izuna, this is the rule of Akatsuki. I know, I'm not a person who likes to kill indiscriminately. Izuna spread his hands. The Uchiha family may indeed be a little arrogant, but it has nothing to do with words like bloodthirsty and bullying the weak. If others don't come to provoke them, they won't have nothing to do to seek a sense of existence in front of ordinary people. The pride of the Uchiha family does not allow them to do such a low-class thing. Who are you? Sharingan? No, it's a bit strange, it doesn't seem to be Sharingan. But the symbol on that man is indeed the fan of the Uchiha family. Are Uchiha from Konoha? As Madara and Izuna waited deliberately, more and more Takigakuer ninjas gathered here. But they didn't act immediately because they were not sure what the situation was. Who knows if the top leaders of Takigakuer have secretly reached some conditions with the Uchiha family of Konoha? What if they mess things up? Takigakuer is not a kind village. There are often very severe punishments for those who fail in missions and do bad things. Moreover, they are actually a little unsure whether the two men have Sharingan in their eyes. What Sharingan looks like is definitely not unfamiliar in the ninja world. However, the Sharingan in Madara and Izuna's eyes must be unfamiliar. Because in this era, Madara and Izuna are the only two members of the Uchiha family who have opened the Manjiki Sharingan. After that, we have to wait for Uchiha Fugaku, who was only 2 years old at that time. Fugaku does not have a Manjiki in the official comics, but Fugaku's Manjiki appears in the animation, and this setting is also used in many fan works, so it is also used here. Not to mention the people in the ninja world, even in Konoha, there are very few people who have a concept of Manjiki, and it is even just a legend in the Uchiha family. The people who have really seen the Manjiki and are still alive today are the Konoha F4. It is precisely because Shimura Danzo has seen the power of Madara's Manjiki that he is so obsessed with the Uchiha family's Sharingan. If the Byakugan has this power, then regardless of whether there is a caged bird or not, Shimura Danzo will definitely be able to get a few Byakugan. I don't know what the ninja from Konoha has come to Takigakuer for. After waiting for a while, someone who seemed to have the final say finally stood up from Takigakuer. Uchiha Izuna, come and take away the 7 tails. Tell me where it is. If you only listen to what Izuna said, you will definitely think that Izuna is just making a bold statement. But in fact, Izuna has already taken action, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes is spinning. In the valley in the south of Takigakuer, the high-level ninja from Takigakuer looked like he was possessed, and his eyes were lifeless as he told the location of the 7 tails. My lord! Damn it, it's a genjutsu. You're too arrogant to start fighting right away. This is Takigakuer. Konoha has just signed a peace agreement and is so impatient to start a new ninja world war. Why are you still talking nonsense to them? Get started. You guys want to take over the 7 tails? Don't you think about your own weight? The ninjas of Takigakuer were not slow. They noticed something was wrong at the first time, and then they swarmed towards Madara and Izuna. Izuna handed the Pokemon egg in his arms to Madara, took 2 steps forward, and made a slight seal with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Puff! Izuna had no intention of wasting his pupil power on such a group of weaklings. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters spewed out from Izuna's mouth, directly blocking all the attacking ninjutsu and ninja tools, and at the same time, 7 or 8 Takigakuer ninjas who rushed to Izuna not far away were instantly annihilated. It turns out that it's not that the fireball can't hit people, but it's mainly about using it on different people. This power is too exaggerated, right? Uchiha Izuna, I remember, isn't that Uchiha Madara's younger brother? What? Uchiha Madara still has a brother alive. Wait, don't you think the guy behind this person looks familiar? Why does that person look so similar to the statue in the Valley of the End? After seeing Izuna show off his fireball, the ninjas of Takigakuer village didn't dare to act rashly for a while. No one wants to be the first to die. And there is another key point, that is, they seem to have remembered the identities of Madara and Izuna. There are 2 statues in the Valley of the End. One is Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, the god of ninja. Who is this? Everyone knows. Then who else can be qualified to stand in front of the statue opposite Senju Hashirama, except Uchiha Madara? Why are these 2 people still alive? What do they want to do? These 2 questions lingered in the minds of all the ninjas present. At the same time, countless ninjas began to sweat coldly on their foreheads. Because if the man who was as famous as Senju Hashirama came, no one would be his opponent. It has only been more than 10 years since the Battle of the Valley of the End between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, so there are definitely many people in the ninja world who know the name of Uchiha Madara, but no one thought that Uchiha Madara is still alive. Not only is he still alive, but he also brought back his brother who was once known as Flawless from the Pure Land. Wait. The Seven Tails is at the position just mentioned. We in Takigakure have no intention of going against the two of you. Some ninjas from Takigakure immediately stood up and surrendered, turning a deaf ear to their companions who had just died. The other ninjas from Takigakure raised their hands in surrender. Izuna. Izuna was speechless for a moment. He had wanted to show off his skills and stretch his muscles, but the group of people in front of him actually gave in. It was like a mouthful of spit that had gathered in his mouth, but he couldn't spit it out. But now Madara and Izuna are no longer free men, but the leaders of Akatsuki. They can't break the rules at will and cause meaningless and unprovoked killings, so they still endured it. People in the Uchiha family may be impulsive occasionally, but they can't be said to have no overall view. Uchiha Itachi destroyed the Uchiha family for peace. Does this mean he has no overall view? Uchiha Fugaku allowed his son to kill his clan members and family for peace. Does this mean he has no overall view? Uchiha Madara planned the Moon Eye for peace for so long. Does this mean he has no overall view? When Madara decided to let go of hatred and reconcile with Senju to build a village with the Uchiha family, he already had a big picture. Although the ending is a bit clownish, at least the pattern is big enough. Let's go. Madara called away Izuna, who was almost blushing. After his brother came back, Madara was much more patient. Otherwise, in the past, these people from Takigakure might not even have the chance to beg for mercy. Izuna is the most important person to Madara. Izuna's death made Madara almost despair of the world. It can even be said that Izuna is one of the fuses that led to the Fourth Ninja World War. But now that Izuna is back, Madara doesn't mind trying to save this disgusting ninja world again. Tisk. Izuna smacked his lips and glanced at the Takigakure ninja in front of him, his eyes full of contempt. In fact, Izuna is a very gentle and selfless person. Unlike Madara, he used to be very popular in the Uchiha family. If Izuna was still alive when the first Hokage was selected, then perhaps under Izuna's call, the people of the Uchiha family would choose to support Madara instead of Hashirama. However, his gentleness is limited to his own people. For other people, he may not be much different from ordinary Uchiha. Chapter 303 Izuna's Manjiki Ability. Today, Chongming was lying comfortably in his little nest as usual on the trunk of a giant tree. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of malice and crisis, so strong that he immediately vibrated his 6 wings and tail to fly into the sky. However, it was too late. Flame release Kagutsuki. The blade formed by black flames fell from the sky, held in Izuna's hand, and stabbed into Chongming's back. Boom! The powerful force caused Chongming, who had stood up, to fall directly from the tree. His huge body of several dozen meters hit the ground heavily, causing waves of vibrations. Countless birds and beasts were astonished and fled in all directions. Roar! The burning of the hot black flames and the severe pain of being stabbed on the back made Chongming struggle painfully. After hitting the target, Izuna also jumped from Chongming's back to the ground more than 10 meters away and stood quietly. However, at this time, Izuna's right eye had begun to bleed, and it was obvious that he had used the power of the Mangekyo. Fire release Kagutsuki. Release black flames and transform the black flames into any form for attack or defense, and can even attach to Susanoo. This is the ability of Uchiha Sasuke's right eye of the Mangekyo. But later in the original work, after Senju Tobirama was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, he saw Sasuke's Mangekyo and said bluntly that someone in the Uchiha family used to use fire release Kagutsuki. How many Mangeki did Tobirama Senju see when he was alive? One was Madara, and the other was Izuna. Madara's Manjiki doesn't have any special power, it just greatly enhances physical fitness and melee ability. Neither the animation nor the comics mentioned Madara's Manjiki ability, so I set it to have an exaggerated improvement in physical fitness, which will be useful when Madara goes to the sailing world later. This strength even makes Madara's body out of the category of ninjas in the ninja world and reach the level of the strong men in the sailing world. Of course, this enhancement is all-round. Because the strength of the body has increased, the amount of chakra and cell activity that Madara can accommodate in his body has also been exaggerated. Growth, which allowed Madara to use the strongest fire escape and fuse the Rinnegan through Hashirama's cells. Since Madara's Manjiki did not master the move of Kagutsuchi no Mikoto, then the flame release Kagutsuchi no Mikoto that Senju Tobirama had seen must be Izuna's. And Izuna's other Manjiki has the same effect as Madara's. Greatly improve physical fitness, especially agility. This is also the key to why Izuna is called flawless. Such physical fitness allows Izuna, who already has a talent for swordsmanship, to reach an exaggerated level of attainment in the field of swordsmanship, coupled with the insight of the Manjiki, to have the title of flawless. Coincidentally, Uchiha Sasuke's left eye Manjiki also has the same ability. Therefore, Uchiha Sasuke is also extremely high in melee ability and swordsmanship attainments, and even melee has become one of Sasuke's main fighting methods in Boruto. When fighting with Sasuke, blind Madara once said that he could feel that the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes was straight, just like him. No wonder Sasuke's skills were so amazing. This sentence was a bit of Madara's deliberate mystery. In fact, the meaning is that he noticed that the ability of Sasuke's left eye Mangekyo was the same as his, no wonder he was so skilled. Second setting. But just this redundant sentence in front. It made many people have various imaginations about this straight Megatama, just like the term Mangekyo that once appeared, thinking that it was a different form of Mangekyo. But in fact, straight refers to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Mangekyo is the real name of the Mangekyo in Japan, and Mangekyo is just a translated name. Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Sasuke are like two clones, not only look alike, but also have the same ability of the Mangekyo and the fighting style they are good at. It's just that Izuna has Madara, and Sasuke doesn't have Itaki. Are you looking for it? Chongming raised his head and was about to explode in anger, but the next moment he looked into Izuna's Manjiki and Uchiha Madara, who was standing not far away and watching. Others don't say anything. But their tailed beasts are too familiar with the Manjiki Sharingan. Because the six-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo originally evolved the Manjiki Sharingan, original animation, the Manjiki of the six-path sage is the same as the ordinary Three-Magatama Sharingan, and the six-path sage's youngest son Indra also has the Manjiki Sharingan. Manjiki? How is it possible? Kongming's voice became visibly panicked. Although their tailed beasts have never fought with the owner of the Manjiki, it is after all the eyes that the six-path sage and Indra once had. It is obvious that they are definitely extremely powerful. Chongming has always been very confident about his own fighting power. Among the nine-tailed beasts, he is not even in the top 5. He is probably competing with the three-tailed Isabu for the second to last one. Therefore, the moment he saw two pairs of Manjiki appearing in front of him, he had already thought of running away. Izuna saw Kongming's panic and grinned disdainfully. This was his first time fighting against a tailed beast. I had only heard about how powerful the tailed beasts were before, but today, they seemed to be nothing special except that they were a little bigger. What is your purpose? Do you want to catch me and become a Jinkraki? Chongming stood in place, intending to flap his wings and fly away, but he was worried that he might not even have the chance to leave. Hey? Let's not talk about whether we want to become a Jinkraki. Even if we do, we won't imprison a useless person like you in our bodies. I'm afraid you will be infected and become a coward. Izuna's mouth is as poisonous as Sasuke's. But this is only in the eyes of outsiders. If it were someone from the Uchiha family, for example, in the eyes of Madara, there would be no mistakes in what his brother said. Even if Nine Tails came and begged him to become Izuna's chakra storage tank, Madara would have to consider it. "You bastard! Let me show you the power of the tailed beast." Chongming was a little annoyed and directly mobilized chakra. A huge dark purple chakra ball quickly gathered in front of Kongming's tentacles. The tailed beast ball? It does look like it, no wonder it can be called a war weapon. Izuna slightly stopped looking down on it. If the tailed beast ball is really sprayed out by the tailed beast ball, the power is still very terrifying. I'm afraid only the level of Hashirama Senju and Nissan can easily resist it. He should be able to resist it, but he needs to use Susanoo. Now Izuna probably knows why the tailed beast is used as a war weapon, and he is indeed qualified. Especially in that kind of large-scale battlefield. Not everyone has the strength of him and Nissan to block the tailed beast ball. For other ninjas, it is more practical to run away as soon as possible when they see the tailed beast ball. "Izuna, don't hold back, the crowd is gathering." Ban looked outside the forest and told his brother. If it were him, 30 seconds would be enough to kill the 7 tails. Oh! Izuna was still very obedient to Nissan's words and had no intention of holding back. Looking at the huge tailed beast ball that had been ejected by Chongming and shot towards him, the Mangekyo in Izuna's eyes spun rapidly. With it at the same time, a large amount of blood also flowed out of Izuna's right eye. Boom! Suddenly, a black flame fireball comparable to the tailed beast ball condensed in front of Izuna and shot straight at the tailed beast ball. In fact, Izuna could completely dodge the tailed beast ball and go around to attack Chongming from the side. With his speed enhanced by another Mangeki, he could do such a thing. However, Izuna didn't want to be underestimated by Nissan standing behind and watching, so he chose to fight Hiden. "What? Are you still a human?" On the other side, Chongming looked at the big fireball and was shocked. More and more people gathered around. Chongming thought that Takigakure village had found a backer, so they were going to attack him. The violent temper that had just been ignited was extinguished in an instant. He no longer hesitated and immediately flapped his wings quickly and flew towards the sky. "I didn't say you can leave." Izuna clenched his right hand, and a samurai sword made of black flames suddenly appeared in his hand, his eyes fixed on Chongming who had already flown into the air. The next moment he headed for the collision point of the tailed beast ball and the big fireball, and jumped up before the two touched. Bang! The huge wave that was enough to overturn the small forest instantly spread to the surroundings with the sound of the explosion. Countless Takigakure ninjas who came to watch the scene in front of them were stunned, and some of them were even overturned by the huge waves because of their daze. The small forest had turned into a black sea of fire under the attack of Izuna and Chongming. Only Uchiha Madara could stand in this black sea of fire without changing his face. Izuna's black flames could burn anyone, but it certainly couldn't burn his Nissan. "Look at the air again." Izuna stepped on the black flames that were lifted into the air by the air wave with both feet, and took a fierce step to fly towards Chongming in the air. The black flames did not fall down with Izuna's stomp, but instead surrounded Izuna like a whirlpool, and finally merged into the samurai sword in Izuna's hand. The samurai sword, which was probably only about 1 meter long, gradually grew to more than 10 meters as the black flames grew more and more. "Oh wow, so powerful!" Izuna stabbed at Chongming, who was still flying higher, like a hummingbird, while raising the black flame longsword in his hand. Swish! As a black stream of light passed, the 6 wings and tails behind Chongming were cut off, leaving only a worm tail hanging on his body. "Oh oh oh!" Chongming's screams resounded throughout the sky above the entire Takigakure village, and the whole person turned into a meteor and fell downwards. All those who heard the sound turned their eyes to the distant sky. Ordinary people's eyesight was not very clear. They could only see the gorgeous black flames burning and falling in the sky. It was like the fireworks that can only be seen in the midsummer of the Fire Country, beautiful but fleeting. Chapter 304 The Fish Bites. A week later. Dake came to the underground money exchange as usual. The underground money exchange in the Rain country is disguised as a tavern. Dake came to the bar, and the bartender standing behind the bar handed him a glass of shaku that can be seen everywhere outside. Shaku is provided free of charge to ninjas by the underground money exchange. Is there anything exciting recently? Dake took out a few silver bills from the Fire country from his arms and put them on the table. Thank you for the tip. The bartender quietly put the silver bills on the table into his pocket. These are all his, and they will not be confiscated by the underground money exchange. The underground money exchange does not actually provide any information other than the mission, but no one will know if you whisper it, and no one will care if they know it. After all, everyone needs this hidden service. If this service is lost because of someone's report, then someone will suffer. The biggest excitement in the ninja world recently is undoubtedly the Nanabe robbery in Takigakure village. The bartender stood in front of Dark, staring at the wine glass in front of him and wiping it, muttering quietly. He saw Dark coming to the underground gold exchange many times during this week. Because Dark was generous and looked different from other ninjas and seemed very kind, the bartender and Dark became familiar with each other. But what made him feel a little strange was that Dark bought some strange things from him. For example, chakra test paper and chakra refining method. This made the bartender suspect that Dark was not a ninja but an ordinary person, but he had no intention of exploring. The underground gold exchange issued the most tasks to these ordinary people who had money but no strength. Oh! Dark grinned. According to his estimation, Madara and Izuna attacked Shijiki Nanabe at least 4 or 5 days ago, and they are probably on their way to Kirigakure. However, the news seems to spread a little slowly, and what happened in Takigakure has only just reached the land of Rain. Takigakure was attacked by 2 outsiders. Those 2 people rushed into Takigakure and knocked Nanabe down and took her away. Such a big-tailed beast was gone in a flash. The bartender said when they came here, they couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Guess who those 2 people are? I don't know, do you know? Dake replied politely. It is said that they are the deceased members of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Ah! Dake was shocked. Oh! I was also stunned when I heard it at first. Didn't the Uchiha brothers who were said to be able to compete with the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama die? They suddenly resurrected. The bartender was very satisfied with Dark's face. He happily put down his glass and leaned over. Although many people suspect that this is fake news, I think it is true. According to my personal gossip, there is a master behind the Uchiha brothers. It is very likely the legendary Six-Path Sage. Otherwise, it's really hey who dares to grab me. The bartender was talking happily, and suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his ear and pulled him back. Hey, isn't this the boss? The bartender Rage turned around and immediately put on a flattering face. But his smile was uglier than crying. Although providing intelligence services is tacitly accepted by everyone, if they are found out, they will still be fined. The boss here is naturally not the general boss of the underground gold exchange. The underground gold exchange was not established by a certain person, but was supported by the 5 major countries behind the scenes. This boss is just the manager of the underground gold exchange in the Rain country. The boss stretched out a hand and pointed at the bartender. Bartender! Go and do what you should do. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that the boss did not intend to pursue the matter, the bartender nodded quickly and ran to the back to continue making drinks. Guest, the man named Kakuzu has taken over your task. The boss walked in front of Dake and said respectfully. Yes, the purpose of his coming here was to tell Dake about this matter, and it had nothing to do with the bartender. In order to attract Kakuzu, Dake had specially issued a huge bounty task worth 10 million taels. This amount of money is already at the level that the region manager needs to come out in person to receive it. Dark had already told him at the time that this mission specifically requires Kakuzu to accept it, but don't let the other party know, the content of the mission is negotiable. When Kakuzu accepts this mission, tell him again. 1000 taels. It doesn't seem much, after all, one head of a sumo will be worth 3500 taels in the future. But things are different now. How can the prices of goods just after the war be compared with the prices of goods 40 years later? 1000 taels in the 21st year of Konoha, when the First Ninja World War just ended, is equivalent to 100 million taels in the 60th year of Konoha. Take me there. Dark stood up and stretched. Kakuzu came faster than he thought. I don't know if the news of Madara and Izuna's appearance scared Kakuzu and made him speed up his departure from Taki no Kuni. As a man who once assassinated Hashirama Senju, Kakuzu's understanding of Madara's strength must be clearer than those who heard about it from others. Dark followed his boss to the back of the underground gold exchange. A secret room will be provided for distinguished guests here, and no one other than the initiator and the successor will know the content of the task. As soon as Dark entered the secret room, he saw the man he had just killed not long ago. However, in terms of appearance and temperament, Kakuzu at this time is very different from him decades later. The most obvious thing is that Kakuzu is not wearing Akatsuki's coat. And in terms of temperament, now Kakuzu is like a young man who has just entered society. He has not been smoothed by society and is still vigorous. Although he is vigilant in his eyes, he can't hide a little bit of innocence. Decades later, Kakuzu has a completely different look and mentality. He is as lifeless as a worker who never sees the sun. He doesn't trust anything and works hard only for money. Mission content. Kakuzu looked at Dark who came in. Although he was a little curious about where such a young guy got so much money and what kind of mission he could issue, he didn't ask too much. The more he talked, the more mistakes he made. Kakuzu, who had just experienced betrayal, didn't trust anyone, so he didn't want to communicate with others. World peace. Dark thought for a while before saying it. A number appeared on Kakuzu's forehead. Are you kidding me? Haha, I can give you this 10 million taels. The meaning of their existence is just to lure you here. What do you want to do? Kakuzu had already put one hand on the kunao behind him. If he didn't take action here, he might be blacklisted by the underground gold exchange. He might have taken action when Dark said those words just now. He now seriously suspected that Dark was a bait sent by Takigakuer. Maybe there were hundreds of ninjas outside the gold exchange already guarding him. Inviting you to join an organization. I'm a Takigakuer renegade, so I should be a free man, right? Dark didn't beat around the bush. It's better to be direct when facing the suspicious Kakuzu now. Join an organization? Do you know what it means to invite me to join? Kakuzu retracted his hand. He was not surprised by Dark's invitation. After all, he was a well-known class defector in the ninja world after he defected from Takigakuer. He had great strength and reputation. However, inviting Kakuzu meant that he did not take Takigakuer seriously. This organization would definitely be hit by Takigakuer in the future. Takigakuer is indeed not as good as the 5 major villages, but no matter what, it is a ninja organization recognized by the daimyo of Takigakuer. It is much stronger than small villages such as Otonin and Kusagakuer. It can be said that if there is a 6th major village, then Takigakuer, which originally had the 7 taels, and Omegakure, which has a powerful leader, are definitely the most qualified. The two who took the 7 taels away from Takigakuer are the chief and deputy chiefs of this organization. Kakuzu was confused, then asked, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna? Yes. Aren't they dead? Did you see them die? Dark was too lazy to explain, so he brought up this sentence. Most people in the ninja world heard about the deaths of Madara and Izuna from hearsay, and many of those who witnessed their deaths have passed away. The only ones who think that Uchiha Madara is not dead are those guys from Konoha F4 who came back from the last era and saw Uchiha Madara's body. But they don't know that Uchiha Madara's body has long been replaced by a raccoon cat. Kakuzu was silent for a while. Yes, he really didn't see the two people die with his own eyes. All this was news released by Konoha. And the most important thing is that now that he has the Earth's resentment, he knows that there are still some means in this world that can make people achieve alternative immortality, so Kakuzu is not shocked that the Uchiha brothers are still alive and kicking. He has now staged a suspense drama in his heart. What is the purpose of Konoha hiding these two people? Why are these two people starting to catch tailed beasts now? Could it be that Konoha intends to replicate what Hashirama Senju did, take back all the tailed beasts, and use the strongest force to make Konoha stand at the top of the ninja world again, and force peace to come again? Kakuzu kept speculating in his heart, and he really guessed some of the things he should and shouldn't say. How do I know if you are using their names to deceive me? You can see them when they come back after catching the tailed beasts. It will take no more than half a month. If I deceive you, you can quit your organization. For world peace. Dark didn't care what Kakuzu asked. He only said what he wanted to say. The name of this organization is Akatsuki. There are only 3 people at present. There is one more person. You can only know it if you join. Hanzo had to hide. After all, he also held the important identity of the leader of the Hidden Rain Village. The cadres of the Akatsuki organization can know each other's identities, but the people below cannot know the identities of the people above. You are not kidding when you say it is for world peace. Kakuzu frowned and hesitated. World peace or something, he didn't have such a great dream. Now he can say that he doesn't know why he lives. He can only come to the underground gold exchange to take tasks and find things to do. Look at this organization, who seems to like to joke. Chapter 305 Next target, Uzumaki family in Uzumaki village. Anyway, you are probably doing nothing and lingering now, why not join Akatsuki? In the future world peace, you will be one of the most famous characters in the ninja world. Dark was still tempting Kakuzu. Kakuzu at this time was the easiest to tempt, because Kakuzu didn't think money was that important yet, he was still looking for the purpose of living. If it was a few years later, then if you wanted to recruit Kakuzu, you could only rely on money. For fame. Kakuzu muttered a little blankly, he was not particularly ambitious about fame and fortune. And for your obsession, it must be hard to be betrayed by the village, right? Dark raised a hand and poked Kakuzu's chest. After Kakuzu got the Earth's resentment, the first heart he replaced was probably the one in his chest. When he replaced the first heart, Kakuzu's heart must have been very complicated. What do you mean? Of course I know a lot, you can slowly learn from Madara and the others in the future. Dark spread his hands, and then said, Akatsuki prohibits all forms of betrayal and attacking one's companions. Once such a thing is discovered, the 2 Uchiha brothers will personally take action. How do you know if such a thing will happen in the future? If there is, then why don't you kill the violators? Swear on your 5 hearts that all betrayers must die. All betrayers must die. Kakuzu murmured this sentence, and his 2 dark green eyes suddenly lit up, but he soon came back to his senses. So, what's the benefit to me? What we are doing is great, selfless, and bright. In the future, we will all become the most famous people in the ninja world, have the highest status, and become idols of countless people. Dark raised his hands high, like a charlatan. In fact, it was just a big promise, but it was also true. Give me some benefits first, something that would move me. Kakuzu was not stupid, how could he let Dark join Akatsuki and work for countless years in vain just by saying a few words? He had no dream or obsession to bring peace, and he would not be willing to join Akatsuki for nothing. Okay, in that case, how about I give you a partner who will never betray you? Never betray? Kakuzu frowned and looked at Dark, wondering why Dark was so sure. Forever. Dark nodded confidently. In fact, although most Pokemon will not betray their trainers, there are actually very few species that will do such things. Take out two typical examples in the Pokemon group, Charizard and Serperior. When the trainer's strength is too weak, Charizard will at most disobey orders and act on his own, but he has never thought of betraying or leaving the trainer. Serperior is different. This kind of creature is proud to the core. If the trainer is not strong enough, he will really run away by himself, unless he has a deep enough bond. It won't be a puppet or something like that, right? Pokemon, you can understand the summoning beast that can release the unprinted ninjutsu. It has extremely high wisdom and the most sincere emotions. How much emotion you put in, he will return to you. No matter what you want to do, he will always support you and never betray you. Dark is like a demon who is bewitching humans to sign a contract, constantly whispering to make Kakuzu's heart beat. Okay, although I don't know what kind of creature the Pokemon you are talking about is, but you make my heart beat. Kakuzu hesitated for a while, then sighed. For the last time. He gave his trust to others for the last time. If he is betrayed again this time, he will no longer need any partners from now on, so as not to be suddenly backstabbed. Very good, you won't regret it. Dark opened the magic mall, glanced at it casually, and took out a Pokemon egg and handed it to Kakuzu. Here you go. Kakuzu will have 5 escape techniques in the future, and he will be good at both long-range and short-range combat. Basically, any Pokemon can cooperate well with him, so it doesn't matter what the attributes of the Pokemon he chooses are. As for the other point of loyalty, basically most Pokemon have this quality, especially those Pokemon that are more silly. Therefore, Dark chose one that is similar to Kakuzu in nature and appearance. What? An egg. Kakuzu took it subconsciously. It was a blue Pokemon egg. Yes, the partner you hatched yourself must be the most loyal to you, just like your own child. Even if you have a son in the future, he will not be as loyal as him. Dark nodded as a matter of course. There is almost no way to establish deeper bonds and feelings than the Pokemon you cultivate yourself. What kind of summoned beast is this? It's a Pokemon, his name is Tangela, a grass-type Pokemon, you can think of it as a weakened wood style. Dark took out a Pokédex from his body, turned to a certain page and handed it to Kakuzu. How is it? It looks like you, right? The vine monster has another characteristic that is similar to Kakuzu, that is, his regeneration ability is extremely strong. Even if these vines on his body are removed, the vine monster will not feel any pain, and it will grow again soon. These vines not only have extremely strong regeneration ability, but also have a unique fragrance, which can be used as many materials and even food for many Pokemon. Kakuzu glanced at Dark. Kakuzu was not very angry about Dark saying that he looked like this weird little thing, because he really didn't look like a normal person now, wood style. The wood style that Dark just mentioned was the part he really cared about. After all, Kakuzu was killed instantly by Hashirama's wood style. That's about right. Dark was too lazy to explain, so he let Kakuzu discover and cultivate it himself in the future. With the lifespan of Kakuzu and the vine monster, maybe one day they can really grow their grass attribute skills to the level of wood release, or even surpass it. For example, Sceptile's grass attribute skills have already surpassed Hashirama Senju's wood release skills. Okay, I'll join. Who's the other person? Where's the organization's base? What should I do? Don't worry, take it one step at a time, and talk as you go. Dake stretched out a hand and put it on Kakuzu's shoulder. The next moment, he took him to the inside of the water curtain cave via teleport. This is the base of Akatsuki, located inside a waterfall in the land of water. From today on, you are the Minister of Finance of Akatsuki, responsible for finding ways to make Akatsuki make money and manage the use of money. Space-time ninjutsu. This is not a ninjutsu, it's my personal ability. Dake ignored Kakuzu's surprise, because basically everyone would have such doubts, The other person in the organization is Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, the salamander who is quite famous in the ninja world. He is responsible for helping the organization to find and train talents, and usually stays in the Hidden Rain Village. What? It's that guy. Kakuzu glared at Glare. In the ninja world, Hanzo's reputation is much greater than that of him, an rank rebel. It is said that Hanzo's strength is very strong, and he is not inferior to the newly selected third-generation Kage of each village. In addition to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, there is also this guy with strange abilities in front of him. Kakuzu was terrified just thinking about it. Now even if all the 5 Kage came, they couldn't do anything to the 5 of them. He could already see that in the future, an organization so powerful that the 5 major villages would tremble would be born in the ninja world. You just need to find a way to help the organization make money in the future. Don't just think about taking on tasks to make money. That is the slowest and stupidest way. Learn from those famous rich people in various countries and see how they make money. Dark patted Kakuzu's shoulder, then turned around and planned to leave. Madara and Izuna will catch the 1-tail, the 3-tail, and kill someone next. Hanzo is looking for talents. You probably won't see them for at least half a month. What about you? I'm going to find the next target, the Whirlpool country, the Whirlpool village. Whirlpool village. I heard that the current situation in that village is quite bad. Kakuzu frowned. He had seen a lot of missions targeting the red-haired ninjas in the underground gold exchange recently. The bounties for each one were not low. Yes, they are about to be wiped out by other tribes and countries because their imprison technique is too powerful. Dark grinned. Now that the First World War is over, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju are all dead. Konoha has suffered heavy losses and there is not much combat power to send to the Whirlpool village for support. I understand. If nothing unexpected happens, the Whirlpool village will probably become a burial object in the First World War. Now they will try every possible means to protect their people. Kakuzu is not stupid. He was once a powerful jonin in Takigakure, so he has some vision. If Akatsuki appears and becomes their backer, this timely help will be enough to ensure that Uzushio village will work for us for a long time. Don't use such an ugly term as working for us. From now on, we will all be like-minded compatriots fighting side by side. Dark shook his head to correct Kakuzu's statement. Not to mention that Akatsuki had no intention of exploiting the Uzumaki family and using them as slaves and tools. Even if they did, the Uzumaki family would beg Akatsuki to save them. Now almost the entire ninja world is watching the destruction of the Uzushio village, and even wants to step on it. Even Konoha can't guarantee whether there is some disloyalty among them. At this time, only Akatsuki can save the Uzumaki family. Because even without Dark, Akatsuki is the only organization in the world that has the courage to challenge the whole world now. The 2 Uchiha brothers don't know how to write the word fear. If they really declare war on the whole world, the 2 brothers might even tremble with excitement. Chapter 306 Dark's Chakra Attributes. On the other side, the Kirigakure, which had not yet received the news of the attack on Takigakure village, soon suffered a heavy blow. Who is coming? Although the Kirigakure ninja guarding the gate made a lot of noise when asking questions, he actually didn't even look at the newcomer. Now that the 5 major countries are in a truce period, the possibility of another battle is small, not to mention that Kirigakure is isolated from the world on an island in the sea, and it is very difficult for the other 4 villages to attack Kirigakure. Therefore, the Kirigakure ninjas are the most relaxed among the 4 villages. Kabe. What responded to him was Madara's hand. When Madara walked into the gate with Izuna, he pinched the guard and made him faint. They should now avoid killing as much as possible to reduce the dissatisfaction of the villages they manage in the future. It's tiring to be the leader. Banara supported his forehead. He really wanted to strangle that man to death just now. But he held back. Banara is a person who can see the situation clearly. When he saw Senju Hashirama become Hokage, he knew that the Uchiha family would suffer in the future, so he planned to take the Uchiha family away. Now that he has lived longer, he can see more clearly. The current indiscriminate killing will only make his future subordinates fearful and dissatisfied. Ha ha ha, there will be a long time like this. Izunao looked at the environment of Kirigakura leisurely. This is his first time to Kirigakura. He used to fight with the Senju family in the Land of Fire. By the way, I forgot to ask where the Three Tails is, but it doesn't matter. This little Karami probably doesn't know it either. After entering the Hidden Mist village, Madara remembered that he didn't know where the Three Tails was. At this time, many people around the Hidden Mist village had already gathered their eyes. After all, Madara and Izuna's outfits didn't have the style of the Land of Water at all, especially Izuna was wearing Uchiha family clothes with the logo of a round fan. The reaction speed of the Hidden Mist village was much faster than those second-rate people in Takigakure. It had been less than 2 minutes since Uchiha Madara entered the village, and a large number of people and horses rushed here, and they were all newly appointed. The third Mizukage led the team in person. Sandage. The Kirigakure ninjas who were anxiously waiting around were relieved to see the arrival of the third Mizukage. Uchiha Madara. But the third Mizukage was shocked to see Uchiha Madara. The third Mizukage's name was not mentioned in the original work, but he was the same age as the second Mizukage of other ninja villages, and older than the 2-day scale Onoki. When Hashirama Senju first convened the ninja conference, the guards brought by the first Mizukage of other villages were all the later second Mizukage, but the first Mizukage brought the third Mizukage. Even the 2-day scale Onoki had seen Madara when he was a teenager, not to mention the third Mizukage who was older than him. That's why the third Mizukage was so shocked to see Uchiha Madara now. Hey? I remember you, the squint-eyed kid next to Bai Lian. Banara glanced at Sandai Shui. It was rare to meet a familiar face, which made Madara feel a little better. Tell me the location of the three-tailed beast, and I will give you a way out. You should be very clear about my strength, right? Sanai Shui frowned, and was a little unsure for a while. If they just handed over the three-tailed beast, then they would have no face at all. Moreover, if the Ninja World War broke out in the future, what qualifications would Kirigakure have to participate in the war without the tailed beast? But if they didn't hand it over, Kirigakure would not be destroyed by the guy in front of them. Hey! Izuna, who was standing not far behind Madara, came over and attracted Sandai Shui's attention. Uchiha Izuna. Of course Sandai Shui would recognize Izuna. Although Izuna looks very young now, Izuna and he are from the same era. He is even a few years younger than Izuna. Of course, it is impossible for him not to know this once famous ninja. He was originally the second generation appointed by the first generation Mizukage, Byakuren. It's just that Hojiki Huanyu suddenly appeared and directly became the second generation Mizukage with his superb fighting talent and vigorous style of doing things. The villagers of Kirigakure support Hojiki Huanyu more than he who is indecisive. After the first battle, Hojiki Huanyu died, and it was his turn. So, what about the three-tail? I don't have that much patience. Madara stared at the third generation of Mizuna with a pair of manjiki, and the latter instantly felt creepy and got goosebumps all over his body. The bottom of the lake over there. The third generation of Mizuna sighed and pointed in a direction. He knew very well that he and the entire Kirigakure were no match for these two brothers. If there was only one Izuna, he would directly make him get out. If there is only one Madara, then he and the Three Tails can join forces, and there are so many people that they can fight. But if it is the two brothers, there is nothing we can do. You are smart. Madara turned around and took Izuna to that direction, without making things difficult for Sandai Shui. Sandaime-sama, the two of them. A ninja who was a little older beside him looked at the two people who left with fear in his eyes. I don't know why they are still alive. The whole ninja world has been deceived by Konoha. Sandai Shui clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, spread the news that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna of Konoha are still alive. Their target is the tailed beast. They secretly sent messengers to the other 3 villages to tell their shadows that Konoha may have a big plan. Then, Sandai Shui led a group of people to the direction of the 3 tails. He was really unwilling not to witness the strength of the 2 people again with his own eyes. Maybe, after so much time has passed, the strength of the 2 brothers is no longer as good as before? But Sandai Shui was still disappointed. He didn't even see Uchiha Izuna make a move. When he went over, he saw a blue chakra skeleton giant hundreds of meters tall, holding 4 long swords and poking into the water, just like a forked turtle, directly stabbing the 3-tailed turtle. Then he chopped off the keratin on the shell of the 3-tailed turtle and the 3 tails, and the 3-tailed turtle screamed in pain and never stopped. That was the 3rd power of the Mangekyo Susanoo. And Madara used the 3rd stage of Susanoo. Madara's 3rd form is a little different from the 3rd form of the normal Mangekyo. The normal 3rd form of Susanoo only has the upper body, but the body grows Karasuo Tengu armor, focusing on the enhancement of defense. And Madara's 3rd form grows the lower body, and the 4th form grows Karasuo Tengu armor, focusing on enhancing offensiveness. Decades ago, when Madara was still a Mangeki, he had no way to use Susanoo. It was only after transplanting Izuna's eyes that he mastered the power of Susanoo and developed it to its full form. Although Izuna's Mangeki power has returned, Madara quickly regained the experience and skills of using Susanoo with the experience of the past 20 years. However, even with a body blessed by both eyes, he can only use the 3rd form of Susanoo, and the duration is limited. Izuna is weaker. With only 1 eye to strengthen his body, he can only open the 2nd form of Susanoo at most. However, such power is enough for the 2 brothers to stand at the top of the ninja world. Besides, the powerful power of the 2 brothers is not only Susanoo, they are hexagonal warriors. Afterwards, in the eyes of the 3rd generation of water, a huge dark void appeared in the air, directly swallowed the 3-tailed beast several tens of meters high, and disappeared. The Uchiha brothers looked over here, showed a trace of disdain, and then left on their own. 3 days have passed since Kakuzu joined. Dake's current identity is one of the few merchants who are still willing to come to Uzushio village to do business. The situation in Uzushio village is now quite bad. Even the Uzushio country has given up their unwillingness to trade daily necessities with it, so as not to be easily destroyed in the upcoming war. So for anyone who is still willing and dares to come to Uzushio village, the people of the Uzumaki family are very welcome, which is in great contrast to other ninja villages. Now, Dake is sitting cross-legged in a hotel in Uzushio village, meditating and refining chakra. Although those ordinary escape techniques are not very attractive to Dake, some ninjutsu are still very attractive. For example, the substitute technique. According to the results of the chakra test paper and test method bought from the bartender before, Dark's chakra attributes are fire, wind, and water. He now feels that his body is a huge jar with few drops of water. Through the inner perception of psychic and aura power, he can roughly estimate the upper limit of chakra that can be reached with his physical fitness. The amount of chakra is related to the amount of physical energy and mental energy of a person. The stronger the physical fitness, the higher the upper limit of chakra capacity will naturally be. Because no one is here to compare, he is not sure whether his amount is much or little. But based on Dark's understanding of his physical fitness and the strength of his mental energy, his upper limit may be comparable to that of the Uzumaki family, or even higher. After all, Dark himself has the top physical fitness in the pirate world. Later, his mental energy was strengthened by the full-level psychic, and his physical energy was strengthened by the full-level aura power. Now Dark feels that his understanding of chakra is too lacking. It is the case that the software cannot keep up with the hardware. He has a body that can store a lot of chakra, but he cannot use it. However, Dark is not in a hurry. He doesn't know how long his life will be, but it will definitely be very long. He has plenty of time to study slowly. As for now, what a coincidence! Dark frowned and opened his eyes. In his perception, there are about 1,000 people attacking the Uzashio village. Writing Dark's 3 chakra attributes is very particular. It is related to the following plot. It is a foreshadowing, haha. Chapter 307 Uzumaki family is in a desperate situation. In the past time, the Uzumaki family and the Senju family are blood relatives. The head of the Uzumaki family, Uzumaki Ashina, signed a friendly agreement with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the Uzumaki country and the Fire country also had friendship because of this. The Uzumaki family has made great contributions to the peace and development of Konoha. They are the promoters and practitioners of the formation of the Will of Fire and are deeply trusted by Hashirama Senju. To highlight this point, there are even Uzumaki family marks on the uniforms of Konoha's senior ninjas. But things are different now. Hashirama Senju dispersed the group-hugging Senju family and hid the surname Senju, which made the Uzumaki family unable to even find a relative in Konoha. After the war, the 2 Senju brothers who signed a friendly treaty with the Uzumaki family died, and Konoha was seriously injured. Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tsunade had no say, and even if they did, they might not be willing to let the seriously injured Konoha ninjas take the risk to rescue them. There is also a smaller possibility that the Konoha high-level officials never told Uzumaki Mito about the Uzumaki family's request for help from the beginning to the end. This made the Uzumaki family completely isolated and helpless, and was targeted by countless ninja villages and countries. Although the Uzumaki family did not produce a particularly outstanding ninja who could overwhelm the rest, the average strength of the entire Uzashigakure ninja is very strong. At least the average small ninja village cannot compare at all, and the strength of Takigakure, which lost the 7 tails, may not be comparable to that of Uzashigakure. The Uzumaki family has strong vitality, large chakra, long lifespan, and various powerful imprison techniques, so the potential of Uzashigakure is visible to the naked eye. There is one point in particular that the entire ninja world absolutely cannot ignore. The Uzumaki family's physique and imprison techniques make them the best tailed beast containers by nature, and the possibility of becoming a tailed beast Jinkriki and surviving is the highest. As long as there is a tailed beast Jinkriki in their village, even the weakest tailed beast, the Uzumaki family will leap into a ninja village that can keep pace with a Megakure. It is precisely because they have such potential that other ninja clans cannot sit idly by and watch the Uzashigakure grow, even the Land of Fire. The ninja world already has 5 major nations, and there is no need for a 6th one. These few people are just for exploring the way. Dark Picti raised his eyebrows and continued to sit there to refine chakra, without any intention of attacking. Thousands of people are actually a considerable number on the battlefield of the Great Ninja Village. You should know that when the 2 great ninja villages start a full-scale war, at most more than 10,000 people will gather on one battlefield, which is already the limit. But there are 2 points to note. One is that among the thousands of people who came, 9 of them are samurai from various countries, not ninjas. Another point is that there are thousands of villagers in the Hidden Tide village, and there are at least thousands of ninjas, which is a very hard bone. Even if the Great Ninja Village attacks, it will be eaten away, not to mention more than 900 ordinary samurai and more than 100 third-rate ninjas. Jun is the victim of various countries and villages. According to the time point when the Hidden Tide village was destroyed in the original work, Uzumaki Kushina was already born. The 5 major countries and the 5 hidden villages will most likely not take action in this war. Those who take action are all small and medium-sized countries and villages that are worried about the growth of the Whirlpool country and the Uzashigakure village. This will be a very long war, and the battle line may be stretched to more than 10 years. Because the 5 major hidden villages do not take action, the stronger Yugakure and Takigakure are far away from the Whirlpool country. With the power of these countries and ninja villages near the Whirlpool country, it will be very difficult to destroy the Uzashigakure village even if they join forces. In particular, they don't know that the Fire country and Konoha village have tacitly agreed to this matter. Because they are worried about being hit by Konoha's revenge, they can only take action against the Uzushiogakure village as secretly as possible. First, they will take action against the Uzushiogakure ninjas who are out on missions, and slowly consume the combat effectiveness of the Uzushiogakure village. This process may last for 7 or 8 years. After 7 or 8 years, when there are not many people in the Uzushiogakure village and they have also noticed that the Fire Country and Konoha village have tacitly agreed, they will launch a large-scale attack and completely destroy the Uzushiogakure village. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the hotel room was knocked. The door is open. Dake glanced at the door and understood. A red-haired girl in a kimono pushed open the door, bowed with a slightly uneasy look, and then spoke. Guest, there is a group of rioting and rebellious samurai making trouble outside, but please don't worry, the Uzumaki family will handle it. The so-called rioting and rebellious samurai are just an excuse on the surface, a curtain that was torn out because they were worried about being robbed by Konoha revenge. In fact, they were sent here to make trouble and to find out information about the Uzushio village. Well, it doesn't matter, what's your name? Dake looked at the girl who appeared at the door. She was just an ordinary person from the Uzumaki family, not a ninja. In fact, when he came to the Uzumaki family, Doc was a little face-blind. He felt that every woman in the Uzumaki family looked like Uzumaki Kushina. But if you look closely, there are actually some differences. The brighter the red hair of the Uzumaki family, the stronger the vitality of the family members. Kushina is a typical example, so she will be the candidate for Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The dull crimson hair of Nagato in the middle and late stages has already overdrawn a lot of vitality. Turning white hair is a sign of excessive chakra consumption. If it recovers well, it can be changed back. The hair of the girl in front of her is a little dull, and her talent as a ninja should not be very good. But even so, she is much stronger than ordinary people. Uzumaki Fuzu. Fuzu didn't know why the guest asked her name, but she chose to answer out of politeness. Nagato's mother. Dark's heart was slightly fluctuating. He didn't expect that he would ask about such an extraordinary person by asking casually. It's okay, just asking casually. Then you can call me if you have anything. Fuzu bowed again, turned around and left, with a bad look on his face. Most likely, the family has gone outside to meet the enemy. Uzumaki family. Dark grinned. He didn't expect that he could get such a big bargain after traveling through time. Under the protection of Akatsuki, what will the Uzumaki family grow into in the future? It's really exciting. With the addition of the Uzumaki family, Akatsuki's power has been greatly strengthened. Madara and Izuna have a lot more people to use. Although the fate of those people this time will not cause any loss to the Uzumaki family. But it can make Uzumaki Ashina more clearly aware of how urgent the Uzumaki family is now. Until they sent a letter for help to the Land of Fire and Konoha, and received countless excuses and countless indifferences. It was the moment when the Uzumaki family was truly desperate. This is also why in the original work, those Uzumaki family members scattered around would rather go to small villages than to Konoha in the Land of Fire. It is unknown whether there is hatred or not, but at least the Uzumaki family definitely no longer trusts Konoha. The meeting hall of Uzushio village. Chief, Konoha can't send troops. Have we been abandoned? A young ninja from the Uzumaki family raised this question. When he said this, the faces of the other ninjas in the hall all turned pale. Don't say stupid, our Uzushio village and Konoha village have such a good relationship, how could they just stand by and watch us die? Uzumaki Ashina slapped the table, interrupting the clansman from continuing to think, you are not unaware of the situation in the ninja world. The First World War has just ended, and Lord Tobirama has just died. I am afraid that Konoha can't mobilize any extra manpower now. Uzumaki Ashina's words made many ninjas of the Uzumaki family nod their heads. Because at present, this is indeed the case. Not to mention Konoha, even the other 4 hidden villages will definitely not take the initiative to participate in any war now. But although only a team of samurai came this time, who knows if there will be thousands of ninjas next time. That's right, many of our clansmen who are on missions outside have disappeared. Not only that, even the strategic materials sent from the Whirlpool country are always plundered by some sudden robbers, and the samurai accompanying the Whirlpool country are not even willing to stop them. They are trying to trap us here to death. I don't think we can even send out a letter for help in 2 years. Chief, gather the tribesmen and fight our way out. We will go to the land of fire and join Konoha. Idiot, those people are waiting for us to get out. Who knows how many ambushes are waiting for us on the way to the land of fire. There was a commotion in the conference hall. The members of the Uzumaki family have become anxious in this situation. The atmosphere of despair is like dark clouds on a thunderstorm day, filling the ceiling of the conference room. Okay, be quiet. Let's send a few more letters for help to Konoha in the next 2 days to see how things go. Uzumaki Ashina sighed. Now he has no better solution. The environment of the Whirlpool country protected the Whirlpool family from the outside world in the past, and gradually grew into a village with thousands of people. But now the environment of the Whirlpool country has become a cage that traps the Whirlpool family to escape. The terrain surrounded by the sea makes it difficult to escape. Patriarch. At this time, a ninja standing in the corner of the conference table stood up. Speak. I heard 2 pieces of news when I went out this morning. What news? Uzumaki Ashina frowned. If it was general information, it shouldn't be said at such an important occasion as the clan meeting. Obviously, this information may affect the entire Uzumaki family. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are still alive, and they appeared in Takigakure and Kirigakure successively, forcibly taking away the 3-tailed and 7-tailed. Countless ninjas witnessed their brother's strange Sharingan. The information that the ninja said made the whole conference room suddenly sensational. What? Aren't they both dead? Could it be that the information is wrong? Or is it a trap? One village may spread false information, but Takigakure and Kirigakure are not related at all. How could they unite to release such news? What's more, it's about the tailed beasts. This is their face. Yes, this news will obviously cause a huge loss of face for the 2 villages. It is not good for them to release such false information, especially when Kirigakure has just lost the 2nd Mizu cage. Are they really still alive? Why do they want to catch the tailed beasts? Chapter 308 Snow Family. The key now is not what their purpose is, but how our Uzumaki family can find Madara-sama and seek his help. The ninja who found this information stood up and stopped everyone's discussion. Since he heard this information, he has been thinking about this possibility. When Uzumaki Ashina and Senju Hashirama signed a friendly agreement, Madara had not left Konoha and even watched everything from the side. The ninjas of the Uzumaki family believed that with the relationship between Madara and Hashirama and Madara's strength, they should be able to rescue the Uzumaki family. But they were just overthinking. Madara didn't even care about the Uchiha family, let alone the Uzumaki family, which had nothing to do with him. Uzumaki Ashina remained silent during this period. When he heard that Uchiha Madara and Izuna were still alive, his heart began to beat. It was not expectation and hope, but fear and worry. When Hashirama was lying on the hospital bed, he told him that he betrayed his best friend in the Battle of the Valley of the End and killed him for the sake of the village. This matter made Hashirama think about it until his death. Uzumaki Ashina believed that Madara brought his brother who was supposed to be dead back to life, probably for revenge. Including the current action of collecting tailed beasts, it is all for revenge against Konoha, and even to complete the grand cause that Hashirama stopped him from doing, unifying the entire ninja world. The tribesmen were still discussing about looking for the Uchiha brothers for help, and even such voices occupied the majority. But Uzumaki Ashina's heart was in turmoil. Their Uzumaki family is a big force. He believes that if they choose to join Madara, the latter will not refuse anyway. But the consequence of doing so may be to be enemies with Konoha in the future. Konoha is the brother village of their Uzashio village, and Uzumaki Ashina does not want to stand on the opposite side. Ashina now turned his eyes to the several letters for help on the table. These were letters that had not been sent out before for various reasons. Well, let's take a look in a few days. Water Country, a small town on the border. It's summer, but it's always snowing here. Izuna walked in the town, stretched out a hand, and looked at Osiris falling on his palm. Nissan, what are we doing here? Isn't that guy Dark recruiting people for Akatsuki? It's rare to come to Water Country, bring some gifts back to him. Madara said mysteriously. As a person who has lived through the old times, even though Madara has never been to the land of water, he knows that there are still many ninja families in this world that have not joined the ninja village. These ninja clans have basically survived to this day because of their great potential and strength. They are not unwilling to join the ninja village to keep each other warm, but they all have their own reasons. Oh? I understand, Nissan's goal is the Snow family, right? Izuna thought about it. I remembered what a businessman who planned to hire them to the land of water said in the past. Yes, I hope they are not destroyed by the hidden mist. Generally speaking, the big ninja villages will not allow other ninja families to exist within their borders, so they will destroy all the ninja families that are unwilling to surrender. This is the case in the land of fire. The ninja clans that do not want to be exterminated have joined Konoha, and those that have not joined Konoha have disappeared from history. Of course, Hashirama Senju would not do such a thing, but he died early, and Tobirama Senju had been secretly planning these things. Snow family. It is said that they are a very peace-loving family. They don't want to fight with others, which is why they don't join the Great Ninja Village. Once they join the Great Ninja Village, they will not only compete with other ninja villages, but also fight with ninjas from other countries during the war. With a lucky mentality, the Snow family did not join Kirigakure. The Snow family used to be the nail house in this town, and it is unclear what they are like now. I don't think it will happen. Izuna glanced at the eyes of the ordinary people around them. Fear, hatred. All kinds of negative emotions are almost overflowing, and they can't be hidden no matter what. Obviously, as a small town with no status on the border of the water country, once the war starts, this place will be the first to suffer. Either this town is a victim of the Ninja World War, or this town is a victim of the bloodline limit ninja clans attacking each other. Ban also noticed the eyes of the people around him. He felt that the Snow family should not have any self-abuse or something like that, and like to live in this environment. Nissan. Just when Madara was a little disappointed, Izuna suddenly pulled him and pointed to a bridge in the distance. Madara looked in the direction Izuna pointed. There was a pair of black-haired boys and girls there, and the girl exhaled a snow-white breath. In such a place where it snows all year round, there seems to be nothing strange. But people with slightly better eyesight can find that there are still a few ice crystals in the snow-white breath. The boy hugged the girl's head tightly and buried it in his chest, trembling all over, and looked around like a frightened deer. Found it. Madara grinned and walked straight over. In a normal plot, at this time, there should be a blind character who discovered the boy and girl and wanted to kill each other, and then the Uchiha brothers stood up to save them and became the objects of the boy and girl's admiration. But unfortunately, such a plot did not happen. Hey! Izuna was not as patient as Madara. She appeared next to the boy and girl with a flash of body, looking down at them with a proud look. Ah! The boy screamed, and he could only hug his sister tightly without knowing the situation. Master Ninja, what can I do for you? Are you from the Snow family? Izuna. Madara raised his hand and pressed Izuna's shoulder. He felt that his brother's question was too direct. He didn't remember that Izuna was such a child with no emotional intelligence before. It seemed that staying by his side made the other party a little willful. The boy's face turned pale, and then he bit his lips tightly, and knelt down and kowtowed directly to Madara and Izunao, "Two adults, please let my sister go." He knew that the two of them had no way to escape in front of the ninja, and he had no other way out except kneeling down and begging for mercy. The boy looked only 11 or 12 years old, with a thin body, pale skin, and lifeless eyes. All these revealed that the descendants of the Snow family were probably few and far between. "Is this what you want to change?" Ban looked up at the grey sky. The snow was still falling, and it seemed that there was no intention to stop. "Follow us." Izuna reached out and picked up the two little ones. The arrogance in his eyes was gone. Brothers are the most tacit. From the moment Madara raised his head, Izuna knew that these two little ones would be his companions in the future. Izuna has always been very double-standard in treating his companions and others. X2. The brother and sister looked at Izuna in a daze. "What? Don't you want to? Then you'd better stay here and wait for death." Izuna grinned and said cold words with a gentle face. "No, we are willing, but..." The boy had some concerns. "Of course we will not be your free guardians. We will train you to become powerful ninjas, and you have to work with us to bring peace to this ninja world." Madara finally spoke. He knew what the boy was worried about. It was nothing more than not knowing the plot of the two brothers and worrying about running into some human traffickers. "I understand. I will definitely work hard." The boy clenched his fist, looked at his innocent sister, and nodded with gritted teeth. "Please give us brothers and sisters' names." He broke free from Izuna's arms and knelt on one knee in front of the two again. "Names?" Madara paused. He was not very good at this kind of thing, but Hashirama liked to name people. He turned his head to look at Izuna and decided to let his brother name it. "Your name is Korra, sister matchmaker Ziobai." "Yes." Half an hour later. "Are these all the people in your Snow family?" Izuna looked at the 7 or 8 people in front of him and sighed. According to what he had heard, although the Snow family was a small ninja clan, it had hundreds of clan members, and each of them was a ninja. But now, among these 7 or 8 people, there was not even a ninja, all of them were wandering children. "Yes, sir." "Well, let's go." Ban did not dislike it, and he would just train them slowly. Anyway, he still had to train his own Pokémon, so he could train these children at the same time. As Ban and Izuna left with 7 or 8 descendants of the Snow family, there were no more Snow family members in the Land of Water. "Nissan, I heard that the Kaguya family of Kirigakure was planning to rebel, or..." "Forget about that crazy race." Ban responded expressionlessly. The fact that the Uchiha family was called crazy showed how popular the Kaguya family was in the ninja world. As the saying goes, appearance is determined by the heart, and the Kaguya family is a typical example. Their madness has affected their appearance. Although Kimimaro has an outstanding appearance, he was not treated as a member of the Kaguya family at all, but was used as a human shield, just a weapon. This is an old tradition in the Kaguya family, known to all in the ninja world. Because of the bloodline limit of corpse bone veins, adhering to the principle of not wasting, those sick clansmen will be used as human shields by the ninjas of the Kaguya family. "I don't need these crazy people who can use their own clansmen as shields." In Madara's tone, there is a gradual disdain for the Kaguya family. "That's right, even if the Kaguya family is brought back, these people will be killed by dark." Izuna spread his hands. Chapter 309 "Sir, please take us away." Half a month has passed since Dark came to the Uzumaki family. He watched the Uzumaki family's letter for help fall into the sea, and watched the atmosphere in Uzushio village become increasingly heavy. At the same time, in this half-month, the mission completion rate of the Uzumaki family was 10%. Of the 10 teams of Uzumaki family ninjas who went out, only 7 or 8 teams could come back, and the remaining 2 or 3 teams disappeared. Now no one even sends missions to the Uzumaki village, and the Uzumaki family ninjas live in the Uzumaki family and dare not run out again. The future of the Uzumaki village is already visible to the naked eye. That is to constantly use the lives of the clan ninjas to exchange for such supplies to maintain survival, until the combat power is almost consumed, and then they will be swarmed and besieged to death by the jackals who have been guarding outside. We can't even receive basic intelligence. Dark sat by the window of the hotel, looking at the deserted streets outside, and shook his head. Now the Uzumaki village is forced to be isolated from the world. 10 letters for help sent to Konoha may not be delivered to one, and a lot of combat power will be wasted. In this half-month, the clan meeting of the Uzumaki village was held almost every day. The contradictions among the top leaders of the Uzumaki family have become increasingly obvious and serious. Mainly, they are divided into 2 factions. One faction advocates staying in the village and waiting for Konoha's rescue. The other faction no longer trusts Konoha and advocates gathering strength and rushing out to find a way to survive, which is better than being trapped here. The key to the division into 2 factions is still Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izumi. The appearance of the 2 brothers, Nai, made many young Uzumaki family ninjas think that at least there is a way out, that is, to join Madara. Uzumaki Ashina is the representative of the conservative faction. With him are many older ninjas of the Uzumaki family. Compared to the choice of risking their lives to find Uchiha Madara, they are more willing to stay in Uzushio village and wait for Konoha to rescue. With their strength, it is not a problem to defend for a few years, and Konoha will definitely recover by then. And the representative of the breakout faction is called Uzumaki Morning Sunday. A 17-year-old young man with bright hair has a very high popularity and appeal among the group of under 30 years old in the Uzumaki family. He has a very strong vitality in his body and is definitely a better eye-catching body than Nagato. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be almost over today. Dark moved his eyes to the Uzumaki family meeting hall. Something happened yesterday. Uzumaki Morning Sun's parents were killed when they were out on a mission, and their bodies were hung not far from the entrance of Uzushio village. This incident definitely caused a huge stimulus to the young man Uzushio Morning Sunday. No matter what kind of emotion he was in, he would never sit and wait for death again. He might even call on some of his tribesmen to fight with him today. Lord Dake, do you want to come with us? If you don't go out now. In a corner of the room, Uzumaki Fuzu was folding washed clothes for Dake. The hotel has a laundry service for guests. In the past half-month, the pressure on Uzushio village has been increasing. Fuzu's parents have been out on a mission and have not returned yet. In fact, the girl has guessed the ending, but she didn't dare to accept it and pretended not to know. The huge pressure made the girl almost breathless. It happened that Dake asked Fuzu for some information from the outside world at that time. This conversation was like the girl grasping the straw that saved her life. She opened the conversation box and kept chatting with Dake to distract herself. After half a month, the 2 of them can be regarded as friends who can talk to each other. Yeah, of course. Dake smiled and nodded. Uzumaki Morning Sun is Fuzu's neighbor brother, and they have a good relationship. Morning Sun has already informed Fuzu of today's plan in advance and plans to take Fuzu out with him. Fuzu didn't want to stay here any longer, so she nodded and agreed to it, but she also thought of Dake, so she asked Dake if he wanted to leave together. When Dake learned that Fuzu was in the team this time, he had some guesses about the plot in the original work. This time, it is estimated that many Uzumaki people will be able to escape. After all, an ordinary girl like Fuzu can run away and hide in the rain country to give birth to Nagato, so the possibility of other ninjas escaping is still very high. Uzumaki Keiran's mother may also be in the team this time. However, after reaching the other side of the ocean, they were probably attacked again, causing all the members of the Uzumaki family to scatter and hide in different countries and villages. Most of them were found and killed while fleeing or in seclusion, or they disappeared from the Uzumaki name and never appeared again. However, with this successful escape, there will definitely be more people around watching the Uzumaki village, and it will be difficult for the Uzumaki family to imitate such an operation in the future. As for the Uzumaki Ashina group of conservatives, I am afraid they will never find a chance to escape until they die. Dake waited quietly until the sun set and the night fell. The originally silent Uzumaki family suddenly became agitated. "Master Dake, it's time to go." The door was opened, and Fuzu had already carried his bag. "Well, let's go, I don't have anything to bring." Dake nodded. He was not surprised at all that the Uzumaki family chose to escape at night. If it were an ordinary ninja, they would definitely not choose to escape at night when the vision is poor, but for the Uzumaki family with strong perception, the night has become their protective cloak. After arriving at the place, Doc found that there were not many people willing to escape with Uzumaki Morning Sun, only more than 50 people, of which more than 40 were young ninjas, and there were almost no ordinary people, who probably dared not go out to take risks. Uzumaki Morning Sun did not talk to Tobias. After all, it was not a good time now, and he nodded and prepared to act. "Leave from the side of the Uzumaki family, go around a big circle and go to the north bank to take a boat to the fire country. When we reach the fire country, we should be safe." Uzumaki Morning Sun was still encouraging his companions before leaving. Because there were still a few ordinary people in the team, the speed of the whole team could not be called fast in any way. What made Uzumaki Morning Sun a little concerned was that the green-haired man brought by Fuzu seemed to be in good physical condition. Even the genin of the Uzumaki family began to breathe heavily, but the man's breathing was not disordered. Swish! In the quiet forest, there were suddenly several more sounds of breaking through the air, which was no different from thunder in the ears of the Uzumaki family ninjas who were always vigilant. "We have been discovered. Go north with all your strength and do not engage in a fight with the enemy." Uzumaki Morning Sun frowned, but was not too panicked. When he came out, he had already arranged the formation, and there were young Jonin or Chunin guarding the front, back, left and right of the team. "No, Morning Sun, there are people in front." Suddenly, the ninja standing in the front for sensing and exploration stopped abruptly. The next moment, countless figures appeared in the depths of the forest in front, and people were rushing here from all directions. The news was leaked. Uzumaki Morning Sun smacked his lips, quickly formed seals with his hands, and 4 golden chains stretched out from his back and shot towards the surroundings, Vajra blockade. If it was only discovered by 1 or 2 people, it might be that the patrol area arranged by the other party was too large. But so many people were ambushed at once, so there must be a traitor in the Uzushio village who leaked the news. There was no time for Uzushio Morning Sun to think about who leaked it. Swish! 4 chains pierced into 4 chests, and in one move, all 4 ninjas flying towards this side were sent to the Pure Land. "Damn, failed. What should we do? Go back. The distance is not too far now. I'm afraid that countless ambushes have been set on the way back. After all, they are a group of young men, and they have begun to lose their composure when they encounter such a situation. I'll hold you back, you keep moving forward, as many as you can, run out as many as you can. Morning Sun. Hurry up, I don't know how long I can hold on." Morning Sun's face was cold and he did not hesitate. Since he was the one who brought these tribesmen out, he had to take responsibility. "Almost." Dake murmured, raised his hand and condensed a dark red light ball and threw it into the air. Squeak! As the strong sound whistled around, the dazzling light also illuminated the entire forest, and all the enemies were exposed at once. "Lord Dark!" Fuzu, who had been staying beside Dark, widened her eyes. It was obvious that she had always thought that Dark was an ordinary person. "Whirlpool Morning Sun." Dake ignored Fuzu and looked at the man who also set his eyes on him. "Are you willing to join Akatsuki with the Whirlpool family?" Akatsuki. Uzumaki Morning Sun had never heard of this name. He was extremely confused now, and even suspected that it was Dark who exposed the news. "Kill them." "No, catch them alive and bring them back to the village to keep them captive. You know the physique of the Uzumaki family, right? Do it. Buzz. The dark red translucent domineering aura centered on Dark radiated out, instantly shocking all the enemies within a kilometer of Hone. What is this? The people of the Uzumaki family looked at Dark blankly. The sounds of falling around and the enemies made them feel incomparable shock. Now there are 3 choices in front of you. One is to continue to leave, the second is to take people back, and the third is to follow me. I will find someone to protect you and give you the opportunity to come back and save the Uzushio village in person. Dark stretched out 3 fingers in front of everyone. Then, he grabbed Fuzu and made a gesture of leaving immediately. Morning Sunday. XN. The surrounding ninjas all looked at Morning Sun, with expectations in their eyes. Uzumaki Morning Sun struggled. He didn't know Dark's background, and didn't know what Akatsuki was. He was worried that he had led his people into a trap or even hell, and Dark's strength didn't seem to be something they could contend with. After his overheated brain cooled down, he realized the impulse of his behavior this time. But the road ahead and behind was unknown, and no one knew what they would face in the first 2 choices. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Uzumaki Morning Sun finally sighed, clenched his fists and decided to take a gamble. If you lose the bet, you die. If you win the bet, you will be the hero of the Uzumaki family, the next clan leader, and be included in the family tree. My lord, please take us away. Chapter 310 Another descendant of Indra? 30 days have passed since Madara and Izuna began to capture the tailed beasts. 3 things delayed them along the way. One thing was to go to the border of the Land of Water to find the descendants of the Snow family. The other 2 things were to find the descendants of the Blood River family and the Blood Pond family. The Blood River family has the blood limit red eyes that can restrain the Byakugan. But unfortunately, Madara and Izuna did not find any descendants of the Blood River family. They may have been killed by the Hyuga family. This matter can be traced back to the Uchiha family and the Hago Romo family. It is time to join forces to fight against the Senju family. Madara didn't know what means the Hyuga family used to destroy the Blood River family that restrained them, but judging from the results, it seemed that the Byan won. It took Madara and Izuna a lot of time to find the Blood River family, at least a week. Finally, the 2 brothers really lost their patience and gave up. The Blood Pond family has the blood limit Blood Dragon Eye. The way the Blood Dragon Eye opens is very similar to the Sharingan. Both open through strong emotional stimulation, and the pupil power after opening is the same as that of ordinary Sharingan. As for whether it can be promoted again, it is unclear. In terms of function, the Sharingan and the Blood Dragon Eye are also similar. They are both known as the hypnotic eyes in the ninja world. It is precisely because of so many similarities that there are unofficial stories that the Uchiha family and the Blood Dragon Eye family have the same roots and are distant blood relatives like the Senju family and the Uzumaki family. The Blood Dragon Eye can also turn humans into human bombs and use blood as a medium to release various ninjutsu, which is different from the Sharingan. The Blood Pond family is also a very old ninja clan in the Land of Fire. They don't want to join Konoha because they don't want to be in the same village as the Uchiha family. This is not to say that the Blood Pond family and the Uchiha family have any irreconcilable hatred. In fact, the Uchiha family and the Blood Pond family have almost no contact in the past. The reason why the Blood Pond family is unwilling to join Konoha is very simple. Konoha already has the Uchiha family with similar pupil effects. Even if they join Konoha, they will not gain a unique status. Instead, they may cause hatred from the Uchiha family, who originally had no feelings for them. When Konoha was established, Madara and Hashirama were already famous in the ninja world. The Uchiha family has the great Madara, so the Blood Pond family certainly does not want to provoke the Uchiha family. At that time, the leader of the Blood Pond family had the same plan as Uzumaki Ashina, looking for an opportunity to build a village. Therefore, the Blood Pond family still wandered around the Fire Country after Konoha was established. Hashirama Senju was unwilling to treat the Blood Pond family in a warlike manner, so he ignored them. This made the Blood Pond family feel relieved and fearless, and continued to run around in the Fire Country to avoid being destroyed by other ninja villages if they went to other countries. But this situation only lasted for more than 10 years. Because Hashirama Senju died for some unknown reason, and the second-generation Hokage Tobirama Senju took office and began to purge the ninja clans in the Fire Country. Either join or die. In just 2 or 3 years, many small clans such as the Yui family, the Shiranui family, and the Gekau family joined at that time. Shinobi clans like the Blood Pond, which also require strong emotional stimulation to open their eyes, have become a thorn in the eyes of Senju Tobirama, who regards them as bombs that are even more uncontrollable than the Uchiha family. And the way Senju Tobirama treated the Blood Pond family was also very ruthless. He asked the Uchiha family to imprison the Blood Pond family in the Hell Valley of the Land of Fire. It was not that Senju Tobirama did not want to destroy the Blood Pond family, but the First World War broke out a few years after he came to power. Other ninja villages could not bear to see the death of Senju Hashirama for a few years, and they launched a war directly after confirming the news. Therefore, the Blood Pond family was lucky to live to the time when Senju Tobirama died and the First World War ended. And because the Uchiha family did not have many people to look after the Hell Valley during the war, this gave the Blood Pond family an opportunity to escape. After leaving Jigakudani, the Blood Pond family headed eastward, determined to leave the Land of Fire, cross the sea and go to the small countries on the sea to build villages and become mountain kings. In the original work, when the Blood Pond family arrived at the border of the Land of Fire, they would meet the ninjas waiting in Konoha, and Shimura Danzo would personally lead the team to wait, and they would be reimprisoned in Jigakudani. In terms of the treatment of the Blood Pond family, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also had differences. Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to let it go first, let Konoha take a break, treat the Blood Pond family as gently as possible, and it would be best to incorporate the Blood Pond family into Konoha. And Shimura Danzo planned to let the Uchiha family and the Blood Pond family fight each other, consume the combat power of the two clans, and deduct some blood dragon eyes for research. The two competed for a long time, and when Danzo finally compromised, he found that the Blood Pond family had been destroyed in Jigakudani. The person who did it was a member of the Blood Pond family, and later the president of the Keiki real estate named Miyaki N. Now, because of the recent news that Uchiha Madara and Izuna were everywhere snatching tailed beasts in the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo did not dare to leave the weak Konoha for a while, lest Uzumaki Mito be attacked and Nine Tails be taken away. Which one is more important, the Eddles or the Blood Pond family? The two of them are of the same mind on this matter, so they temporarily ignore the Blood Pond family. But isn't this a coincidence? After coming out of the Land of Water, the brothers Madara and Izuna landed from the easternmost part of the Land of Fire, and happened to meet the Blood Pond family who were preparing to land/crossing the sea. When the people of the Blood Pond family saw the brothers Madara and Izuna, they were shocked at first. Then they turned around dejectedly, as if they were going to return to the Hell Valley on their own. Madara and Izuna didn't know what the people of the Blood Pond family thought, and they didn't care. Madara directly stated his purpose, asking the people of the Blood Pond family whether they were willing to join Akatsuki and become his subordinates, and bluntly stated that he and the brothers Izuna had been abandoned by the Uchiha family. The people of the Blood Pond family looked at each other, their eyes full of ecstasy, and knelt on one knee on the spot to express their loyalty. The Blood Pond family is the same as the Uchiha in this respect, that is, they worship the strong. And Madara and Izuna can easily become the objects of worship of the Blood Pond family. The number of remaining members of the Blood Pond family is much larger than that of the Snow family, with a total of 700 members. Madara and Izuna had a headache seeing such a large group of red eyes following behind them. The blood dragon eyes of the Blood Pond family are much more conspicuous than their Sharingan, and each person has 2 red light bulbs hanging on his head. With such a group of people wandering in the territory of the Land of Fire, they were discovered before they even reached Konoha. Nissen, what should we do? Send them to the Hidden Rain village first. Izuna looked at Madara beside him. Whether it was the Snow family or the Blood Pond family, they were all Madara said they were looking for. Whether Madara wanted to give Dark a surprise, or realized that one person could not accomplish anything in recent years, in short, the arrival of these people should be attributed to Madara. It's too troublesome, just take him to Konoha directly. Madara shook his head, then grinned. Didn't Dark say that he wanted to make it as sensational as possible? This is sensational enough, isn't it? Ah ha ha ha, Nissan is so mean. I'm really curious about the expressions of Konoha's Uchiha family when they see the group of Blood Pond family behind us brothers. Izuna held his forehead and laughed wildly, but if that's the case, wouldn't it mean that Shimura Danzo will be killed in front of Konoha? They won't just watch it. Let's attack together, and see who will react faster, or that kid will die faster. Madara is not worried about this at all. Killing Konoha's people in front of Konoha is just not difficult in the eyes of the 2 brothers Madara and Izuna. Oh? Will there be a war? If it's just the 2 of us, it's okay, but... Izuna frowned, a little worried. He cares about the lives of his companions. The Blood Pond family is fine. There are more than 200 ninjas, including more than a dozen jonins, which is a very high ratio. The average strength is very strong, not weaker than their Uchiha family, and even stronger. Because they are both open-eyed, the Uchiha family may only have 1 Megatama, but the Blood Dragon Eye is fully open, which is equivalent to the pupil power of the Blood Sharingan with 3 Megatama, but it is not easy to control and needs to be honed in battle. As for the 7 or 8 people of the Snow family, they are just ordinary children and have no fighting power. They dare not. Banara smiled and pursed his lips. Izuna died early, and Madara left the village in the 2nd year of Konoha, and watched Konoha all the way to now, so he knew very well what the current situation of Konoha was. Okay, you know it. Izuna must have full trust in Madara, no longer thinking about Konoha's affairs, but looking at the head of the Blood Pond family beside him. The head of the Blood Pond family is a middle-aged man in his 30s, Blood Pond Sunset. The strength of Blood Pond Sunset is very good, at least on par with the current head of the Hyuga family in Konoha, or the current head of the Uchiha family. Nissen, I heard from Dark that he suspected that the Blood Dragon Eye was related to Indra like our Sharingan, so is it possible that they can also evolve into a Mangeki? Kwane asked Madara beside him quietly. I don't know. Madara didn't know, but he was a little concerned. He asked Dark at the time, and the latter said that the Blood Pond family was destroyed a long time ago, and no one opened the Mangeki until it was destroyed, so there was no way to know this. Oh. Kwane responded without interest. He was still a little friendly to the people of the Blood Pond family. Because the people of the Blood Pond family gave him a feeling a bit like the people of the Uchiha family before. Everyone is a calm lunatic. Chapter 311 Minotaur Family. Konoha, Hokage Office Building. Sandaime-sama. The Blood Pond family is coming to Konoha. AANBU Ninja suddenly appeared in the quiet office. In fact, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the 3rd Hokage yet, but the acting Hokage appointed by Senju Tobirama. It will take a few more years for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be in Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Sasaki. With the support of the older generation of ninjas such as the assistant, he officially succeeded to the position of Hokage. However, in fact, the people of Konoha have already tacitly accepted that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the 3rd Hokage, and there are similar situations in several other villages. For example, the 2nd Raikage who died with Senju Tobirama died too suddenly, so the 3rd AI suddenly took the position of Hokage without psychological preparation. What? How could they come back? The young Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Glare. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe in the resurrection of Madara and Izuna, not to mention that someone said that it was not the eyes of the Sharingan, so he didn't believe it even more. He always believed that the people who were hunting the tailed beasts everywhere must be someone who secretly disguised themselves as Madara and Izuna, and then spread the false information that Konoha was going to do something big again. He and Shimura Danzo didn't go out to stop the people of the Blood Pond family not only because they were worried that the Nine Tails would be taken away, but also to let people from other villages know that even they were on guard against these two people. If they go out to capture the members of the Blood Pond family, not only will they face the risk of Nine Tails being taken away, but they will also be regarded as fearless by people from other villages and be classified as the same camp as those two people. Faced with such a good opportunity to escape, the Blood Pond family came back and came directly to Konoha. Sandaime-sama, are these guys going to take revenge? Die with us? There was a little worry in the voice of the Anbu ninja. Konoha is now so empty that the only strong men who can be used are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Kagami, and the strong men of Konoha, Orochimaru's parents, all died in the battle. Mito Kato-en, Udaten Chloe, Sarutobi Suzuki. These people were also seriously injured in the battle and have not recovered yet. The Blood Pond family has a crazy ninjutsu that can turn humans into human bombs. It can be said that each of them is a human bomb with the skill self-destruct. Not only that, the ninjas of the Blood Pond family will turn into the power of their companions after their death, and all their blood will become the medium for their companions to release the blood secret technique. If the Blood Pond family really came to Konoha with the idea of dying together, then Konoha might be in big trouble. Immediately gather all the uninjured middle and upper ninjas, come with me and take a look. In his youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a person who dragged his feet and looked back and forth. He put down his work, put on the Hokage hat and set off directly. A quarter of an hour later. The entrance of Konoha village is 3 kilometers away. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood here with about hundreds of ninjas, staring blankly at the two people not far ahead. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna. How is it possible? Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils kept trembling, and beads of sweat were already flowing down his forehead. At the same time, he murmured, "Immortal reincarnation? But isn't that a flawed technique? How could it be resurrected like this? Monkey! Aren't these two old guys dead?" Beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura clenched his fists and swallowed his saliva. No wonder the two were so panicked, because they knew too much. As two people who were born when the Senju and Uchiha were still at war, Hiruzen and Danzo knew too well the grievances between the two brothers and Konoha. Especially, the grievances with their teacher Tobirama Senju. Similarly, they also knew how powerful these two people were. When Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha fought in the Valley of the End, even Konoha could feel the aftermath like earthquake. Uchiha Izuna is the man their teacher Senju Tobirama mentioned the most. Even the teacher had to admit that Izuna was powerful. They were sure that the people who plundered the tailed beasts outside could not be Uchiha Madara and Izuna. Although Uchiha Izuna's body could not be found, Uchiha Madara's body was still lying in Konoha. How could he catch the tailed beasts outside? Because the appearance of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna was too shocking, all the ninjas in Konoha ignored the large group of red eyes standing behind the two brothers. Except Uchiha. Ah! If I'm not mistaken, those are Madara-sama and Izuna-sama, right? It's not Izuna-sama. Look at Madara-sama's Manjiki, it seems to have returned to its original state. So both adults are resurrected. No, the problem is this? Isn't the problem that we are standing in the opposite position to that Blood Pond family? There are not many ninjas in the Uchiha family who can still move, and those who come are all Chunin. Because the powerful fighting force was sent to the front line by Senju Tobirama during World War I, many were injured and killed in battle. The clansmen of the Uchiha family dared to be angry but not to speak, and suffered great injustice. Now seeing the appearance of Madara and Izuna, they should have gone up to complain. But when they saw another person standing behind Madara and Izuna, when the group's eyes were red, the whole person was not good. They didn't know how to describe this feeling, it was just weird, and there was a little green on the top of their heads. Ah ha ha ha, Nissan, look at their expressions. Izuna was originally maintaining a cold face, but when he saw the expressions of the Uchiha family, he couldn't hold it anymore. Banara glanced helplessly at his unreliable brother. Izuna is a person who treats feelings very straightforwardly. Whoever is a companion, he will be gentle to them, whoever is an enemy, he will madly mock. Now the Uchiha family is obviously no longer regarded as a companion by him. The people of the Blood Pond family also looked up proudly at the Uchiha with their noses. The adults you are proud of have become the adults of our Blood Pond family, hee. They were so angry. Some of the Uchiha people who came here were so angry that they changed from single Megatama to double Megatama. I really want to beat those guys up. Yes, they are just a bunch of prisoners. I don't know what they are so proud of. Madara and Izuna are members of our Uchiha family. I don't know what they are so proud of from the Blood Pond family. Humph, don't call us the Blood Pond family anymore. Call us the Minotaur family. The people of the Uchiha family were so jealous. At the same time, some of the older Uchiha couldn't help but lower their heads. They didn't dare to look at Madara and Izuna, for fear of being recognized by them. Because, it was these people who didn't choose to leave with Madara, which led to the embarrassing status of Uchiha in Konoha now. Many young Uchiha born after the first year of Konoha were inexplicably excluded by the children of Shimura, Sarutobi and other ninja clans in the village. They didn't know why. Their tsundere nature also controlled these children to not ask and just keep it to themselves. However, it was also thanks to them not asking, otherwise the older generation of Uchiha would not know how to explain all this. Long time no see, two disciples of Senju Tobirama. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had no intention of speaking, Madara stared at the two with a pair of manjiki, which made the two people's backs cold. Nissan, let's do it. Izuna's words instantly made all the ninjas in Konoha feel like they were facing a great enemy. Uchiha Madara, what do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly squatted on the ground and summoned the summoning beast Yuromo, looking at Uchiha Madara vigilantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time was a state of daring to fight and die, and the will of fire burned to the extreme. If Uchiha Madara really planned to attack Konoha and Nine Tails, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely fight Madara to death. What else could it be? Nine Tails. Shimura Danzo made seals with both hands and was ready to attack, but at the same time, he kept an eye on the Uchiha family. He didn't trust this group of people in the first place, and now that the brothers Madara and Izuna appeared, he trusted them even less. Yet, as Madara responded to Izuna, the two brothers disappeared from the spot. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't see the whereabouts of the two, but he could sense that Madara and Izuna's target was around him. And there was only one person around him. Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hesitate. After sensing the murderous aura directed at Danzo, he immediately swung the Saruman that had turned into a golden hoop towards Danzo. Shimura Danzo didn't expect that Madara and Izuna were coming towards him. He was so worried about what the Uchiha family was going to do next, whether they would betray Konoha and leave with the two brothers, that he didn't even realize that the two had already attacked. Bang! Madara was even faster, and he dodged between Hiruzen and Danzo, and kicked them both to the sides. The force was so strong that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo vomited blood and flew to both sides. Fire style, Kagutsuki. At this time, Izuna also used a body flash technique to suddenly appear above Danzo's head in midair. The black flames formed a samurai sword that Izuna held in her hand and slashed down. Swish! Danzo's head was separated from his body after just one encounter. Uchiha Madara could fight with Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama found Uchiha Izuna's flaw only after he developed Flying Thunder God. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had not reached their peak strength. How could they be the opponents of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna when they were not even at their peak strength? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious when he saw his companions died. He made hand seals and planned to fight with Madara and Izuna. That guy Dark was wrong about one thing. However, Madara did not take Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously at all. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at Shimura Danzo's body. Izuna did not speak, because he also felt it. Madara bent down and picked up Danzo's body, and took out a transparent glass jar from his arms. In the glass jar, there was a pair of 3 Magatama blood-red eyes with bloodshot. It was the appearance of this pair of eyes that froze the scene, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped making hand seals. Chapter 312 The Split Uchiha. Nissan, what's going on? Izuna let the blood flow down from his eyes. Flame release. Kagutsuki is a Manjiki eye technique that consumes very little eye power, at least much less than Amaterasu and Kota Amatsukami, so Izuna now only looks miserable from the outside, but in fact, her eyesight has not decreased much. After seeing Izuna's Manjiki eye technique, the members of the Uchiha family were all a little excited. The Manjiki has not become so mysterious in the Uchiha family. At least some elders in the family occasionally talk about the ultimate form and powerful power of Madara and Izuna's Sharingan. For the Uchiha family who admire the strong, the two brothers Madara and Izuna who have Manjiki are really cool. This guy has already attacked the people of the Uchiha family. Madara glanced at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and the Sharingan inside was extremely vivid. According to what Dark said before, Shimura Danzo should have started to attack the Uchiha family after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage and allowed Danzo to take charge of the route. But now the time is obviously much earlier than what Dark said. But Madara didn't care much, anyway, Danzo was going to die. As for the Uchiha family ninjas, when they saw the Sharingan appear on Danzo's body, their faces instantly became extremely ugly, and their dark red eyes glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. They didn't know how Danzo got the Sharingan. If it wasn't some crooked way, then why didn't he give the Sharingan to the Uchiha family as soon as he got it? There are many ninjas in the Uchiha family who can't open their eyes or go blind when fighting on the battlefield, which leads to a significant decrease in combat effectiveness, or even lose the qualifications to become ninjas. But at this time, as long as they have a pair of Sharingan, their combat effectiveness can be restored to 80% or 90%. For people other than the Uchiha family, even if they have the Sharingan installed, it will cause a great burden on their bodies. Only their family bloodline can better control the Sharingan of others. The ninjas of the Uchiha family are very clear about this, so when Madara took out a pair of Sharingan from Danzo, they all subconsciously moved away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone in Konoha doesn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are in the same boat, and they all have a grudge against them, just like the second-generation Senju Tobirama. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen also has a new Sharingan hidden in his body. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the evidence of Shimura Danzo's murder of his own people in Uchiha Madara's hand, and his heart almost collapsed for a moment. He knew that Danzo had done some tricks in secret to become Hokage. But he didn't expect Danzo to attack his companions in his village. During the war, Tobirama Senju and he received news from the Anbu that some of the corpses of the Uchiha clan had their eyes taken away. At that time, they thought that the enemy village ninja took them back for research. But they didn't expect that even Danzo would take action. So, Konoha's third Hokage, what do you have to say about this kind of stuff? Izuna looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with some sarcasm. Izuna hated this disciple of Tobirama Senju very much, just like Tobirama Senju hated other people in the Uchiha family. Maybe that was just Danzo recycled from the hands of the enemy village ninja, and even if Danzo committed an unforgivable mistake, it should be handled by the village and me, the acting Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was still on his old friend's side. Just like in the future, he clearly found that Danzo had done many wrong things, but basically turned a blind eye or gave a small punishment. Had. Izuna smiled disdainfully. Okay, then, are you still going to go to war with us? Madara didn't intend to sneer at Sarutobi Hiruzen like Izuna did, but just glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha ninjas behind him. Gudong. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, many ninjas couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and breathing became difficult. In an instant, they killed the powerful Shimura Danzo. How could they be opponents of such an opponent? Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. His former companions were killed in front of him, but he could do nothing. He really wanted to give an order and lead the ninjas behind him to attack Madara and Izuna, but the Hokage hat on his head, the weak village behind him, the fearful subordinates around him, and the defensive eyes of the Uchiha family and the hateful eyes of the Blood Pond family. All of this weighed on him, telling him, Konoha can't afford this battle. Humph, let's go. Madara grinned without any surprise. This is the Hokage, who must consider everything and cannot implicate his companions and the village he protects for a taboo ninja. In the past, Madara was the head of the Uchiha family, and also he had faced such a choice. The Senju family killed many of his brothers, but as the head of the clan, he still had to consider the future of the remaining clan members and chose to form an alliance with the Senju family and cease fire. This is a problem that the leader will have to face sooner or later. Lord Madara, Lord Izuna. When Madara and Izuna turned around and prepared to leave, some footsteps suddenly came from behind. They turned around and saw that it was the young Uchiha clan members. Lord Madara, please take us away. We don't want to stay in Konoha anymore. Everyone rejects us. The leading young Uchiha looked only 14 or 15 years old, but he was already wearing a vest of a senior ninja. He was obviously a mega genius of the Uchiha family. His face was full of determination at the moment. Of course, he knew very well that if Madara and Izuna rejected him at this moment, then those who stood up at this moment would have no place to stand in Konoha. The look of Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of Konoha ninjas eating flies in the back was enough to prove it. In their eyes, these Uchiha are a bunch of traitors. Are you thinking about leaving with Nissan now? Why didn't you leave when Nissan wanted to take you away? Izuna didn't give these juniors any face at all. Those are the decisions of the elders, not ours. If I knew that the Uchiha would encounter such unequal treatment in Konoha, I would definitely call on the clan members to leave with Lord Madara. The young Uchiha had no memory of what happened 19 years ago. He was not even born at that time. Even this matter was heard from an old Uchiha because he was talented enough. In fact, the division between the Uchiha Hawks and Doves also started with the unequal treatment of the second-generation Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Kagami gradually divided the Uchiha. Uchiha Setsuna was extremely dissatisfied with Senju Tobirama's governance, so he planned to lead the Uchiha family to seize power from Senju. Uchiha Kagami encouraged his clansmen to get along with the people of Konoha village in a friendly way, and used love to influence the villagers of Konoha to gain recognition. This young Uchiha heard about the original incident from Uchiha Setsuna, and he is also a hawkish Uchiha. Madara is still in a complicated mood now. He has thought about it before. 19 years ago, when he turned around and left, those Uchiha clansmen could call him like now. Madara-sama. XN. Other young Uchiha present obviously intended to follow Madara and leave. The strength of Madara and Izuna, the targeting of Konoha, and the pride of the Blood Pond family all mixed together, making them not want to stay here any longer. Madara was still silent. The Uchiha present were all a little anxious, and even some of the Konoha ninjas behind them even had mocking expressions on their faces. But most of the ninjas were relieved. Unlike ordinary Konoha villagers and some big ninjas, the Uchiha family is quite popular among ordinary ninjas. Although the Uchiha family is arrogant, they are reliable as companions and saved many people on the battlefield of World War I. Nisan, we are still short of strength in Akatsuki. Take them with you. Izuna suddenly said at this time. Banara glanced at his brother, who turned his head to look at the horizon with a guilty conscience. Izuna finally softened his heart. Then you follow me. Banara nodded and decided to listen to his brother's opinion. We can't let the Uchiha family be exterminated in Konoha. Banara actually didn't consider that Dark said that the biggest culprit of the Uchiha's extinction was Danzo and he who was deceived by Zetsu. Now that Danzo is dead, although Black Zetsu has not appeared yet, he will die. The possibility of the Uchiha family being exterminated is almost zero. As for the soft-hearted nature of old Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will never want to destroy the Uchiha like Danzo in the future. Even if he is anxious, he will not want to kill the Uchiha. The worst situation in the future is that the hawkish faction led by Uchiha Setsuna will go to war with Konoha, but they will never be Konoha's opponent. At most, the hawkish Uchiha will be locked up or killed, while the dove Uchiha will still survive. Great, wait a moment, sir. I still have family in the village. Me too. My godfather Shimura on the hospital bed also wants to come. And my godmother from the Senju family. And my girlfriend from the Sarutobi family. A quarter of an hour later. Madara. Looking at the large group of people in front of him, let alone Madara, even the people from Izuna and the Blood Pond family were dumbfounded. They thought there would be at most dozens of them, but who knew that there were more than 300 people. After the First World War, the Uchiha family was the ninja clan that suffered the most losses in Konoha. Now, the total number of the entire clan is almost the same as that of the Blood Pond family, about 700 to 800 people, which means that half of them have come out. There are also some people who are not from the Uchiha family, but are relatives of the Uchiha family who have no blood relationship, and they were instigated to leave. The most outrageous thing is that there are even members of the Inyazuka family in these groups. Lies dog, a Barame family's bug. I see you have a wide range of friends in Konoha, so why don't you stay here? Even Izuna was shocked when she saw this. I really don't know what the Uchiha family has become after he and Nisan left. Do they really want to take such Uchiha away with them? Lord Madara. Lord Izuna. It's so great to see you again. Some old Uchiha were so moved that they trembled and shed tears when they saw that it was really Madara and Izuna. They regretted that they didn't leave with Madara and kept apologizing with tears. Chapter 313, A Brand New Akatsuki. When Madara and Izuna left with more than 300 people, don't mention how ugly the faces of the people in Konoha were. After returning, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take the remaining Uchiha family to vent his anger. After dealing with Danzo's affairs, he locked himself in the Hokage's office. The next day, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced a new policy. From now on, the members of the Konoha Police Department will no longer be all members of the Uchiha family, and other ninjas in the village can also join. Half of the remaining Uchiha ninjas in the Konoha Police Department were dispatched to other departments, and even the Anbua drew 2 or 3 Uchiha family ninjas to insert them. This was the solution that the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of after the Uchiha family was destroyed. The position of the Konoha Police Department is too hateful, especially those Uchiha who are arrogant and proud, and will not listen to the explanations of ordinary villagers. They just act according to the incomplete and half-baked laws of Konoha. Naturally, they are not liked by the villagers and are constantly excluded. Now that the Uchiha family is dispersed to various departments, the Uchiha can build good relationships with the ninjas in the village and other ninja clans and deepen bonds. In this way, the Uchiha family will have a sense of belonging to Konoha, and will not leave with Madara and Izuna as easily as yesterday. For this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen even visited the leader of the Uchiha Pigeon faction, who is also the current patriarch of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Fugaku's father, in the middle of the night to negotiate all night. The Uchiha family's originally absent-minded and worried ninjas only saw the patriarch and Sarutobi Hiruzen saying goodbye hand in hand in the early morning. Madara and Izuna did not expect that they took away some Uchiha and made the living environment of the remaining Uchiha in Konoha much better. In the end, they even integrated into Konoha and became a real part of it. In the Rain Country, on the lake at the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave, the Akatsuki organization finally ushered in its first assembly 1 month after its establishment. When Hanzo and Kakuzu arrived here, their eyes were full of shock. They couldn't imagine what the Uchiha brothers and Dark had done in the past month. Recently, the ninja world only said that Madara and Izuna were resurrected and were catching tailed beasts everywhere. The last news was a week ago. Madara and Izuna broke through the gate of Tsunagakuer, blew up the prison of Tsunagakuer and left with the Onet-ailed Jinchuriki. After blowing up the prison, the second-generation Kazekage shaman who was outside the village rushed back and said nothing about this matter. Although the second-generation Kazekage shaman of Tsunagakuer had no sense of existence and even died in Chiyo's mouth, he was the great contributor who made Tsunagakuer's strength second only to Konoha. He was the ancestor of puppetry and sand manipulation skills, and had excellent foresight and clear judgment of future situations. It is precisely because of this ability that Shaman has no intention of stopping Madara and Izuna from taking away the one-tailed Jinchuriki Fanficu. Instead, he greeted the two of them with laughter and made friends with them, as if they were good brothers. Shaman is the only one among the 5 Kage who has realized that there may be only one boss in the future of the ninja world. As for Fanficu, he is already an old man in his 50s. Although Fanficu has a good relationship with Shikaku and he can use Shikaku's power, Fanficu has no intention of resisting because he doesn't want to continue to be under house arrest. But if Madara and Izuna want to use Shikaku to do something cruel and evil, then Fanficu will immediately hand over his body to Shikaku and set Shikaku free, preferring to die with Madara and Izuna. After nearly a month, the brothers Madara and Izuna finally met Dark again. "You really gave me a big surprise." Dark took a look at the more than 1,000 people brought by the brothers. Uchiha family, Blood Pond family, Snow family. 3 bloodline limit families. You should know that the threshold for establishing a village in the ninja world is very low. Even a ninja clan can establish a village. Now they are Akatsuki, including the Uzumaki family. There are 4 special families. You too. Banara glanced at the dozens of young people from the Uzumaki family. In Banara's opinion, it is incredible that Dark can poach people from the Uzumaki family, Konoha's iron ally. Now Banara doesn't know what the Uzumaki family is facing. In such a situation, they didn't even know that the Uzumaki family had been abandoned by Konoha. Now there are 5 people standing quietly on a big rock in the middle of the lake. They are also the 5 people with the most say in Akatsuki. Dark, Madara, Izuna, Hanzo, Kakuzu. Of course, Dark can only be regarded as half a member of Akatsuki now. After all, he will leave in a while, and he will not become the top boss of Akatsuki until 38 years later. And Hanzo and Kakuzu are wearing masks. Since they have to show up in other fields, it is not suitable to reveal their identities to the people below. For example, Kakuzu is responsible for establishing a company to make money. If his identity is exposed, the people in the other 5 major villages know that this person is the finance minister of the snatch-tailed beast organization Akatsuki, then who in the 5 major villages dares to do business with him? I say, why not just integrate all the countries in the ninja world directly? We have the power to do so now. Kakuzu looked at the people below, his eyes full of excitement. When he joined Akatsuki, he learned that there were only 4 people in the entire organization, including him, and he thought it would be an extremely long road. But now, isn't it super close to their goal? With this power, plus the 3-tailed beasts, who in the ninja world that had just experienced a war could be their opponent? The man you found doesn't look very smart. Izuna taunted mercilessly, and now he has not recognized Kakuzu as a companion. What? Kakuzu's face turned cold. If he couldn't beat him, he would stab this guy with a kunao now. Hanzo next to him glanced at Kakuzu and shook his head secretly in his heart. Okay, stop arguing, everyone is still waiting for us to talk. Dark raised his hand to stop the two people from uproar, and then pulled Madara to the front. What for? Madara was a little confused, not knowing what Dark was going to do. Stupid, you are the leader of Akatsuki, of course you have to give a speech, think about what you want to say first. Dark shook his head speechlessly. Although Madara was once a clan leader, he still has a long way to go to become a good leader. Fortunately, there are Izuna and Hanzo to help. Kakuzu's words did not show any potential in managing talents. Morning Sun, you should have heard of Madara and Izuna. They are the leaders of Akatsuki. You should listen to their command in the future. Yes. Uzumaki Morning Sun was a little confused at first, and then quickly agreed. Now he is completely relieved in his heart, and even ecstatic in his heart. It's not just because of the existence of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, but more because there are 3 other ninjas next to them. We don't set up a ninja village, we are Akatsuki, there will be no ninja clan in the future, everyone is a companion, and there will be no clan leader from now on. Dark took the lead in announcing something that was difficult for everyone to accept. But this must be implemented. In an organization like Akatsuki, clan kinship must be abandoned as much as possible. Even if it takes some time for everyone to adapt, this is also a strategy that must be implemented. This is to promote the combination of blood and to prevent clan hatred and cliques in Akatsuki in the future. Let's take a ready-made example of blood combination, Uzumaki Boruto. Let's assume another example of blood combination, the descendants of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the descendants of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. How strong would they be? Then, give me a few more people. Uchiha Izuna, Madara's younger brother, the deputy leader of Akatsuki, was once known as the flawless ninja in the ninja world. I believe you should be familiar with him. The two here are also famous people in the ninja world, but I can't let you know their identities for the time being. They are responsible for talent management and financial management respectively. Dake deliberately kept it a secret when talking about Hanzo and Kakuzu, just to let everyone guess. Both Madara and Izuna are still alive, so will these two people be Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama? Or are these two people also strong men of the Uchiha family or other strong men in the past of the ninja world? Such speculation will make the people below feel more proud and respectful of the existence of Akatsuki, making it easier for Madara and Izuna to manage the organization in the future. Dake is really worried about Akatsuki. Then, next, let the leader Madara introduce you to what Akatsuki was established for. After saying this, Dark took a few steps back and pushed Madara forward. Madara stared blankly at the thousands of people watching him below. He had never thought that he would have so many followers and work hard for his dream together. Madara, say something. That's right. Madara, you are my idol. Should we go and destroy Konoha first? Some hawkish members in the Uchiha family spoke excitedly, and the Blood Pond family next to them also made a fuss when they heard that Konoha was going to be destroyed. It's a joke. The Blood Pond family has been imprisoned by Konoha for 4 or 5 years, and they are not allowed to make trouble, right? Only the young people of the Uzumaki family and the children of the Snow family looked a little embarrassed. Izuna listened to these words and looked at his Nissan with a strange look. He was really curious about what Madara did after his death that made these Uchiha have such a brutal impression of him. And Madara certainly wouldn't say that he manipulated Nine Tails to attack Konoha 10 years ago. Akatsuki exists for peace. After taking a deep breath, Madara finally spoke. I have led the Uchiha family to fight for more than 10 years and have been away from Konoha for nearly 20 years. I have not gained much, but I have also learned a lot. At least I have remembered a few truths. What makes me happy is the company of my family, the smiles of my best friends, and the trust of my clan members, and these only exist in peacetime. There is nothing to show off about powerful military force. I can trample everyone under my feet, but that me will not be able to see these things. I am the leader of Akatsuki, which means that I will stand in front of you before the disaster comes, and I will try my best to give you a better living environment. I want everyone in the ninja world to find their own happiness, so I need to bring peace to the ninja world first. Creating peace requires more talent than starting a war, and Akatsuki must take on the responsibility of creating a peaceful and prosperous ninja world. I don't have such talent alone, and I can't realize my own dream, so I need your helping hand. Chapter 314 Akatsuki's Pokemon. Time quickly came to a week later. Not much happened during this week, mainly managing and allocating the 4 tribes. First, rules. An organization cannot run without rules. Several people discussed this point. Dark copied some rules of the Pokemon League. Basically, they are based on peace and friendship and prohibiting betrayal. Secondly, the place where the 4 tribes usually live needs to be resolved. Dark and the other 5 had some disagreements when discussing the residents of the 4 tribes. Madara and Hanzo wanted to place the 4 tribes in the Rain Village. Madara didn't want these people to run around with them, but Hanzo was there to protect their safety. Since he made a promise, he must give these people a safe enough living environment. Hanzo thought that this would strengthen the power of their Rain Village and gain a status equal to the 5 major villages. The people who opposed it were Dark and Izuna. Dark had said before that he didn't want to build a village. The living environment of the ninja village was not conducive to breaking up the ninja clans and promoting the integration of the clans. On the contrary, it was easy for these ninja clans to form a group again and compete for the position in the village, causing internal friction. Izuna didn't want to reveal that the Hidden Rain Village was part of Akatsuki. The Hidden Rain Village was surrounded by the 3 major countries. It could be easily attacked from any angle. Exposing it now might cause the other 3 major villages to join forces and attack. By then, even if Madara, Izuna, Kakuzu, and Hanzo each defended one direction, they would still be in big trouble. Because the Hidden Rain Village didn't have the numbers or resources to support them in such a big war. Besides, the Akatsuki organization was established to prevent wars from happening, not to breed them. As for Kakuzu, when the 4 of them were in a meeting, he was responsible for taking care of the baby next to them. What baby? The Pokemon of the 4 of them. A month ago, I didn't reveal my existence because Akatsuki had no one available and had to secretly transfer talents, but today is different. With the addition of these 4 clans and the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village, there is no shortage of manpower. Hanzo is very covetous of the 4 clans. In addition to the tailed beasts, there are no bloodline limit ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village. Also, regarding the problem you mentioned, Dark, I will disperse the 4 clans to various parts of the Hidden Rain Village. I will not let them stick together, and there will be no such thing as clan land. This is Hanzo's idea. He also hopes to leave some of the bloodline limits of the 4 clans to the descendants of the Hidden Rain Village ninjas. The 4 clans sticking together is also not what he wants to see. Hanzo's words made Dark and Izuna silent for a while. It seems feasible. Don't worry, they won't dare to start a war for at least 10 years, especially the Sand Village. The second Kazekage is a far-sighted guy and won't think too much. Madara also tends to let the 4 clans settle down. Besides, Dark, didn't you say that you want to make Akatsuki famous? Exposing the identities of Hanzo and Kakuzu, plus the fact that Yugakure joins the management of Akatsuki, this news is enough to let every corner of the ninja world know about Akatsuki. Madara's statement is also correct. Once the name of Yugakure is known, it may attract more talents and ordinary people from covet peace to come, and then our Akatsuki's power can be strengthened again. Hanzo continued to add fuel to the fire. Finally, Dark and Izuna looked at each other and decided to do what Madara and Hanzo said. The Uzumaki family, the Uchiha family, the Blood Pond family, and the Snow family have become part of Yugakure, and Yugakure is part of Akatsuki. The relationship between Akatsuki and Yugakure is equivalent to the relationship between the Pokemon Alliance and the Navy. What do you think about the one-tail Jinchuriki? I would just kill him and get the one tail out. Kakuzu saw the four people finished their conversation and brought up another topic. One-tail Jinchuriki, Fuku. After Fuku heard what Madara said a week ago, he has been alone. He thought Madara and Izuna were using Shikaku's power to do bad things, but he never thought it was for peace. When it comes to peace, the heart is filled with great love. Fubuko is naturally willing to contribute his strength and volunteer to become a member of Akatsuki. But when Madara and others told him that there would be a war before peace, Fubuko must be prepared to kill many people before joining Akatsuki to welcome the arrival of peace, otherwise he would stay in the Hidden Rain village as an ordinary person. The power of the one-tail is not necessary for Akatsuki. They caught the tailed beast to prevent other ninja villages from thinking that they were good enough and could compete with other villages. He has made psychological preparations and decided to join. Hanzo replied. This week, he and Dark went to Fubuko every day. The two leaders instilled peace ideas into Fubuko and finally persuaded Fubuko to join. Well, very good, then about the three-tail and the seven-tail, is it okay to put them in the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo? Madara nodded and continued to discuss the last matter. The three-tail and the seven-tail have been released for a talk during this week. Shijiki was very sensible and expressed his willingness to become a member of Akatsuki. He himself was a guy who didn't like war. Now that he didn't have to be imprisoned in the human body to become a chakra battery, he could enjoy the sun and rest outside. It was simply too good. Of course, he had no reason to refuse. But Isabu's stupid head was a little hard to turn around. However, after some persuasion from Madara, Isabu finally turned over a new leaf and decided to become Akatsuki's helper. But correspondingly, he couldn't be disturbed at ordinary times. He only came out when fighting. Usually he would stay at the bottom of the lake and eat small shrimps. No problem, there is a place for them to live in the Hidden Rain village. I will appease the people. Receiving one-tailed beast was a surprise, but receiving three-tailed beasts was a bit astonish. But fortunately, Hanzo saw that Madara, Izuna and Dark were also there, so he kept his composure. Then, announce this matter. With Madara's last words, this high-level meeting of Akatsuki was over. Hanzo couldn't wait to arrange the affairs of the four tribes, while Izuna and Darkrai went to find a place for the three-tail and seven-tail to live, and Kakuzu was responsible for using money and underground connections to promote these things. Only Dark, Madara and the four Pokemon of the four people were left in the cave. Madara's Growlithe, Izuna's Growlithe, Kakuzu's Tangela, Hanzo's Quillfish. The water and poison Quillfish is simply the most suitable Pokemon partner for Hanzo, the salamander. Hanzo is called the Master of Water Escape, no one can surpass it in the Book of the Master, including the Sea Escape Ninja Senju Tobirama. So in fact, Hanzo's best fighting method is to summon the summoning beast salamander Inobu to spray poison while using water escape ninjutsu to attack. And Quillfish, which can move freely in the water and is not afraid of poison, is obviously very suitable for Hanzo's fighting method. Even Hanzo praised the partner chosen by Dark and cherished him very much. Usually, the four of them would always carry their Pokemon with them. Especially Kakuzu, who treated Tangela as his own son and stayed with Tangela every day, fearing that the bonds would not be deep enough and he would be backstabbed in the future. The reason why the four little ones gathered here today was to let Dark check their physical development and ensure that there were no genetic diseases. There was no way, there was no professional machine here to observe the growth of the four little ones, only Dark could use the power of aura and psychic to detect the health status of the four little ones. Woof woof. When Madara was done with his work, the Growlithe rushed over directly. The two muddy claws slapped on Madara's trouser legs, leaving two paw prints. Because the Growlithe in the form of the Growlithe has the attribute of rock in addition to the fire attribute. So Madara's Growlithe especially likes to run to some rocky places and mountains to play. But it happened that the land of rain had continuous rain all year round, and the dust on the ground was soaked by the rain and turned into mud. Therefore, after Groliath went out to play, he would often come back with some mud on his feet. Ban just smiled dotingly and stretched out his hand to scratch the chin of little Groliath. Since Dark appeared, Ban has experienced two major changes. The first time was when Izuna was resurrected, and Ban had hope for the world again, and decided to bring peace in a gentler way. The second time was the arrival of Groliath. His innocent big eyes and energetic personality made Ban feel that he had another younger brother, but at the same time he also felt like a father. And it was the existence of Groliath that made Ban glimpse a corner of the Pokémon era mentioned by Dark. If the previous Ban just wanted peace to come, he didn't care what kind of era it would be after peace came. But now, he hopes that it can be an era that allows Groliath to live happily. Ban only shows this attitude to Groliath, and even Izuna can only enjoy such treatment when he is young. However, Izuna is so old now, so naturally he will not be jealous of a puppy, especially since he has a cute and lively puppy to take care of. Izuna's favorite thing to do is to let the two little Groliaths stay together and watch the two brothers playing intimately. This reminds Izuna of the memory of playing with Ban when he was a child. Yes, Ban and Izuna's Groliath are both male. Awoo! Izuna's little Groliath pounced over and lay directly on the back of the washing Kui Groliath, constantly licking the fluff on his head with his tongue. Tangela next to him used the vines on her body to hold Quillfish and come over. Quillfish is also a little pitiful. Because of the poisonous stings on their bodies, the two clingy Groliaths couldn't get close to him, and only Tangela, who was wearing a lot of vines, could play with Quillfish. How is it? No problem, they are all healthy little guys, and they can start training normally in a month. Training? Ban tilted his head in confusion. They are all new trainers, and they don't know how to train Pokémon. However, this is also what Dark will teach them in the next few days. Chapter 315 The Use of Pokémon's Chakra. Another month has passed. Hey, have you heard? Ah, you mean the Hidden Rain Village? Yes, it's terrible. That Hanzo is actually a senior cadre of the Akatsuki organization. No wonder the 5 major villages have never cared about the growth of the Hidden Rain Village. I think they are afraid. Of course they are afraid. The Hidden Rain Village has 4-tailed beasts, and there are also the 2 brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. I heard that recently there are ninjas everywhere in the ninja world going to the Hidden Rain Village to join Akatsuki. Since a week ago, the existence of Akatsuki and the Hidden Rain Village has been discussed everywhere in the ninja world. Even Hanzo is now called the 6th shadow of the Hidden Rain in the ninja world. However, except for the 2nd generation Kazekage shaman, the other 4 shadows of the other 5 major villages do not recognize this title, and even Hanzo himself does not regard himself as such. In a month, the strength of the Hidden Rain Village has indeed increased dramatically. First, Vulpix, who heard the news from somewhere, ran to the Hidden Rain Village from the Land of Water. After confirming the living conditions of the 3-tailed Isabu and the 7-tailed Shijiki, Vulpix joined decisively. Furthermore, as Madara said, Akatsuki and Yugakure put the news together, and immediately attracted a large number of wandering ninjas and refugees to seek refuge in the Land of Rain. The Hidden Rain Village has grown from a medium-sized ninja village with a total population of less than 3,000 to a population of nearly 20,000 a month later. With the continuous increase in population, the scale of the Hidden Rain Village has also been continuously expanding, and the number of ninjas is nearly 5,000, which makes Hanzo very happy. And that's not all, there are still a large number of people on the way to the Land of Rain. During this period, of course, some rebel ninjas from other ninja villages joined. These people will be subject to targeted investigation and interrogation. Only if it is ensured that the reasons for these people to become rebel ninjas are reasonable, they will be accepted. If they are extremely evil, they will be imprisoned and used as experimental subjects for future biological research. Those ordinary people who are unable to be accepted or unwilling to be accepted by the 5 major villages, the Hidden Rain Village will accept them all. This was the decision made by Dark. At first, except for Banfuku, the other 4 senior leaders of Akatsuki refused. Because ordinary people would waste a lot of financial resources, and they could not form combat power, which would only hinder Akatsuki's progress in creating peace. It would be better to find a place near the Rain Country to temporarily survive and wait for peace in the ninja world to come before accepting it. In fact, many ordinary people did this. Because there are 4-tailed beasts in the Hidden Rain Village, many ordinary people dare not go to the Hidden Rain Village, but only stay within the borders of the Hidden Rain Country. Now the Hidden Rain Country has become a war-forbidden area. Even if there is a very small-scale ninja battle on the border, the Hidden Rain Village will send people to investigate as soon as possible. The Hidden Rain Country itself is not big, and now there are so many ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village, it is not difficult to do such a thing. So in this month, the Hidden Rain Country has gradually been built into the most peaceful country in the ninja world, and its reputation has even surpassed the Fire Country, attracting countless businessmen, travelers, and refugees to go there. The only thing that cannot be compared is the environment of rain all year round. As for the reason why Dark must accept these ordinary people, it is because ordinary people can also form combat power. You should know that 99% of the ninja world is composed of ordinary people. In the future, this group of ordinary people will be the main group of trainers. Who dares to say that trainers are not combat power? A senior trainer will train 6 Pokemon that reach the middle and upper ninja level. At that time, a trainer in the ninja world will be a ninja team. After hearing this explanation, Madara and others understood Dark's intention. Now these refugees are treated with kindness and force. When peace comes in the future, these people can be trained immediately. Ready-made trainer resources, and the most important thing is that loyalty can be guaranteed to a certain extent. But this alone is not enough to make the Hidden Rain Village a ninja village that can rival the 5 major villages. The 5 major ninja villages have not only reached the pinnacle of the ninja world in terms of combat power, but the most important thing is population, policy, reputation, resources, and national strength. All aspects have reached a level that other ninja villages cannot match. As for the Hidden Rain Village, only the reputation, strength, and policy have met the standards. Among them, the policy aspect was not revised until Dark and others arrived to form a complete and reasonable plan. As for the others, 20,000 people seem to be a lot, but a mere 5,000 ninjas are not enough to fight a ninja world war. Also, the environment of the Hidden Rain Village is destined to limit the resources here, and it can only be improved when Madara and Izuna's Pokemon learn the move Sunny Day in the future. And, the most critical thing is that the national strength of the Rain Country is not good. The daimyo of the Land of Rain is almost a small transparent person in the ninja world, with zero sense of existence. In fact, the Land of Rain is very poor, and it doesn't even have money to pay protection fees to the Hidden Rain Village. These are the reasons why other big countries and villages do not recognize Hanzo as the shadow. However, Hanzo himself does not care much about this. The young Hanzo is not very enthusiastic about these empty reputations. In the Hidden Rain Village, Madara and Izuna are training 2 Growlithe in ninjutsu, and Dark is watching silently. Growlithe, keep your balance. Madara looked at the Growlithe stepping on the lake, and he was a little worried. After a month of patient teaching by Dark, Madara and the others also understood some common sense about Pokemon. The Growlithe of Fire and Rock is 4 times weak to water. Water is a very scary existence for the Growlithe in the Washing Green region. Usually, Madara gives Growlithe a bath like killing a pig. Woof! Growlithe confidently jumped twice on the water surface and completed the treading water training easily. Hey! Ban heaved a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Nissan, don't worry too much. Pokemon are born with the ability to use these energy bodies. The way chakra runs in their bodies is almost exactly the same as the behavior of their own attribute energy, so this kind of training is not difficult at all. Izuna couldn't help laughing at Madara's look, and pointed at his Growlithe who had already run to the top of the tree and howled. He was also worried when he first coached Growlithe for training, but soon he found that Growlithe's use of chakra was almost like a fish in water, and he could easily master it. Ban also discovered this. But Madara thought that his Growlithe was gifted, but Izuna didn't think so. Ban's Growlithe was a good boy type, and looked very smart. Izuna was just a husky like Zephyr, spitting out lickitung from his mouth all day long, and his eyes looked very wise, so Izuna couldn't believe that his Growlithe was actually a genius, so he went to Dark. This was the first time Dark had heard of such a situation. After all, the Pokémon that he had met before that could use chakra were only Charlottes. After using the power of Psychic and Aura to check, he found that the flow of chakra in the Pokémon's body was almost exactly the same as the attribute energy. The difference is that the central hub of chakra is in the heart, while the central hub of attribute energy is in the brain. Just slightly tune when using the two energies. So, all Pokémon are geniuses. When Madara learned about this, he raised his eyebrows. There are 361 chakra points in the human body, and the meridian system is complicated. There is almost no way to see chakra except for the white eyes of the Hyuga family. If humans want to use chakra, they can only learn, feel, and refine it from an early age without seeing it. Pokémon skips this step directly. As long as lance/crossing passes the infancy, they can immediately learn chakra and ninjutsu. But it is definitely difficult for Growlithe to use ninjutsu, and it seems that there will be no special ninjutsu for Pokémon in the short term. So chakra is destined to be only auxiliary energy for most Pokémon. Except for a few Pokémon. For example, Machamp has 4 hands. And Hypno, Mr. Mime, Jinx, and other Pokémon with 5 fingers can also use those ninjutsu as their main attack method. Nissan, watch out, the reason why Dark said Pokémon will become our beneficial partners is because of this. Izuna wanted to show off to Madara, so he raised his head and shouted to Growlithe who was howling at the top of the tree, "Stupid dog, come down." Woof. Growlithe climbed down the tree trunk with a silly smile. It should be said that Pokémon with chakra are really good at using environmental abilities. The lake and forest environment of the Pokémon battle competition may be a more suitable battlefield for these ninja Pokémon who can use chakra. Growlithe, use Ember. Izuna pointed forward and began to make seals with both hands. Swish. Growlithe opened his mouth and sprayed, and dots of ember spewed out of his mouth. Growlithe had just left its infancy, so the power of such ember was relatively weak. In order to adapt to the power of Growlithe's skills, Izuna only used a little bit of chakra and sprayed a miniature Great Fireball technique from his mouth. Ember combined with the Great Fireball technique, it seemed that there was no change, as if the Great Fireball technique swallowed ember. With Madara's eyesight, he could certainly detect changes that normal people could not observe. The actual power of the fireball was a little higher than he thought, mainly reflected in the rise in temperature. Skills combined with ninjutsu. Yes. Izuna grinned. This was his discovery, but at the same time he also reminded, but the skills released by Pokémon are very strange. I tried to combine skills with ninjutsu with your Growlithe, Nissan, but failed. Oh. Madara thought that as long as it was a fire skill, it could be combined with fire escape ninjutsu, but now it seems that it is not. The source of Pokémon's power is the feelings in the heart. Madara's Growlithe and you don't have enough bonds, so they can't achieve such a combination. Dark expressed his own views on this. The energy of Pokémon can be combined with the energy of the trainer. The most direct manifestation is the Bond's evolution of Ash and Greninja in the original work. Only when the two unify their minds can Greninja enter a new form. Leave note. Leave note. I'll take a day off today and play a little, zai. Chapter 316 Conquer the Uzumaki Family. The Land of Whirlpools. Kakuzu and a group of ninjas who had just landed on this small island were attacked, probably because they saw a few Uzumaki family ninjas such as Uzumaki Morning Sun in the team. Dark had promised Uzumaki Morning Sun before that if he brought the Uzumaki family to join Akatsuki, he would help him save the Uzumaki family. Now who in the ninja world doesn't know the existence of Akatsuki and the peace level of the Rain Country? The Uzumaki family, a group that loves health preservation, must be looking forward to joining it, especially when Konoha has been indifferent to their requests for help. When Uzumaki Morning Sun shows up with a large number of Akatsuki ninjas, he will immediately establish great prestige and fame in the Uzumaki family. The worship of the clan members and the position of the next clan leader are already set in stone. Damn it, why do you have to let me come? Uchiha Izuna is so idle all day long, why don't you let him come? Kakuzu kept complaining. Since joining Akatsuki, he has been very busy, but he also enjoys it. But the one here is ways to make money among them. The various new entertainment projects proposed by Dark make Kakuzu feel very profitable, such as an activity called foot bath. There are brothels in the ninja world, but those rich, powerful, and influential people generally don't come to such chaotic places. Basically, people from the middle and lower classes come. But it's not that those big guys don't want to come. It's because they don't dare to come because of face or the power of their other half. Even if they have many wives and concubines or countless male lovers, they still want to play wild, play flowery, and play once. In this case, they can only ask people to come to the house for a secret meeting. After all, other places are not safe and may be assassinated. But this is a little worse, there is no difference from the original, it is just a change of target. Then the place like Footbath, which is grand on the surface but actually hides mysteries, will become the favorite place of these big men. Especially for the store founded by Akatsuki, the strongest organization recognized by the ninja world now, let alone who dares to smash the place. Even if someone smashes the place, there is no need to worry about safety. After learning these contents, Kakuzu was like turning on some switch. All kinds of strange ideas even shocked Dark, and the latter also assured to hand over all the things here to him. However, in addition, other people also like to issue some tasks to Kakuzu, just using him as a tool. This time, the task of helping hand Uzumaki Morning Sun to rescue Uzumaki family was given to Kakuzu by Izuna. Of course Kakuzu was not happy. Why did Dark give him the task? Isn't this bullying? But there was no other way. Kakuzu couldn't beat Izuna. And in fact, this task was very easy for Kakuzu. He just had to follow him throughout the whole process to prevent any strong enemies from appearing. Even if he encounters an attack or an enemy, he doesn't need to take action. The number of ninjas assigned to Kakuzu by Izuna is still quite large. The total number is 500, and there are 10 jonins. 30 Uzumaki family ninjas, 30 Uchiha family ninjas, 40 Blood Pond family ninjas, and 400 ordinary ninjas from the Hidden Rain village, and finally a senior jonin Kakuzu who is the main force. With such a number of ninjas, let alone rescuing the Uzumaki family from a group of crooked melons and cracked dates, it is enough to attack the current Uzumaki family. Lord Kakuzu, we are almost there. Uzumaki Morning Sun also had the task of appeasing Kakuzu, the hot-impaired man, along the way. Yet, the group moved forward for a distance, but encountered an attack again about 3 kilometers away from Ozashio village. Fortunately, the ninjas of the Uzumaki family had sensed the news in advance and told their companions around them, so these ambushed ninjas not only did not attack them, but many of them died at the beginning. The blood flowing from those dead guys will become a helper for the ninjas of the Blood Pond family. Is that bloodline limit? The eyes of Kakuzu, who had been hiding in the dark and staring at the battlefield, suddenly lit up. The purpose of his following here is to take action when there are superstandard ninjas among the enemies. At present, the level of these people can be dealt with by the abilities of these subordinates. However, after seeing the ninja with bloodline limit, Kakuzu changed his mind and decided to take action. So that's what that guy meant. Kakuzu suddenly remembered that before setting off, Izuna said to him, "This operation will have a surprise for you." It seems that Izuna learned about this when collecting intelligence on this group of people, which is why Kakuzu led the team here. The cadres of Akatsuki have already informed other cadres of their detailed information of their abilities, and the purpose of this is to make it easier for others to take action when someone goes against their original intention in the future. In fact, it is mainly aimed at people other than Madara. First, from the original work, Madara is a man who will not change his will until his death, and he is always on the road of seeking peace. Second, even if they know the information about Madara, they are not opponents. After learning about the ability of the secret technique Earth Grudge, Izuna began to collect information about the strong bloodline limiters in the ninja world. Kakuzu can use the Earth Grudge to seize the heart of others for his own use, and use all the ninjutsu that the heart owner knew before his death. It is also one of the ultimate secret techniques in the ninja world. It has similarities with the Demon Gerilla technique developed by Hirako himself. However, which one of the Earth Grudge and the Demon Gerilla technique is stronger depends on personal opinion. Both can achieve the condition of immortality. The earthly blade can make Kakuzu achieve the effect of eternal life by replacing his heart, which is immortality in terms of lifespan. After absorbing 5 bloodline limit ninjas, the Katra technique will become immortal, and even Naruto's spiral shuriken will be ineffective, which is immortality in terms of defense. However, no matter which one, these two techniques will make the caster look strange. If Kakuzu collects the hearts of 5 bloodline limit strong men, then Kakuzu's strength will be stronger than in the original work. Izuna also found relevant information. Knowing that there is a bloodline limit ninja among the ninja group besieging the Uzushio village this time, Kakuzu was sent to lead the team. Hehe, a mud escape technique, let's call it mud escape, it should be a change in the nature of water escape and earth escape. Kakuzu quietly approached the target in secret. In his heart, this person's heart is already in his pocket. Mud style, mud bottomless technique. Although the mud-style ninja is a bloodline limit ninja, his strength is not strong. Ninjas born in small ninja villages without resources will also be limited. If they were born in Konoha, the bloodline limit must be at least a Jonin level, because such ninjas will be trained to be half-stallions. In fact, when ordinary ninja villages meet ninjas with heritable bloodline limits outside, they will also try to invite them. Some people, such as Hanzo, will directly kidnap people to do research and become studs. The mud-style ninja pressed his hands on the ground, and the originally solid land instantly turned into a pool of mud. The nearby rain-hidden village ninjas did not react immediately, so when the land became soft and sticky, they could no longer use their strength to jump and escape. Although the substitute technique and the instant body technique are only very low-level basic ninjutsu, they are still compulsory courses in ninja schools in large ninja villages, but not everyone in the ninja world can use them. Even some wandering ninjas who don't know any ninjutsu can call themselves ninjas just by throwing shurikens. However, these people will not have any problems. After all, Kakuzu has already made a move. Secret technique, heart capture. Kakuzu instantly came behind the mud escape ninja and stretched out his hand to pierce the back of the opponent's heart. Swish! A fresh heart was instantly taken out by Kakuzu, and then countless black lines emerged from Kakuzu's body, constricting the heart and replacing it with a heart in Kakuzu's body. The heart that Kakuzu replaced was the one with water-attributed chakra. Water-style ninjutsu was the least used by him, and he had hardly used it at all, so Kakuzu gave priority to replacing this heart from the beginning. It feels good. Mud-style ninjutsu. Mud bottomless. Kakuzu quickly adapted to the new chakra and power, and used the ninjutsu used by the mud-style ninjutsu just now. Kakuzu also pressed his hands on the ground, but the effect produced was completely incomparable to that of the mud-style ninjutsu just now. He himself has 5 hearts, and the amount of chakra in his body is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Even the most ordinary ninjutsu will become more effective as the amount of chakra increases. A swamp appeared in the forest, swallowing one after another of the water-style ninjutsu into the earth and suffocating them to death. After this move, Kakuzu did not stop there, but continued to attack other ninjas to adapt to the new escape technique. With Kakuzu joining in, the battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour, and most of the thousands of people blocking the road had been killed, and the rest chose to surrender. Of course, all these people were taken back and carefully checked. Those who could be taken were taken, and those who could not be taken were imprisoned as experimental subjects. Afterwards, Uzumaki Morning Sun led a large group of people into Uzushio village. Uzumaki Ashina had heard the movement outside a long time ago, and called on all the tribesmen with fighting power to guard the village entrance. When he saw so many ninjas pressing in and their momentum was so strong, Uzumaki Ashina thought that the other party was going to attack. He had originally prepared himself for death and decided to fight to death with his tribesmen. But when he saw Uzumaki Morning Sun and other Uzumaki family ninjas going out, the big stone in his heart was immediately removed. Although he had anticipated the future of the Uzumaki family, he was too old to care about the position of the clan leader. No matter what, it was better than exterminating the clan. Besides, Uzumaki Morning Sun and his group had proved to him that they were right. Chapter 317. See you in the future. One day, nearly 3 months after Dark came to this world. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you finally showed up. Outside the water curtain cave, the core base of the Akatsuki organization, a pure black humanoid creature was suddenly fixed by Dark with psychic. Can't move. Who are you? As soon as Zetsu showed his head, he was killed in seconds and doubted his life on the spot. As a senior member of the Akatsuki organization who had appeared publicly, although Dark had never mentioned his name, almost all members of the Akatsuki organization knew that there was a man in the Akatsuki who could stand on equal footing with Madara. The matter between the Hidden Rain Village and Akatsuki caused a sensation in the entire ninja world. How could Zetsu not have heard of their affairs? When Madara's fame first spread, Zetsu sneered. He saw with his own eyes that Madara was killed by Hashirama Senju. How could he be resurrected? But as the commotion grew, even Uchiha Izuna and the big-tailed beasts were captured, and he couldn't help but check the situation of the big-tailed beasts. As a result, the tailed beasts were really gone. This scared Zetsu, because the tailed beasts were related to the resurrection of the 10 tails. Then Zetsu investigated step by step, and finally found that he had to come to the Hidden Rain Village to see what happened. Just when Zetsu was fully prepared and came to the Hidden Rain Village, he learned about this place through the conversations of some members of the Akatsuki organization. Who would have thought that he would be killed in seconds as soon as he showed his head? It was cheating, right? You don't need to know who I am, you deserve to die. Dark didn't plan to talk nonsense with Zetsu. He had been in this era for a long time, and when he thought about adapting to some changes after returning, he felt irritated. Wait. Hypnosis. Dark's eyes emitted a dark red glow at the back of Zetsu's head. Psychic skill hypnosis is not like the pupil skill that requires eye contact to take effect. As long as the corresponding special skill is not applied, hypnosis cannot be avoided. Or the caster will fail to release it. But such a possibility only exists between Pokémon. If a human psychic uses this move, there are only 2 possibilities: either they simply don't know how to use it, or once they learn it, they will basically not fail when using it. Ze fell into a deep sleep in an instant. Dark didn't know how long the psychic hypnosis could last for a product of will like Zetsu, so he immediately used the next move. Dream Eater. The dark red glow formed a huge mouth that swallowed Zetsu whole. Zetsu's originally calm face suddenly became extremely hideous in his sleep, and then gradually returned to calm. Doc waited for a while, and Ju woke up. The body woke up. The consciousness died. Dak's psychic and aura powers can sense a creature's inner emotions, thoughts of good and evil, etc. Now there is nothing like this in Ju's body. Like a puppet without a soul. The reason why Dark didn't kill Zetsu was to make Zetsu's body a research subject of the Akatsuki organization, and maybe he could develop a bloodline limit like wood release. Even if it doesn't work, as the product of Kagaya Atsutsuki's will, this body is definitely not worthless and must be useful. That night, Dark called Madara alone to his home in the Hidden Rain village. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be sleeping soundly at this time? As soon as Madara entered the door, he looked at Dark with a puzzled look. In the past 2 months, he has known Dark quite well, a guy who is so lazy that it is a bit unbelievable. Can such a guy become the first-generation leader of the Pokémon League? But Madara thought about it and thought that Hashirama Senju was even worse than Dark, so he understood it. Dark may not be very capable in many aspects, but it is enough for him to have helpers and know how to use people. This is for you, Zetsu. I have wiped your consciousness, but in case there is something you don't know, you'd better keep an eye on it. Dark threw Zetsu's body at Madara's feet. Madara frowned and looked at the dark creature. It was hard to imagine that he was tricked by such a thing. Why don't you just kill it? The product of the will of the goddess of the rabbit can more or less be studied to produce some useful things. You have Hashirama's cells in your body. Maybe the interaction can produce some wonderful effects, such as speeding up the progress of the medium to transform into the Samsara Eye or allowing you to use the wood release. Dark put forward some of his own ideas, but did not say much. After all, he is not a professional scientist. It is better to leave things like Zetsu to Orochimaru to study. You called me here for this. No, it's almost time for me to leave this era. Dark shook his head and said the reason why he called Madara. Oh. Ban was stunned for a moment, his eyelids lifted, but soon fell back, raised his chin, and showed a look of not caring much. But the attribute of tsundere does not exist in the eyes of psychics. As the first person who has supported him, helped him, and even shared the same dream with him in such a long time, Dark is not only a companion in Ban's heart, but also a partner, friend, and confidant. Senju Hashirama has died, and now Dark is also leaving. Ban is bound to feel a little lonely. But fortunately, Ban now has more than just the two of them. There are also Izuna, Growlithe, and Akatsuki. Come on, I won't say some things about the future, because with my appearance, those may not happen anymore. Dark sat cross-legged on the tatami, with the square table in front of him, and a few pieces of paper on the table. What are these? Ban approached and looked down, and there were densely packed names on the paper. These are the people you need to pay attention to in the future. I have divided them into 3 levels. Dark first pulled out one of the papers and placed it in front of Madara. The first one, the most important characters. Jiraiya, Kato Dan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Terumi Mei. Madara took the paper and read a few names. Not everyone here is a genius, but they are all peaceful people in their hearts. You should try to attract them to Akatsuki, but you have noticed a few of them. You need to guide them correctly, otherwise they may go astray. Although the hidden dangers have been almost eliminated, who knows if there will be anything new in the future. So Dark repeated to Madara what he had said many times before. Yet, Madara nodded and understood why these people were placed in the first level by Dark. This one is for pure ninjas. They may not have any lofty ambitions, but they can be trained to be reliable partners. Dark handed over the second piece of paper. Hitaki Sakumo, Might Dai, Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi, Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, Pakura, Ranmaru. They are basically all ninjas from Konoha. Banara looked at the names on the paper and found this key point. Well, Konoha is the cradle of geniuses. Dark didn't say the real reason because he didn't know the geniuses in other ninja villages. The characters of Konoha are the most described in the original work, so he naturally remembers the names of Konoha. What about this one? Banara pointed to the last piece of paper left. From the handwriting on it, he could see that Dark was very cautious when writing this paper, and most of the ninjas on it were from other villages. These are all geniuses with special talents. Unlike Obito and Itaki, the hidden dangers that make them think crooked have not been completely eradicated. You must be very cautious to make good use of them. If you can't be very cautious, then simply don't use them. Oh. Ban picked up the paper. Most of them are guys who haven't been born yet. Dark will note the ninja village and approximate time of birth behind each name, so that Ban can find these people better in the future. Well, in the future, there are many geniuses, who may not be as good as you and Hashirama Senju, but they can also be with Izumi. Dark smiled. As the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha naturally overpower their peers in the ninja world. Unless it is the next generation of Ashura and Indra, there is basically no possibility of surpassing them. And Dark only wrote these names up to the generation of Yahiko and Sasori, and did not continue to write about the generation of Naruto. After all, the Pokémon League was almost there at that time. On the last piece of paper, some names were highlighted by Dark. Orochimaru, Obaru, Kabuto Yakushi. These were marked by Dark as scientific research talents. Scientific research is one of the key development directions of Akatsuki in the future. As for the others, they are Scorpion, Hoshigaki Kisame, Mamakai Zabuza, Denoland, Cinnabar, Otsutsuki Tonari. After that, Dark told Madara some secrets and the future of the ninja world that he had not told him before. Including but not limited to the Six Paths Sage, the Three Holy Places, the Tailless-Tailed Beast, the Dragon Vein, the Ten-Tailed Chakra Meteorite of the Star Ninja Village. And the future that would have happened in Boruto. Dark didn't know if his change of the past would have any impact, so he told Madara about the Otsutsuki family in advance. During this time, Madara had been listening to Dark's chattering quietly. Gradually, the sky dawned. That's about it. You have to remember it well, Madara. The ninja world is in your hands. Dark stood up and looked at the sky dawning outside the window, ready to leave. Don't worry. Bara shrugged and stood up, looking quite relaxed. If there is something that cannot be solved, just drag it out until I appear again in 38 years. Dark walked over and gave Madara a hug. At the same time, Dark Ray and Dialga also appeared behind him, and a dark blue time wormhole opened. Don't forget, you still have me as your companion. No matter what happens, I will cover you. So, just do it, don't be afraid. Yet. Bara also stood up and watched Dark turn around and head towards the time wormhole. Well, see you in the future. See you in the future, Dark. Chapter 318 One of the legendary first generations of Akatsuki. Although Dark actually experienced 3 months, from the perspective of the time of the ninja world, Dark was only away for 3 seconds. Konoha 59 years, back. At this moment, Dark stood at the border of the Land of Fire, which he had left 3 months ago. The blood-red forest that was originally like Inferno has completely changed. There is even an exquisite straight passage built in the center of the forest. I don't know where the 2 sides of the road lead to. Dark must go to the base of Akatsuki in the Land of Water as soon as possible. There is no doubt about that. He did so. Driving Psychic made him reach the Water Curtain Cave in almost 5 minutes. There are a lot of auras. Are there so many high-level members of the Akatsuki organization? Dake stood on the lake outside the Water Curtain Cave. He had already sensed the energy of the creatures in the Water Curtain Cave. He did not deliberately conceal his breath, and with Yahiko's Rain Tiger Freedom technique, he believed that any strange person appearing in the Rain Country could be detected by the other party. Of course, at this moment, Dake did not know whether Madara had taken Yahiko into the Akatsuki organization for training in the past 38 years. Now, for the bunch of characters in the original work, Dake probably only has a basic understanding. After all, no one knows what has happened in these years, and whether these people have undergone huge changes. Swish! A series of dark red afterimages suddenly appeared in the sky, and a group of people stood on the lake and surrounded Dake in the middle. This is exactly the same as what happened when Dake destroyed Akatsuki before. But there are many differences. One point is there are more people around. Another point is that the uniforms of Akatsuki have changed. The huge cape with a black background has become a white background. The original red cloud logo has also become a strange logo, at least in the eyes of many ninjas who are not aware of it. Dake knows very well that it is Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which symbolizes the power of Madara and Izuna combined. But the difference is that the background color of this eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not red, but has been changed to the same green as Dark's hair color. This represents the combination of the power of Dark, Madara, and Izuna. When Dark saw this logo, he already understood that Madara must have succeeded. This is a forbidden place in the ninja world. Except for the cadres and members of the higher level of Akatsuki, no one else is allowed to enter. Since you dare to come here blatantly, you must have been mentally prepared to enter the prison of the ninja world. Ahahahaha, except for the madman named Phaeton before, it has really been a long time since anyone dared to go against us Akatsuki. It seems that it's time to warm up after a long time. I've been abused by Arcanine for a long time, today I'm going to abuse this guy. Speaking of which, the people standing around him are considered he is his junior, after all, he is now of the same generation as Madara. Even Izuna has to call him Brother Dark. Dark didn't pay much attention to what the young people around him said, but was thinking about their identities. Uchiha Shisui, Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Might Dai, Might Guy, Orochimaru, Hiroshi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Mamakai Zabuza, Sora, Shiro. There are a few people Dark hasn't seen, but they are obviously from the Uzumaki family and the Blood Pond family. Because everyone is standing in a scattered position, Dark doesn't know who is the leader. Jiraiya, Hitaki Sakumo and others should have stayed in Konoha, and the people of Nolan's generation should still be very young now. Dark saw that many people on the list he left for Madara were not there, so he began to make all kinds of guesses. The members of Akatsuki around him were definitely upset when they saw that Dark didn't take them seriously. Hey, you don't take us seriously. Zabuza Mamakai took the lead in attacking. He came behind Dark with a teleportation technique, and the manual beheading sword was fixed in place halfway through the swing. This guy. Zabuza was sweating all over, and he couldn't move at all. None of the others were stupid, and they saw that something was wrong with Zabuza at the first time. Let's go together. The one who spoke was Orochimaru. This made Dark glare. The one who could give orders at this time must be one of the more prestigious ones among these people, and he might even be the current leader of Akatsuki. But Dark clearly remembered that he had just told Madara that Orochimaru was very dangerous and must be used with caution. Okay, be quiet, I'm here to find Madara, tell me where he is. Dark sighed and shook his head. The dark red domineering aura rolled all around with all its strength, and the surrounding Akatsuki members were directly pressed to the surface of the water by the sudden huge pressure. Dark's domineering aura can lift a layer of ground just by momentum, and it is difficult for the average physical fitness of the Ninja World members to withstand it. Dark was worried about hurting this group of juniors, so he released it for 1 or 2 seconds. However, it seems that it did not have much impact on this group of people, and they were not even surprised. Conqueror Haki. Hey, the key point is the color of the Haki just now, dark red. Speaking of which, I heard from Master that it was not Senior Izuna who founded the Akatsuki organization with Madara, but another man with green hair. Well, my master also talked about this, but they never said the identity of that person. In fact, I have been curious about one thing since the beginning. The Pokemon League only opened its first branch in Konoha 2 months ago. Where did Master's Pokemon come from? Their Pokemon are nearly 40 years old, right? Speaking of which, do you think this person looks a lot like someone? Everyone turned their attention to Orochimaru, who spoke last. You probably didn't watch the Pokemon battle competition 2 months ago. The elusive Pokemon League leader made an appearance. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes full of light, and he seemed to be interested in Dark Mega. Hey? Where do we have the time? That's right. 2 months ago, Master and his friends retired, and all the things fell on our shoulders. We are so busy that we don't have time to pay attention to those things. Come to think of it, I haven't had time to train a Pokemon yet. It's unbearable to live like this. Can I quit? When everyone heard this, they immediately began to complain. The tasks of the Akatsuki organization were too heavy. After all, they had to manage the affairs of the entire ninja world. Although the first-generation Akatsuki Shadow Madara had said that Akatsuki would soon get a large number of people to help, then they would have time to train their own Pokemon partners. But 2 months have passed, and there has been no help at all. You should all know that there are 2 first-generation Akatsuki Shadows. The head of the Uzumaki family once mentioned the existence of another person, but that person suddenly disappeared one day 38 years ago. Orochimaru remembered that one day 35 years ago, he and Hirako were captured by Madara and taken into the Akatsuki organization at the same time. Of course, Madara's invitation was a bit tough, but later he and Hirako both voluntarily joined Akatsuki and worked for Akatsuki. Because he was really curious about how Akatsuki became so powerful. Also, why did Madara and Izuna, who should be in their 50s and 60s, look like they were in their 30s? Not only that, there were also various things about Mangekyo, Pokemon, and Zetsu Cell that attracted him, prompting him to decide to join Akatsuki. At that time, Akatsuki was already the strongest organization recognized by the ninja world, and could be called the world government. All ninja villages had to abide by the rules set by Akatsuki, and the 5 major countries were just member countries of Akatsuki. Therefore, Orochimaru and Hirako left Konoha to join Akatsuki, which was not considered defection, but promotion. Speaking of which, I have always been curious why the background color of the Mangekyo on this uniform is green. As the third genius of the Uchiha family to open the Mangekyo, Shisui has always had such doubts about his uniform. When he said this, everyone's eyes could not help but focus on the green hair on Dark's head. Dark, the leader of the Pokemon League, is the existence known as the God of Creation in the legend. Could it be our legendary first-generation Akatsuki? Orochimaru's eyes were burning. He was now full of curiosity about how young Dark was. If it was really as they guessed, then Dark was a figure who appeared in the ninja world 38 years ago, but why is he so young now? Moreover, the Pokemon League suddenly appeared in the ninja world 2 months ago. Where did it go before? Everyone in the Akatsuki organization focused their eyes on Dark, and there was no hostility in their eyes. When I left, there was no mention of Akatsuki Shadow, so I don't know if the other first Akatsuki Shadow you mentioned is me. Dark curled his lips in response to everyone's gaze, and then continued, but it was indeed me who founded Akatsuki with Madara. Sure enough. No, the first Akatsuki Shadow, Lord Alliance Leader, I have something I want to ask you. Wait a minute, tell me first, who are your masters? Dark interrupted what Orochimaru said, and asked about something he cared about. After some understanding, Dark understood. From the 10th year after he left, the senior cadres of Akatsuki felt their own aging and decided to start training their offspring. So, Madara successively accepted 3 disciples, Senju Noeki, Uzumaki Nagato, and Might Guy. Izuna accepted, Sora, Shiro, and Uchiha Shisui. Hanzo accepted, Yahiko, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Mamakai Zabuza. Kakuzu was usually busy, so he only accepted 2 disciples, Konan and Hirako. And Kakuzu didn't actually teach Konan and Hirako much. The former mainly taught the ability of financial management, while the latter developed the improved Kisara technique and advanced through his own Earth Grudge helping hand Hirako. As for Might Guy and Orochimaru, they didn't become disciples. Chapter 319 History of the Ninja World. What? Traveling through time, can you actually do such a thing? Too shocking. So, when Senior Dark suddenly left, did he return to the present? So, for Senior Dark, was it only a few minutes since he separated from his master and the others? Wow, I'm so curious, what was the ninja world like in the past? I heard that there were wars everywhere at that time. When Dark sat in the office building of the Hidden Rain Village to check the history of these years, the chattering of the younger generation around him basically never stopped. It was also at this moment that he truly felt the real changes in the ninja world. In the past, who here could sit down and talk about these topics? Now they are really like normal young people, and even their eyes are full of hope for life. Only Orochimaru and Obaru, who have experienced the pain of war, have slightly gloomy eyes. Dark is holding a book in his hand, which is said to be compiled by Kakuzu. This guy is actually still serving as a historian. Kakuzu can live for a very long time, and it can almost be said that there is no upper limit to his lifespan. It is indeed correct for him to be the recorder of history. As for Kakuzu's position as Minister of Finance, it has now fallen to his disciple Konan. And the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, now known as the Rain Shadow, has fallen to Hanzo's disciple Yahiko. In the 21st year of Shinobi, another founder of Akatsuki disappeared 3 months after his appearance. I'm afraid only the first Akatsuki Shadow Madara knows where he went, and I, Izuna, and Hanzo are just guessing. In the 22nd year of Shinobi, the second Kazekage shaman took the initiative to bring people to the door in person, hoping to establish a friendly alliance with Akatsuki, but was rejected by the deputy leader Izuna. In the same year, the Two-Tailed and Four-Tailed were captured and joined Akatsuki, and became members of Akatsuki in the second half of the year. In the 23rd year of Shinobi, Madara, Izuna, Hanzo, and Banfuku each took a tailed beast to Sand Village, Kumagakuer, Iwagakuer, and Mist Village respectively, to let these ninja villages recognize who is the boss of the ninja world now, and at the same time forcibly took away the remaining tailed beast Jinchuriki. At this point, Akatsuki has 8 of the 9 tailed beasts, and only 9-tail is left. S is still in the body of Uzumaki Mito in Konoha. In the 24th year of Shinobi, the 3rd Reikage Ai and the 3rd Tsuchikage Ninjago Onoki jointly attacked Omegakure and Akatsuki. The war lasted only 2 days. The 3rd Reikage Ai and Onoki were all arrested on the spot and imprisoned. The number of casualties in the 2 villages reached 3,000. After the war, Kumagakuer and Iwagakuer were destroyed by the deputy leader Izuna, and the villagers of the 2 villages were dismantled and filled into various corners of the shinobi world. At the end of this year, the 5 major ninja villages became 4 major ones: Konoha, Omegakure, Sandagakuer, and Mistegakuer. The name of Akatsuki Shadow was introduced. In the 25th year of Shinobi, all the high-level officials and tailed beasts of Akatsuki went to Konoha. The leader Madara negotiated with Sarutobi Hiruzen for 3 minutes to establish a friendly and harmonious relationship, and then took away the 9 tails. Chouriki Uzumaki Mito, Orochimaru, Hirako, Might Dai and his wife, Uchiha Shisui, and the Senju siblings. From this year on, the ninja world was unified, and the 4 major ninja villages were all headed by Akatsuki. All countries and ninja villages had to abide by Akatsuki's rules. From then on, war disappeared from the world and entered the era of rule of law, but there would still be occasional disturbances of varying sizes. In the 30th year of Ninja World, 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito died. 9 tails appeared and made a big fuss in Rain Village, but was influenced by Madara and decided to live in Rain Village with other tailed beasts in peace. In the 31st year of Ninja World, Shikaku and 9 tails Kurama gathered to fight, quarreled in public, and disturbed public order, and were imprisoned in Ninja World prison for 1 year. In the same year, the dragon veins moved abnormally, and the leader Madara went out to investigate and disappeared for 2 years. Izuna became the acting Akatsuki Shadow. In the 33rd year of Ninja World, Rain Village took the lead in conducting exchange activities with the other 3 major ninja villages, led by Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Obito, Snow White, and other outstanding boys and girls from Rain Village went to the other 3 major ninja villages for exchange and learning. In the 40th year of Ninja World, the leader Madara left the village in person and brought back some geniuses from all over the world. In the 45th year of Ninja World, the 4 senior leaders of Akatsuki jointly researched the concept of ninjutsu, but it was not popularized. In the 50th year of Ninja World, the leaders of the 4 major ninja villages abdicated one after another, and the 3rd Kazekage Tetsuro, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, the 2nd Amekage Yahiko, and the 4th Mizukage Yagura took over. In the 52nd year of Ninja World, the deputy leader Izuna dug out his own eyes to let the leader Madara's eyes evolve into the eternal Mangeki, and Izuna installed a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan that had been sealed for a long time. In the 53rd year of Ninja World, Orochimaru and Hirako jointly developed the Zetsu cell that surpassed Hashirama's cells. At the end of the same year, the leader Madara evolved the legendary Samsara Eye with the power of the Zetsu cell. In the 56th year of Ninja World, leader Madara brought back a boy with white eyes and white hair from the moon. In the 57th year of Ninja World, Fanfiction died, and the Onet-ailed Shikaku regained his freedom but cried loudly. That night, Kurama did not laugh at Shikaku, but stayed with Shikaku all night. The next day, Kurama laughed at Shikaku crazily, and the two fought again, and he was imprisoned for a year. Fanfiction said, "Don't revive him, he has caused too much killing in this life, let him reincarnate like this." In the early 59th year of Ninja World, all the first-generation cadres of Akatsuki, including me, stepped down, and the new generation took office. In the same year, the Otherworld Pokemon Island appeared, and the Otherworld Organization Pokemon League appeared. Leader Madara led several other partners to Pokemon Island to start their retirement life. So, after reading this, you should know what has happened in these years. It's time to come to us to see the changes in the ninja world. We'll wait for you in Yutra Hill. Damn, why is this name so long? Can't you give it a simpler one? Click. Closing the book, Dark couldn't help but smile. It's impossible to travel back without any worries. He was still a little scared that he would find that Madara and the others were dead when he came back. Although he could be resurrected, he didn't want to see that happen. Fortunately, they were still there. Luckily, Kakuzu wrote this book for him to read, otherwise he didn't know how much time it would take to investigate so many major events that happened in the ninja world at once. However, there are still many details that he doesn't know yet. For example, were Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke born successfully? Madara is not dead yet, and Indra Chakra is still in Madara's body, so can Sasuke be born successfully, or will he be born but without Indra Chakra? There are many other small things that only Dark can pay attention to. In the eyes of Madara and Kakuzu, this is not a big thing worth recording, so they didn't write it down for Dark. Dark will have to find out about these things after he returns to Pokemon Island. Have you finished reading? Lord Dark, can you help us solve the puzzle? Orochimaru sat next to Dark, and seemed to be sniffing the smell on Dark just now. If you don't know, you might think Orochimaru is an idiot. What do you want to ask? Dark glanced at them. Some of the people here are older than him, but they act like children in front of Dark. Did you survive from that era, or? Orochimaru's eyes were burning. As the highest scientific research officer of Akatsuki, he had heard Madara say some things that others didn't know. For example, the dragon vein with so much chakra that it could allow people to travel through time and space. How much do you know about the first god of Pokemon Island? Never heard of it. XN. Everyone shook their heads. We are all too busy and don't have time to go to Pokemon Island to find out the situation. Besides, the branch of the Miracle Cultivation House is currently only in Konoha. Hirako explained. Hirako at this time is different from the jealous and crazy look in the original work. He is still the gentle friend of Orochimaru, who has a high interest in scientific research and is willing to do research with Orochimaru. Well, there is a time god Dialga in the first god temple. In the future, Akatsuki will be the management force of the Pokemon Alliance in the ninja world, so there are some things that they can know. So, Darky told the young people about his return to the past, resurrection of Izuna, and restoration of Madara's youth. Reversal, immortality, it's actually true, I thought only Master's Earth Grudge could achieve that level. As a scientist, Biru must be quite shocked by these things. On the other side, Orochimaru was spitting out his snake tongue in confusion, but soon a brighter light appeared in his eyes. Lord Dark, can I apply for some materials for research? You are the current leader of Akatsuki, right? Yes, I am the second generation of Akatsuki, elected by all members of Akatsuki. Orochimaru nodded respectfully, without any intention of lying. Dark pondered for a while. Whether Orochimaru is a qualified leader has actually been reflected in the original work. After all, the other party has at least pulled out a fairly strong and loyal force like the Otagakure village from nothing, but the development time is too short. However, this can also reflect some of Orochimaru's ability to manage the village and employ people. If the fourth Hokage in the original work did not choose Minato Namikaze but Orochimaru, it is not necessarily true that the Konoha governed by Orochimaru is worse than that governed by Minato Namikaze or Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now you also know the relationship between Akatsuki and the Pokemon League. Yes. XN. If you want anything, go to the Alliance base on Pokemon Island and apply to buy it. Members of the Alliance can exchange those items at cost price, and some items that are not sold to the outside world are provided to their own people. Dake explained first, and then said to Orochimaru beside him, if you want to conduct research, you can write an application form in the name of Akatsuki and it will be approved. Okay, what about you now? I'm going back to Pokemon Island to see my sister, and there are still many things waiting for me. Dake stood up and prepared to leave, waving his hand behind him. Now that the situation in the ninja world has stabilized, it's time to prepare to open more branches and Pokemon centers. You can help me keep an eye out for suitable store staff and store locations. Chapter 320 Everything is getting better. March 15th, second year of the Alliance calendar. On the night when the first Pokemon battle tournament just ended, Dark returned here. He didn't go to find Madara and the others as soon as he came back. After all, it was late now, and he had some things to sort out. Also, while the players and the audience hadn't left the Union City today, Dark needed to confirm one thing. How are those children from the ninja world? Dark has always been concerned about this. And the first place he wanted to visit was Zifa's side. He wanted to see if there were any traces of Naruto's existence there. This time, Dark didn't use psychic for teleport, but prepared to walk over slowly. He slowly pressed the hat on his head and hid his hair inside his shirt. In this way, the probability of being recognized in the Union City is much smaller. Especially tonight, the Union City will be the last carnival day for everyone. I'm afraid that these people will not go to rest unless they go to 12 o'clock or even 1 or 2 o'clock. Soul King is so cool. I want to become a trainer specializing in ghosts in the future. I didn't expect ghosts to be so powerful. There is also a component of luck. Isn't the evil elite Hannibal strong? At least Snubbull is not his opponent. Luck is also a part of strength. The street is still full of the audience's opinions and comments on the two-day battle, but for Dark, those were 3 months ago. Walking on the busy street, feeling the noisy but peaceful atmosphere, Dark felt a long-lost peace in his heart. It was like a lifetime ago. During the 3 months of living in the ninja world, there were indeed many dark things happening around him, but this also strengthened Dark's belief in turning Pokemon Island into a peaceful dreamland. Woof! The huge dog growl suddenly came to his ears, awakening Dark's consciousness at once. Before he could raise his head, a huge orange Venonat rushed towards him, and its huge head burrowed into his arms. If Dark's strength had not been suppressed in the Pokemon Island, he would have been knocked out and hurt many people. Damn Katie, no, Arcanine. Arcanine almost knocked Dark's memory back to the days when he stayed in the breeding house all day. The big Venonat that suddenly appeared was Arcanine, the one with Zephyr. Only this big dog would do such a rude thing to Dark. Which other Pokemon would dare to do this? Awoo! Arcanine stretched out his fat lickitung and licked Dark, and then retreated. As soon as I saw Arcanine suddenly run out, I knew he smelled the scent of the first-generation leader. Come to think of it, only the presence of the leader would make Arcanine like this. After all, the rest of us are here. Long time no see, first generation. Dake, you are still wandering around so late, don't you have a lot of things waiting for you to do? Dake was blocked in front of him. I can't come out and relax, I just finished a big thing. Dake responded to Zifa's teasing subconsciously, fearing that the other party would mistakenly think that he was slack off again. But soon he was stunned again. He seemed to have heard some other voices just now, and they sounded a little familiar. Especially the voice of long time no see, first generation, which was almost exactly the same as Zifa's. Dake hurriedly removed the Arcanine on his face. After wiping off his saliva, he finally saw the scene in front of him that made him open his mouth slightly. Zeph and Jiraiya walked side by side, each holding a bottle of Zephyr's favorite sherry in their hands. A Palpitoad stood on Jiraiya's shoulder. In front of the two of them were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, with Minato carrying a large bag in each hand as a laborer. Kushina next to him was holding a handful of delicious food in her hands, and there were two small Nidoran and Nidoran by her legs. Further ahead was Minato's Team 7, including the grown-up Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. On Obito's right was Uchiha. Half of his face was still badly injured and had changed its appearance, but seeing how he and Lin were holding hands, the injury was probably for Lin, and because of this, he captured Lin's heart. With the medical level of the ninja world, this kind of injury should not be difficult to recover. If it is really not possible, there is a way on Pokemon Island. The reason why Uchiha Obito did not recover is probably because he thought this was a useless token of love, so he didn't want to recover. With the character of the young Obito, he would do such a stupid thing. The Pokemon around the three people are Froakie, Chespin and Fennekin, and the Royal Three of Kalos region. The last are Arcanine, Naruto and Vulpix. This big family together is really enviable. Dark was stunned at first. But he thought of what Jiraiya said just now. It seemed that the other party had seen him. Although he had no memory of this part, Dark still changed his words. History was indeed changed, but Dark had no impression of this part of history. But there were still a few questions in his mind. For example, how did Kakashi's father, Hitaki Sakumo? But looking at Kakashi's current appearance, he didn't look like he had experienced any major blows, especially since Danzo had been killed. It was basically impossible for Hitaki Sakumo to have any problems. It's all thanks to you that our family met Zephyr, otherwise it would be difficult for us to live in such a beautiful place like Alliance City. Minato Namikaze spoke very politely, and it can even be said that he naturally had an official tone. This matter is a natural official body. However, thanks to Minato Namikaze's many words, Dark knew what was going on. It turned out that in the past 2 months, I didn't know what means I used to let Zephyr and Naruto's family know each other. Now Zephyr is the adoptive father of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the godfather of Naruto, and also the half-brother of Jiraiya. Great! Dark looked at the happy appearance of this family, and his nose was sore with emotion. It's really great that those tragedies didn't happen. By the way, Dark, how are you preparing here? Madara and Sengoku are urging us very hard. Zeph suddenly remembered something at this time, and glanced at Dark at the same time, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. What? What are you preparing for? Tezaro's wedding? Or the gorgeous competition? Dark thought about it and felt that he had a lot of things to prepare for the first time recently. Accept a disciple. Accept a disciple. Zephyr shook his head when he saw Dark like this. As he thought, Dark didn't take this matter to heart at all. Ah! Shadame, I see that Mr. Madara's attitude this time is very firm, and he has won over the impulsive guys like Sengoku and Sakazuki. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to explain if you don't accept a disciple this time. Jiraiya next to him seemed to know about this. Either Zephyr told him, or Jiraiya had already joined the Pokemon League to know this. Hey? How could Madara force me to accept a disciple? Dark asked himself that he knew Madara well. With that guy's personality, how could he force Dark to do such a thing? Madara never interfered with his friends. If Dark didn't want to accept a disciple, Madara would definitely not force him. Okay, you should think about the candidate as soon as possible. We'll leave first. Zephyr patted Dark's shoulder and left with his family. After all, he was still a celebrity in the Alliance City. If he continued to talk to Dark here, many people would notice Dark and discover his identity, which would cause a riot. Looking at the group of people leaving, Dark was a little confused. He scratched his head. He couldn't understand what happened. After all, he had no impression of this memory. However, he knew that when he saw Madara, Madara would explain it to him. Madara should know that Dark might not have adapted to the changes in the past 2 months. Let's go and see the situation of the monkey family. Dark murmured and walked towards the Garp family. Before he arrived, he saw smoke coming out of the rooftop of the Garp family, and noisy sounds were constantly coming from there. Are you having a party? Dark shrugged his nose and smelled the cumin and meat in the air. Hey! Isn't this Dark? You came here just because you smelled the smell. Garp leaned on the edge of the rooftop and immediately noticed Dark below. He raised his hand to say hello and deliberately choked Dark. If you want to ask me for help to recruit disciples, forget it. Those guys are like stinky and hard stones. Even I can't change their will. It has nothing to do with that matter. I just came to get a bite of food. Getting a bite of food is fake, but seeing the situation is real. Dark stroked his stomach, but it was true that he was very hungry now. After all, he had a long talk with Madara all night and hadn't eaten all night. Ha, come up. Garp waved his hand. Their monkey family likes to be lively the most, and of course they will not refuse someone who wants to join this party. When they arrived at the top of the rooftop, Dark's eyes flashed. The monkey family and the Dodon family all got together, and the rooftop was almost crowded with no room to stand. Dark even saw the 2 brothers, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi, and their wives dancing in the crowd. Even Niji and Hanabi came. However, Hisashi and Niji still had the mark of the bird in the cage on their heads. It seems that the tradition of the Hyuga family is still the same, and it has not changed at all. At most, the atmosphere between the main family and the branch family is more harmonious and friendly. It may be the least affected ninja clan. How about it? Otherwise, you can take my 2 granddaughters as apprentices. Garp stretched out his arm on Dark's shoulder as soon as he came up, and pointed at Hinata and Hanabi at the same time. The change of history has made Garp even have an extra granddaughter. Humph, dream. Dark is not sure what is going on now. How can he mess around? The matter of taking in apprentices has to be put aside. At least he has no plan to take in apprentices now. Dark took a skewer of barbecue from Garp, looked up at the night sky, smiled and murmured. Everything has changed. Chapter 321. Next stop, World Tree City. That night, Dark returned to the breeding house. Now the breeding house has become much quieter. Only he and Robin live here permanently. Monet occasionally switches between the breeding house and the research institute. Others are basically either in the sailing world or in the Pokemon Island. Are there a lot of things today? Why do you seem to be very tired? As soon as Dark entered the door, Robin, who was sitting on the lawn writing something, spoke before he took off his coat. Something happened. What are you writing? The Alliance Chronicle, a historical text left for future people. Robin raised her hand and shook it. Now she is no longer the one who seeks history, but the one who writes history for the Alliance. The history recorded in the last 2 months may need to be revised. Dark pondered for a few seconds, then spoke again and came to lie down beside Robin. Hey? Why? Robin was a little confused. Although she had only recorded some major events, a lot of things happened in the past 2 months, and it was not an easy job to revise them. Because the history you are experiencing now is not a complete history, listen to me quietly. Dark shook his head, and then told Robin about what he had traveled back to the ninja world 38 years ago 3 months ago. At the same time, he also told her what huge changes had taken place in Pokemon Island and the ninja world before and after this incident. This is incredible. Robin was very shocked after hearing this. Traveling back in time to change history, this kind of thing is even more exaggerated than resurrecting the dead. Well, but judging from the results, I did the right thing. But why record such things? This will make future generations look at you. Robin doesn't want to record such things. She hopes that Dark will be a perfect image in the eyes of future generations. Warn future leaders not to make the same mistakes. Even the smallest worlds should be taken seriously. They are not like me, who have the choice to go back to the past to make up for their mistakes. Dark doesn't care much about how he looks in the eyes of future generations. No one can erase his merits and honors, and there is no need to hide his mistakes. Okay. Robin saw that Dark was determined and didn't say anything more. However, regarding this part of the content, she will make another book as a historical biography, which can only be read by the leaders and historians of the alliances of all generations. In Robin's heart, everything she remembers now is the real history. Because these are what she actually experienced, the one that Dark said could not be found in her mind. So Dark is still the mysterious and perfect store manager in her heart. As for hundreds and thousands of years later, the historical researchers of Pokemon Island will also have disputes over the real history because of the discovery of this book, and they will be divided into 2 schools. But that is a long time later and a very small thing. Robin, you can open more branches and Pokemon centers in the ninja world. You can discuss these things with Tom and others. It's time for the ninja world to fully enter the Pokemon era. Yet. Robin nodded and made a note of this matter in his heart. Click. The door of the production room was opened, and Monet and Gardevoir, wearing pajamas, walked out. They were not surprised to see Dark coming back. After all, in their eyes, Dark did not disappear for 3 months. Manager, the machine for connecting evolution and exchanging evolution has been developed. Among the several projects that Monet is responsible for, one has finally been solved. It's time to popularize this special evolution method. Great, then put the first batch of machines in the Alliance base, let the Alliance members who need it fill out the machine use application form, and then you arrange people to carry out helping hand evolution. Okay. Monet nodded, then called Jan and pulled Gardevoir towards the room, then let's go to bed first. Since Monet became a Pokemon professor, he has gradually started to have dark circles under his eyes. It turned out that the delicate young lady has become a somewhat unkempt scientific research queen now. Good night. X2. The next day. Although there are still many things that Doc needs to deal with, he still decided to go to Yggdrasil first. This city, he has never been to once since it was built. Early in the morning. Dialga, go play, forget about you. Dark suddenly remembered that Dialga was still by his side. This honest child was lying to Pocky, and if he didn't say anything, Dialga could really stay by Dark's side for a lifetime. If it was Pocky, he would have slipped away the moment he came back from the ninja world. Buzz. Dialga responded aggrievedly, and then left silently. Darkrai, don't you want to meet some friends? Darkrai popped his head out of Dark's shadow, thought about it and nodded. He still wanted to meet Sceptile and the others, they hadn't played hide-and-seek together for a long time. Remember to limit the scope when playing hide-and-seek. With the tacit understanding between Dark and Darkrai, he guessed what Darkrai was going to do at once. Darkrai played hide-and-seek with them once, and there was no next time. If he knew that the range of hide-and-seek played by these mythical beasts was the whole world, he would definitely not play with these guys. The hide-and-seek they played was measured in months. Darkrai responded and left impatiently. After that, Darkrai also took the ticket bought by Robin and left the breeding house. In this Pokemon Island, if you don't use special abilities, generally speaking, there are only two ways to cross cities. One is through Pokemon. But it takes a long time, and both the trainer and the Pokemon will be very tired. Even if the Pokemon is strong enough to withstand it, the trainer may not be able to withstand it. The second way is the Alliance train. The train was built by Iceberg and assisted by Fram. The route is Yatrashal Alliance City Fishman City. As for going to Angel City, you need to use the airship built by the Vegapunk Institute. There are two routes, Angel City Alliance City and Angel City Fishman City. There is actually another way for Dark to go to other cities, that is, through his own ability. Psychic or Berry can do it, the latter will be easier, Psychic needs to be used many times. But now Dark plans to take the train. After all, he has never experienced it. It is a bit ridiculous that he has not experienced the high-speed train built by the Alliance as the leader of the Alliance. The Alliance train station is in the suburbs, because the scale of the train station is really too large. I heard it's a very long way. Dark carried a suitcase and got on the train. It is true that this time he went to see Madara and the others, but it can also be regarded as a small vacation for Dark to give himself after 3 months of hard work. Everything will be discussed after he comes back. If there is anything important, Robin and the others will inform him as soon as possible through Pokédex. The high-speed train built by the Alliance City is first of all comfortable, and then speed. The entire vehicle is 10,000 meters long, and the height and width are both 10 meters. After all, some large Pokemon and guests need to be considered. If it is a giant, fishman, or other special, if it is a race, then a special carriage will be temporarily added to that flight alone. This train requires the joint efforts of Vegapunk's Black Technology engine and Fire and Electric Pokemon to operate. The longest on Blue Star is 7,353 meters and the speed is 27 km per hour. Just from the length of the car body, we can predict how exaggerated the scale of the train station is. It can almost serve as a wall in the suburbs of Alliance City. The entire train has only soft sleepers, 4 people in one room. There are special carriages in the front, middle, and back of the train that serve as restaurants, board game halls, fitness halls, study halls, bathhouses, etc. As for the average speed, it reaches an exaggerated 250 km/h 300 km/h. Because the railway leading to Yggdrasil is a straight and flat road, and there are special guardrails on both sides of the road, there is no need to worry about the risk of rollover. The reason why it is said to be a long road. That is because the straight line distance from Yggdrasil to Alliance City is 18,000 kilometers. Even if you take such an oversized train, it will take 6,072 hours to arrive. Many passengers take this flight to visit the new city of Yggdrasil, and another purpose is to see the scenery and Pokemon tribes along the way. Nowadays, the places outside the Alliance City are not all endless grasslands. The environmental department led by Xiong can be said to be constantly transforming the environment of this world. Although only a small part of the area of the entire world has been changed, the environment of many places has already taken shape and can serve as scenery. Under the effect of the grassy terrain skill of those grass-type Pokemon, many plants have matured just a few weeks after being planted. Next, we can only let these places grow slowly over time. Welcome all respected passengers to take this Alliance flight. During this journey, we will see many, and various wild Pokemon running freely on this endless grassland. Please enjoy the next journey with your heart. The flight is 18,000 kilometers long and is expected to arrive at the destination in 67 hours. The city known as the World Tree City, Yggdrasil. This is a city built during the Pokemon Battle Tournament. The current population in the city is very sparse. It is a peaceful, quiet city that is very suitable for vacation and retirement. At present, the Alliance City does not provide a channel for purchasing real estate. The only known channel is to participate in the Pokemon Battle Tournament and get a good ranking. Chapter 322 Spotted Goose Girl. The train journey was quite boring. In addition to looking at the scenery outside the venue, you can only go to the entertainment room or the board game room to play simple games with strangers. Speaking of which, when Doc looked out to see the scenery on the road, it caused a little sensation. Because the Pokemon running on the prairie recognized him. Although Dark was wearing a lot of clothes, Pokemon were not creatures that could recognize people only by sight. Different races had different ways of distinguishing people. Smell was a common way for most Pokemon to remember people, and everyone's smell was different. Dark had been with Darkrai, Dialga, and the others all day, so he had already been stained with some smells different from ordinary humans. This smell was imperceptible to humans, but it was as obvious as perfume in the nose of Pokemon. In a few minutes, a bunch of wild Pokemon chased the high-speed train, and Dark was so scared that he quickly retracted his head. Alas, being too charming is not always a good thing. Dark covered his face and sighed, and decided to go back to his room to rest. During the time on the train, Dark was not idle, but sorted out the things he needed to do next. When these things are done, it's almost time to open the next world. Dark sighed, a little melancholy. I don't know what the next world will look like. It would be nice if it was a world with lower force and more peace. World Anchor, 1000W Magic Coins. This item, which was given as a gift after completing a series of tasks in the main storyline, has now reappeared in the Magic Mall, and its price is equivalent to 10 legendary Pokemon. As for the price, it is not expensive in any way. The resources of a world can always make up the value of 1000W Magic Coins, unless it is a world that has been completely destroyed. Of course, the function of this item is not to open a new world. Instead, when the Origin Dialga and Origin Pocky are connected, one of the 5 randomly flowing worlds is designated for connection. If there is no such item, the system will randomly select one. If you choose a world that is a bit bad, it's okay. At most, you will have to pay 1000W Magic Coins. If you choose a world with explosive force, the whole Pokemon League will be suppressed. Headbutt's world would be in trouble. Of course, the possibility of this is basically zero, and even if it is connected to Dark, it is not afraid. Because if such a thing really happened, then there would be no Charlotte traveling through 100 years to this era. Listening to the rumbling sound of the wheels roll out in his ears, Dark fell asleep again in a daze. When he opened his eyes again, the train had stopped by the side, and the sky outside seemed to be early in the morning. Dark carried his luggage and got off the train in a daze. There are actually very few people on this train. Because with the end of the Pokemon Battle Tournament, those outside the Pokemon Island will be driven back, and only those who originally lived in the Pokemon Island or the families of the Alliance members will stay. Therefore, those who take this train to travel to Yggdrasil are only a part of these people. Most people have to return to their daily lives and work. Only those who are relatively rich and free will have so much time to come to this place for vacation and sightseeing during this period. Walking out of the train station, the breeze blowing in his face made Doc suddenly refreshed. Opening his eyes and looking around, he saw a quiet town full of oriental charm. These guys really did something big behind my back. Doc walked out of the train platform with a pair of sparkling eyes. He had only described the theme of this city to the guys in the engineering department at the beginning, but he didn't expect that they would create such a beautiful place. Although this is not quite the same as what Doc imagined, the current city is obviously more in line with the nickname of World Tree City, but Doc's original idea of the city in his mind was a bit too vulgar. In fact, there was a problem from beginning to end. And this problem appeared before the city was officially started. At the beginning, Doc and Teazero discussed the development direction of Yutra Hill. The two held the same opinion, that is, to make this World Tree City a landmark city. But the two did not discuss it in depth. Doc wanted to build this city into a luxurious big city like Fishman City, full of people. And Teazero wanted to build this place into a natural city like a paradise, a green town suitable for retirement or short-term tourism. Doc thought that Teazero's idea was the same as his, so he handed it over to him and asked Teazero to communicate with Bing Shan. Who would have thought that such a mistake would happen? But judging from the result, Teazero's idea was better. No wonder those guys like Ban want to come here for retirement. It seems that they don't like the environment of my Alliance City. Doc shook his head helplessly. It should be said that unless it is during the event, the Alliance City is really not as beautiful as the Yggdrasil on ordinary days. Especially in terms of air quality, Doc can feel the natural atmosphere here as soon as he gets off the car. The air quality in the urban area of Alliance City is actually very high, which is higher than that of Angel City and Fishman City. However, it is still a little worse than the green plants of Yggdrasil. After all, the largest green plant in Pokemon Island, the World Tree, is in the center of this city. When Dark looked up, he could still see the race that guarded the World Tree Braviary family. When Dark first selected this race, he had thought of letting them guard the World Tree. Because Braviary family is brave and fearless. This race has never had any home taken away. They will fight to the death to protect their home until the last Braviary or Rufflet falls. At that time, there is no such thing as home. The territory they guarded becomes a no man's land, which is not considered to be taken away. Because of this racial characteristic, Dark transferred them here and gave them the important task of guarding the World Tree. We have to get a Mandibuzz group, otherwise Braviary will not be able to grow. Dark murmured as he looked at the dozens of scattered Braviary families in the sky and kept this matter in mind. It was not difficult to open the magic mall with just a few clicks. But he did not plan to do so now. He was going to get familiar with the situation in Yggdrasil first. Yggdrasil did not have a distinction between the city and the suburbs. The whole city seemed to be a suburb. Come to think of it, Kakuzu did not write where they lived. Really, do I have to find them one by one? Dark shook his head. Helplessly, he spread his observation haki and psychic to the surroundings. Soon he found some familiar auras and walked slowly in that direction with a smile. Dark strolled leisurely along the way, observing the whole city while thinking about whether there was anything he could do. World Tree City, such a domineering city, how could it not have its own pride and legends? Dark looked at the giant tree that pierced the sky in front of him, and recalled an idea from the beginning in his mind. But just like Mandibuzz family, he had no plans to take action for the time being, but just silently memorized it in his mind. After walking for half an hour, Dark arrived in front of a courtyard. Knock knock. Dark raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. The crisp sound of high heels stomp the ground came from behind the door. High heels. Dark tilted his head in confusion. He didn't remember who among Madara and the others was wearing high heels. Could it be? Squeak. The wooden door was opened, and a lady with long straight black hair stood in front of Dark. Ino. The woman who suddenly appeared in front of him looked like Ino when she grew up, or rather, her hairstyle was very similar. But in fact, there were still many differences. For example, the black hair and the blood-red eyes reflecting the three Megatama. Why can the people of the Uchiha family still use the power of the Sharingan on Pokemon Island? A doubt appeared in Dark's mind. When the Uchiha family does not use the power of Sharingan, their eyes should be ordinary black pupils. No power used. Dark sensed it and did not feel the chakra flowing in the woman in front of him. This also means that the Uchiha family's Sharingan has become a dominant trait like the Byakugan in Pokemon Island. Even if the power of Sharingan is not used, their eyes will still show the state of Sharingan activation. Uncle Dark, hey! The woman of the Uchiha family in front of him did not know when she came to Dark's ear and kept calling Dark in a gentle voice. Hey! Dark frowned. Why do you call me uncle? You are too presumptuous. I am not that old. He felt that he was about the same age as the person in front of him, and might even be a little younger. Ah! Ha ha ha! Hearing what Dark said, the woman in front of him could not help but laugh with her forehead. This familiar Uchiha laughter made Dark raise his eyebrows. I know you are confused. I heard my father say it, but I didn't expect you to react like this. It seems that you are more unfamiliar with the current situation than my father thought. The woman seemed to realize that she laughed too much, and quickly changed her posture to a light laugh with her mouth covered. After laughing for a while, the woman jumped back 2 steps, turned around, put one hand on her chest and introduced herself. Hello, Uncle Dark, nice to meet you. My name is Uchiha Kaiwu, the daughter of your partner Uchiha Madara, 28 years old this year. Chapter 323 Long time no see. Dark. Who understands? A few days ago, a good partner who fought for peace together suddenly appeared with a daughter older than himself. Also, 28 years old, that means he was born 10 years after Dark left. Batara was about 41 years old at that time. Ah ha ha ha, Dake, look at your bear-like appearance. Ah ha ha ha, come and see. Suddenly, a sly but familiar voice came from behind Uchiha Kaiwu. Kakuzu, you haven't changed at all. No, it seems that you have become sassy. Dake stretched his head and looked, as if he had returned to a few days ago. Kakuzu is still the same Kakuzu, without any change. The life-extending effect of the Earth Grudge seems to be regarded as Kakuzu's racial characteristics in Pokemon Island. It's as if, in the cognition of this world, Kakuzu is not an ordinary human, but a kind of immortal species born with 5 hearts. Long time no see, Dake. In the yard behind Kakuzu, a somewhat old voice came. When this voice sounded, Dake didn't even have the heart to look up. It's been 38 years, and we finally meet again, Dark. You said goodbye to only Madara. The voices of Izuna and Hanzo sounded one after another, equally old. Dark sighed and looked up, and saw 6 people in the courtyard. Madara, Izuna, Hanzo. The 3 of them had grey hair, and Izuna and Hanzo were so hunched that they needed crutches. And Madara's body was still strong and upright, probably because the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan made his physical fitness naturally stronger, so the speed of aging was also slower. You. Dark opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a while. You haven't changed at all. Madara squinted and smiled, and more than 30 years seemed to have changed his personality and made him a lot gentler. What's wrong with these 2 guys? Dark shook his head and pointed at the other 2 people next to the 3. Hey, Dark, what do you mean? I'm Madara's sworn brother, Gurgle. Hearing this familiar laugh, you should know that the person coming is Edward Newgate. What? Shouldn't I be the older brother? Although Madara and Newgate are brothers, he did not admit that he is the younger brother. As for the other 2 people in the courtyard, it was the 2 brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. I think they should have become Newgate's godsons now. Just back. Ban retracted his gaze and moved to Dark. Well, do you need me to let Dial go? No. Before Dark finished speaking, Ban shook his head and refused. Izuna and Hanzo, who were sitting in the same place, were also sipping tea quietly, without any obsession to return to their youth. Why? Dark, not everyone is afraid of death. For us, this life is already wonderful enough, and we can leave without regrets. The kaleidoscope in Madara's eyes was full of indifference. That's right, enough, we have lived enough. Izuna and Hanzo seemed to have let it go, and they could accept life, old age, sickness, and death calmly. But I don't want you to die yet. For me, we have only known each other for 3 months. X3. The three of them fell into a trance after hearing Dark's words. For them, the memory with Doc was 38 years ago, but for Doc, it just happened. This is one of the reasons why Doc has always been disgusted with time travel. Who knows whether his relatives and friends are still in this world on the other side of the long river of time. He is not a cultivator, but a human with special abilities. How can he be so indifferent to emotions and accept the death of family and friends so easily? What's more, it is even more difficult to accept that it is obviously unnecessary. You can see that there are many places in Pokemon Island that have not been developed. There will be new worlds in the future. I need people who can be fully trusted and have the ability to help me control everything. There are not many such people. You three are all. Doc is still persuading the three people. In fact, these are just excuses. The most lacking thing in Pokemon Island is talents, and there will be a steady stream of talents in the future. Any situation may occur, but the situation of no one available is impossible. You are still as eloquent as you were back then. Madara glanced at the guy next to him. Are you going to let the three of us work for you forever? How could that be? You can go to other worlds to have a look around and experience the culture of other worlds. I don't believe you are not curious. It has only been 2 months since the Ninja World and Pokemon Island were connected. I guess you haven't been to the sea yet. Dake grinned. He knew he had successfully convinced Madara. Come back when you are tired of wandering around. Can't the Pokemon League arrange a sinecure for you? As long as Madara agrees, Izuna's decision is not important at all. As for Hanzo, Dake can see that Hanzo doesn't want to die at all. He is just forced to die by the Uchiha brothers. You are worthy of it. Hanzo, who had been watching, breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was almost taken away by force. Since Dark left, Madara has always been a man of his word, and his decisions will basically not change. Only Izuna's words can be listened to by Madara. When Shikaku and Kurama did not learn their lesson and fought in public for the second time, causing many buildings in the Hidden Rain village to be destroyed, Madara stubbornly decided to kill Shikaku and Kurama, but was persuaded by Izuna. From that time on, Hanzo had determined one thing. The decisions Madara made in this life will only change because of 3 people. The first is Uchiha Izuna, the second is Senju Hashirama, and the third is Dark. If one day in the future, these 3 people all disappear from this world, then if Madara wants to do something crazy, no one will be able to persuade him. Gulala, that's right. I always hear you say how powerful you were in your prime, but I've never really seen it. If I don't see it, it's really keeping me awake at night. Newgate next to him suddenly said something, and at the same time taunted. In my opinion, your strongest ninja in the ninja world would be just a bit of a mediocre skill at best if he were put on the sea. Hey! Bara's eyes widened. He couldn't stand being taunted the most. Ah ha ha ha, you guys can solve your fight somewhere later, but now you have to explain to me what's going on. Dake pulled Madara aside and pointed at Uchiha Kaiwa who had been following them. What's going on? Didn't Kaiwa introduce himself? Is this something that can be explained by a simple self-introduction? I didn't know you were the kind of man who would leave offspring. Dake slapped himself in the face. When he traveled back, he had made many assumptions, but he didn't expect that Madara would actually give birth to a child. What do you want to know? Who is the mother of the dance? Dark was very curious, who was so powerful that Madara decided to have a child with her. This matter is no less than Sakura and Sasuke having a child. She is a descendant of the Senju family, but she is just an ordinary widow. When Shikaku and Kurama had their first fight, it made a lot of noise. It happened that the dragon veins were moving abnormally at that time, and several ninjas from the future appeared. Nissan went to investigate the situation and disappeared for 2 years. Izuna seemed happy to tell Dark this. He started talking about something without caring about Madara's opinion. This made Dark's heart skip a beat. Madara was already the most powerful figure in the ninja world at that time. What kind of accident could have caused him to be seriously injured? Izuna, don't talk too much. Madara seemed a little angry, rushed over and slapped Izuna to the ground. This disappearance lasted for 2 years. 2 years later, Madara appeared again with a baby girl in his arms. We found out about this matter after secretly investigating. Izuna couldn't say anything, and Hanzo could make up for it. At the beginning, Hanzo and Kakuzu were a little afraid of Madara, but now they have been partners for nearly 40 years, and there are no more messy emotions. Everyone is a true companion and comrade in arms, who has fought for a dream and a goal. What happened in the past 2 years is obvious. It's nothing more than that the seriously injured Madara was taken care of by others, and then they developed feelings and gave birth to Kaiwu. Kakuzu also jumped out to join in the fun. 38 years have passed, but Kakuzu is still as energetic as ever, and looks much younger. It seems that he has completely walked out of the shadow of being betrayed by the village. But I have never seen my mother, and my father doesn't allow me to ask. Kaiwu suddenly spoke at this time, expressing his dissatisfaction. Ban stared at him with a pair of samsara eyes, and immediately scared Kaiwu and jumped behind Dark. What are you doing? You are 70 years old and you are still scaring children. Dark pushed Madara and started to protect him on the spot. Although Madara is about 70 years old now, he has actually lived for more than 90 years. Speaking of which, Kaiwu's status in Dark's heart is still very high, because Kaiwu is the only descendant of a partner among so many people in the breeding house, and Dark is his uncle in terms of seniority. Such an identity relationship makes Dark subconsciously forget that Kaiwu is older than him. Kaiwu, you'd better not ask. Since Nissan doesn't say anything, there must be a reason why he can't say it. Although Izuna usually dotes on Kaiwu, it is precisely because of this that he doesn't want Kaiwu to know the reason. He once forced Madara to ask. Kaiwu's mother died when she gave birth to Kaiwu. It was not because of Kaiwu, but because of Madara. What kind of monster is Madara? He has Hashirama cells, Zetsu cells, and Indra chakra in his body. How can a normal human give birth to Madara's child without paying the price of his life? After learning about this, Izuna made up his mind not to let Kaiwu know the cause of her mother's death. Dark also keenly detected that there might be some complicated reasons, so he didn't mention it again. Because the cause of death is actually not important. Uncle Dake, help me revive my mother, please, I'll be your wife. Everyone. Chapter 324 2 Keys to Ninja Skills. Dake was confused when he heard Kaiwu's words, and felt a little familiar. Then he remembered that more than 3 months ago, the girl from 100 years later also made such a joke. Okay, Kaiwu, stop teasing your Uncle Dake. Before Dake agreed, Izuna threw a small stone over and accurately threw it on Kaiwu's head. It seems that Izuna's Uchiha family's shuriken throwing skills have not become much weaker even after arriving at the Pokemon Island. Ah ha ha ha, there's nothing I can do. Uncle Dake looks much more interesting than you old antiques. Kaiwu couldn't help laughing when he saw that his second uncle was broken by his words. Dake. This girl doesn't have any obsession with her mother at all. Just listen to the resurrection. Izuna explained. I can't help it. After all, I don't have any impression of my mother at all. How can I have such deep feelings for someone I don't have any impression of? I have my father and uncles, that's enough. Kaiwu raised her chin, held her head high and said as a matter of course. Doc realized that Kaiwu was teasing him just now. What a bad-tempered girl, it seems that she was spoiled by Izuna. Doc could tell at a glance that Kaiwu was spoiled by Izuna or Arcanine when she was a child. Madara is not a person who spoils children, and he can see it from the glance just now. Speaking of this, I'm afraid I'll be fine. Doc glanced at the other people present. Hey? I'll forget it. I hate children. Izuna spread his hands and then pointed at Kakuzu. Look at his bear-like appearance, who would want to be with him? Bullshit. I'm very handsome, and those who want to have children for me can line up in a long line. Kakuzu got angry on the spot. Izuna has been irritating Kakuzu for the past 38 years. If Kakuzu was a member of the Uchiha family, he would have been a kaleidoscope by now. I'm not in a hurry, Hanzo said stubbornly. Having one foot almost buried in the ground, he is indeed not in a hurry. If Dark hadn't come back, he would have given up. Stop talking about those useless things, Dark. There are 2 things I need to discuss it with you. 2 things? One is about my taking in a disciple. I'm still confused. What's going on? Dark scratched his head. Now he doesn't know what's going on. That thing is more important. Let's talk about it later. You should have discovered something after you came back. Many things in the Pokemon Island are developing in the direction of having the least impact possible. Ban pointed at the 3 people, the father and son of Whitebeard. The latter 3 were stunned for a moment, not knowing why. But Dark understood what Madara meant. He once told Madara that Uchiha Itachi destroyed the entire Uchiha family, and Sasuke was on the road to revenge against Uchiha Itachi. At that time, Dark also specifically explained to Madara about Sasuke's situation, recognizing a powerful man as his father in another world. Ah, this is also something that puzzles me. I originally thought that after the past changed, they would no longer have any intersection. Dark recalled the scenes of Naruto and Hinata's families. As a result, they seem to meet again in a way that seems strange to me but is actually reasonable. And on this basis, some other effects have been derived. This world is correcting these changes as much as possible, and would rather add some accidents on top of it than delete what has already happened on the original line. Ban said with certainty. During these 2 months, Ban did not run around, but found Robin to see what happened in the Pokemon League in the past 2 months. As a result, he found that some things were a little different from what Dark told him. At that time, he found something wrong and called Izuna to study together, and finally came to this conclusion. Well, in that case, I have an idea in my mind. Dark breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, if there is any irreversible accident in the future, he will have fewer concerns about the solution of returning to the past. But this only works on Pokemon Island. You are also very clear about what has become of the ninja world. Madara reminded him, so that Dark wouldn't be too reckless. I know. Then, this thing is for you. Madara walked back to his room and took out a thick book. Ninjutsu book. What is this? This is the result of us combining ninjutsu with Pokemon skills. Orochimaru and Oburu also helped a lot. These are all the ninjutsu that we have practiced and succeeded in. Kakuzu came over and explained. Who has made the greatest contribution to this ninja skills book? It must be him. Because he has the secret technique of Earth Grudge, Kakuzu can replace the hearts of various escape techniques to try to combine various escape techniques with skills. Dark took the ninja skills book and opened it. Alavel Explosion and Song of Fire Technique. The combination of Fire-type skill Fire Blast and Fire-type Dragon Flame Song Technique. Alavel Water Dragon Cannon. The combination of Water-type skill Hydro Pump and Water-type Water Dragon Bullet. Alavel Vacuum Blade. The combination of Flying-type Air Blade and Wind-type Wind Blade. When we were practicing over the years, there were 2 most critical discoveries. Izuna came over with her back bent and her hands behind her back, turning the book to the back pages. Dake also saw different ninjutsu on these pages. Crank Bug Net. Insect-type skill String Shot combined with Wind-style Net. Brank Swift Dragon Breath. Dragon-type skill Dragon Breath combined with Lightning-style Thunderbolt. The first rule is that if the skill and the escape technique are of the same or similar nature, the power of the fusion of the 2 will amplify the original ninjutsu or skill by 1.5 to 2 times, but if the nature is different, the power of the fusion may drop to between 0.3 and 0.8 times. If it is a water-type skill and a fire-style ninjutsu, there is no possibility of combining them. Aizu now told them about their research results. Dark was not too surprised about this, because Charlotte had told him this before she left. Although the power of the following ninjutsu has decreased, it is not necessarily weakened. For example, the Dragon Breath. Although it is not as powerful as Dragon Breath and not as fast as Thunder Arrow. But after the two are combined, the power is stronger than a single Thunder Arrow and the speed is faster than a single Dragon Breath. The overall benefit in actual combat is not as good as releasing a single Thunder Arrow or Dragon Breath, but there will always be a situation where the Dragon Breath is more appropriate. This is a good thing. Do you have a few copies left in the ninja world? Dark hopes that the Pokemon of each world have their own characteristics. This kind of ninjutsu is the characteristic of the Pokemon of the ninja world. The skill pool with more exaggerated numbers and more powerful skills will allow the Pokemon from the ninja world to have the confidence to fight against the Pokemon of the sailing world. All the ninjutsu here are public in the ninja world. In fact, before the ninja world and the Pokemon Island were connected, Madara had no intention of making this thing public. He was thinking of leaving it to the younger generations of the Akatsuki organization, so as to maintain the situation that Akatsuki dominated the ninja world. But when he saw that the average strength of the Pokemon in the sailing world was so strong and the technology was shared, Madara could not sit still. He was so strong that he did not want the descendants of the ninja world to lose to the people in the sailing world. It's not that we haven't tried to combine forbidden techniques with skills, but there are no successful cases. This may not be a bad thing. Dark was not depressed at all after hearing this. When forbidden techniques were born, they did not bring all benefits, but there might be many dangers. Take the forbidden technique reincarnation for example, how much trouble it has caused in the ninja world. The second key to ninjutsu is that when Pokemon can skillfully switch the direction of attribute energy and chakra in their bodies, they can easily release all ninjutsu without any seal. When Izuna said this key, he sighed, and this is something every Pokemon will do sooner or later. Only ninjas like them know how much the release of ninjutsu without any seal can enhance their combat effectiveness. And all Pokemon have the talent and qualifications for releasing ninjutsu without any seal. This is not too difficult for Pokemon. The Pokemon of the four of us basically mastered the technique of releasing ninjutsu without seals when they were 2 or 3 years old. Hanzo was the most shocked among the 4 people at that time. My Quillfish mastered this technique the latest, but he learned it when he was only 3 years old. Dark, you have to know that both Quillfish and the evolved Quillfish are Pokemon that cannot make seals in their lifetime. Kakuzu was afraid that Dark could not understand the exaggeration, so he added, this means that even if Pokemon cannot practice seals on their own, this technique will be automatically simulated over and over again in their bodies until they are proficient. I see. Dark nodded and understood why the 4 emphasized this second point. A human ninja has an upper limit, in many aspects, whether it is the amount of chakra or the speed of seals. But these cannot be said to be non-existent in Pokemon, but their lower limit after maturity can be said to be the upper limit of ordinary ninjas. Put this book in the library of the Pokemon League, and then we should talk about the matter of taking in disciples. Ban stuffed the ninja skills book into Dark's arms, his face straightened. In these years, Akatsuki has not always been so peaceful. The seizure of power has happened more than once or twice. This is also my carelessness. We didn't expect that so many bad things would happen just by releasing a message. In order to sit on the position of Akatsuki Shadow, there were even intrigues and fratricide within Akatsuki. I don't know how long you plan to sit on this position of the leader of the alliance, but before you reveal your idea of abdication, you'd better train a few disciples to reduce the impact of such things in the future. Chapter 325 Pocky. Hey? No need. We'll just select them when the time comes. Dark didn't take it too seriously, it's at least a dozen or 20 years before I abdicate, it's too early to accept a disciple now. How do you know what he's like when you choose him temporarily? Madara took this matter very seriously, especially, if your disciple is the second-generation leader, then the current group of high-level leaders of the alliance will have no objection, but if there are no disciples or descendants among the candidates, then the alliance's high-level leaders are likely to split because of this, and everyone wants to push their own people to the top. Even the few people in Konoha's village will split because of this, and the Pokemon Alliance will be faced with what kind of situation at that time? Dark, it's not too early to accept a disciple now, your disciple will be around 30 years old in 20 years. This time even Izuna spoke up. It seems that the situation that Akatsuki encountered was indeed beyond their expectations. Dark, this matter is not too early to accept a disciple now, your disciple will be around 30 years old in 20 years. This time even Izuna spoke up. It seems that the situation that Akatsuki encountered that time was indeed beyond their expectations. It's just an apprenticeship. It's not a big deal. There's no need to make a public announcement. Just teach occasionally. Don't be stubborn. Hanzo and Kakuzu all had similar ideas. These people have reached a consensus. Uncle Dark, how about taking me as your apprentice? Go. Dark already knew Kaiwa's temper and would not take her words to heart. It's not too urgent. Think about it for a while. Boom. As Madara was talking, the whole world suddenly shook. This kind of vibration was not obvious. If it weren't for the fact that the people present were not ordinary people, they would probably not be able to sense such a vibration. What's going on? Madara looked at Dark. If something happened on Pokemon Island, Dark would definitely be the first person to be found. Awoo! X2. At the first moment of the vibration, two big dogs suddenly jumped out from the depths of the yard. One was Madara's Arcanine, and the other was Izuna's. Then Kakuzu's Tangrowth also walked out slowly from the back, looking puzzled. As for Hanzo's Mangeki no Mizuna, it was probably somewhere in the water. Very strong Dark used Psychic to scan casually. Although the perception was not accurate, the strength of these three Pokemon was already obvious. Their physique was not exaggerated, which was 1.5 times the average height of the race. But after all, they grew up in the ninja world, so it was normal that they did not have the characteristics of the sailing world. This also made it convenient for Dark to use his common sense as a breeder to observe the development of the three Pokemon. According to his conservative estimate, after more than 30 years of growth, the level of these three Pokemon must be at least LV.70. This is already the level of a quasi-champion in the world of Pokemon. When Pokemon reaches LV.50, the growth rate will drop significantly. In the past, it may have reached this level in 1 year, but in the future, it may only increase by 1 level per year. Every level increase is a breakthrough for itself. For the three Pokemon to reach this level, they must have been carefully cultivated by Madara and others. After all, the four of them still have many things to do and cannot always accompany the Pokemon to train. I don't know. Dark shook his head, not sure what the situation was, but he roughly guessed, it must be related to those guys. If there was a huge crisis on Pokemon Island, Giratina would definitely appear at the first time. But now Giratina didn't appear, which means it was just a small situation. But the ones who could cause such a small situation must be those gods. Buzz. Just as Dark was guessing who was messing around, a pink vortex suddenly appeared next to him. Palage. As soon as Dark saw the color of the vortex, he knew who it was. In fact, even if Palage was John/Skylar, Dark would have guessed it was him in the end. After all, the other Pokemon were not like this. Palage looked like a child who made a mistake. Others looked at the white guy who suddenly appeared with curiosity. After they came to Pokemon Island, they naturally went to iconic buildings such as the First Temple, and naturally knew that the space god Palage was a real one. But it was the first time they saw the real one. What did you do? Dark crossed his arms and glanced at Pocky with a sidelong glance. Pocky looked at him. It seems that you have done something big. Dark's face darkened. Pocky was very happy. If it could be saved, then Darkrai would have made up for it before he went to investigate. Darkrai. Darkrai appeared out of thin air. However, he was holding a little girl with blue hair in his hands when he appeared. Dark was stunned, frowning. Then, Darkrai began to explain to him what was going on. This matter started 2 or 3 days ago when Dark brought Dialga back from the ninja world. When Dialga shared what happened in the past few days with a few friends, Pocky couldn't hold back. In his opinion, Dark and Dialga went out to play without him, and he was very angry that they didn't take him to such an interesting thing. Dialga was the same. He didn't call him when such a thing happened. He was not a good friend. Palyaki was very careful, but he dared to make trouble for Dialga. Although the latter was honest, he was not the kind of person who would endure it obediently. The two went to war directly. Of course, Pocky and Dialga were both holding back, and they didn't dare to make too much noise to avoid attracting Giratina or Dark. But the power of space and time worked together. Even if you hold back, you will also have some subtle reactions. And this subtle reaction is to tear open a small tunnel connecting to other worlds. Although this tunnel only existed for a moment, a child was absorbed by the tunnel and came to this world. They didn't know which world or time the child came from, so they couldn't send the child back. Palich went to find Darkrai, and then came to admit his mistake under the latter's persuasion. Dialga thought he was not wrong, so he refused to come. Dark scratched his hair with a headache and looked at the blue-haired girl again. Although she looked a little familiar, there were so many people who were familiar to him in the world, how could he tell who she was at once? Dark first walked over and checked the girl's body with his ability, and after confirming that she was healthy, he used Psychic to try to wake her up. The girl woke up quickly, and she was obviously not recovered from the situation. She looked down at her hands, and felt much weaker than usual, and she couldn't use any strength. Awake? Doc was a little embarrassed now, and didn't know how to explain this situation, had to ask first, do you have any family? No, a few days ago, all the tribesmen were wiped out. The girl's eyes were dull, obviously she had suffered a great deal of psychological trauma, but there was still light in the depths of her eyes. She was a strong girl. Dangerous species. She stood up, looked around, and finally stopped her gaze on the Pokémon present. She didn't seem to care much about where she was now. What's your name? Esteth. The girl answered somewhat blindly, while lowering her head and pulling at her clothes, as if looking for something. Where's my dagger? Maybe it fell. It probably fell in the time tunnel. Dark's forehead was slightly sweaty, he was now like a parent who was cleaning up his troubled child. But what really made him sweat was the girl's name and identity. He had realized who the girl in front of him was and which world she came from. Esteth, Red Eyes killed. The youngest and most powerful general in the entire empire, possesses the Ice Imperial Artifact Devil God Appearance Essence of Demons, is considered by the boss of Night Raid to be the strongest Imperial Artifact user, and is also a battle maniac and sadistic queen. Although Esteth is the boss in the play, she is very generous to her subordinates and ordinary people. She is a very popular idol-level figure both in the army and among ordinary people in the empire, and is a natural leader. However, of course, this is the panel of Esteth when she grows up and is 20 years old. The current Esteth is probably only about 11 or 12 years old, and she should not have drunk the blood of the Mega Danger species to get the Ice Imperial Artifact. Esteth is not so powerful after getting the Imperial Artifact, but she was already so powerful that she got the Ice Imperial Artifact after becoming a general of the Empire, which also proves her outstanding talent. Oh. Esteth answered and there was no follow-up. Do you have anything you want to do? Doc paused, trying to find a topic. Become stronger. Esteth raised her eyes, and her eyes became firm. She was the princess of the Roots tribe. She was instilled with the idea of the survival of the fittest since she was a child. After the Roots tribe was destroyed by the northern foreign tribes, they became more convinced that the only way to survive was to become strong. That's why Esteth was so obsessed with power. Dark turned his head and looked back when he heard this. Coincidentally, Madara and others also looked at Dark, and it seemed that everyone thought of the same thing. Then do you want to worship me as your master? I am very, very powerful. Dark grinned and looked down at the little blue-haired girl. Based on his impression of Esteth, the future Esteth should be able to become an excellent leader of the alliance, a person who is like Madara to the outside and like Hashirama to the inside. Prove it to me. Little Esteth is not so easy to fool. She has her own pride in her heart. If you want to worship, then worship the most powerful person. Then surpass the other party and become a stronger person. Chapter 326 The First Disciple. Okay. Dark was not surprised by Esteth's request. Besides, this was not the first time someone asked him to show his strength. I remember that when he met Madara 3 months ago, the latter also made such a request. After all, the words of the strong are credible. Although Dark's strongest point is Pokemon, his personal strength is not weak. At least Pokemon that is not at the champion level should not try to touch him. Watch it. Dark reached out and tapped Esteth's head, but he suddenly remembered that this was in the city, change place. Dark put one hand on Esteth's shoulder, and the next moment he suddenly appeared on the grassland 5 kilometers outside the town. This is one of the effects of psychic teleport. Dark has already started teaching psychic, this ability that Dark uses most frequently and will be one of the abilities he will teach Esteth. Awesome! Esteth exclaimed sincerely. With such an ability, wouldn't it be possible to kill the target before he finds himself? Fire, wind, water, ice, which of these 4 elements are you interested in? Dark pondered for a while, and then asked Esteth next to him. Ice. Esteth, who was born in the northern snow, must have a higher affinity for the attribute of ice. Dark didn't know the chakra attribute of Esteth. After all, there was no such thing as chakra in the other party's body. But considering the setting of Esteth in the original world, whether in the past or in the future, it is inseparable from ice, so he thinks Esteth will definitely be able to awaken the ice escape bloodline limit. Well, okay. The elemental attributes of Dark's chakra are fire, wind, and water. However, he has also tried to develop a bloodline limit. Normally, it is difficult to fuse 2 chakras. However, the power of aura can reduce the conflict of fusion and look inside one's own chakra meridian network, so it is not difficult for Dark to fuse a bloodline limit. In addition to ice escape, he also integrated the burning release and boiling release in a very short time. However, after integrating the corresponding chakra, he did not develop the corresponding ninjutsu. Because he felt that he would not have the time to use ninjutsu. Now, if he wants to teach Esteth the ice release, he must develop ninjutsu. At least he must develop a few simple ninjutsu as a primer, and then let Esteth study it herself, or use Kyuzen as a tool. In Esteth's gradually widening eyes, Dark flew to a height of 20 to 30 meters. In fact, he could fly higher, but he was worried that Esteth could not see him, so he stopped at this height. Let me think about it. Dark pondered for a while, and in an instant he came up with an idea. The next moment. Big raise Nan. When Dark raised his right hand, a super huge and rotating chakra ball appeared in his right hand. Integrate into the ice release chakra. Kaka. The huge chakra ball instantly changed color and deformed. The original blue chakra turned into ice blue, and countless icicle spears protruded from the round ball. If an ordinary ninja were to hold this thing, his palm might be pierced by these ice spikes. Raise Nan itself is a relatively dangerous and difficult ninjutsu. If it continues to be developed, it will basically have to enter the level of forbidden ninjutsu. Ordinary people must pay some price to use this forbidden ninjutsu. However, if Asdeth becomes Dark's disciple in the future, then the polishing of her physique and the two-color domineering are necessary. With these means, she can use forbidden ninjutsu with less scruples. At least the ice escape raise Nan in Dark's hand at this moment will definitely not hurt Asdeth's palm. Add some more domineering. This is also the last step. The ice escape rays Nan began to surround the body with dark red lightning-type fluids, which were the materialized domineering. In fact, Dark could continue to try to add aura power, psychic and even other chakras. But it is far from necessary now. Not to mention whether the fusion will cause the technique to fail directly. Even if it succeeds, Asdeth will not be able to reach that level in the next few years. Let's do this for now. Dark murmured, looking at the stunned Asdeth below, grabbed the super large ball in his hand and pressed it towards the ground in the distance. Snap! There was no earth-shattering roar, and only the crisp sound like glass breaking resounded in this space. Although there was no shocking performance in hearing, it was completely different visually. The originally endless prairie instantly turned into an ice crystal tundra with ice rock icicle spear in sight. The range was so large that it was thousands of meters from east to west. Under the reflection of these shining ice blocks, it seemed that the whole world was dim. Asdeth walked onto the ice field blankly, heading towards the center, and then saw an even more thrilling scene. In the center of the ice field, a huge cenote appeared. The cenote was densely packed with countless creepy ice spikes, as if the earth had opened its fang-filled abyss mouth in an attempt to swallow everything. This period of time was enough for Madara and others to arrive. Riding Arcanine, it took only a few minutes to cover the short distance of 5 kilometers. Is this his full strength? Kakuzu looked at the ice field in front of him and asked Madara next to him. None of them had ever seen Dark use his full strength, they only knew that Dark must be very strong. No, he's not that weak. Madara shook his head and denied it with a glance. This scene in front of them would be very exaggerated whether it was placed in the sailing world or the ninja world, and it would make people lose the idea of resistance. But for them, it was acceptable. Because if Madara or Arcanine came, they could also achieve the effect of releasing fire to burn Norman, but the destructive power might not be as strong as Dark's move. Madara asked the group of people at the top of the alliance, but no one had seen Dark use his full strength. When asked the people at the training house, they were not sure either, because Dark's strength seemed to be getting stronger. Dark was not so strong at the beginning, but he became so strong in a very short time. Is this ice escape? Did Dark even study blood limit? Izuna glanced at the ice on the ground. Although they could not use their abilities here, they were not comparable to normal people. They still had the most basic vision, especially since Izuna had 2 ice escape apprentices from the Snow family. By the way, why did Dark accept an ordinary girl from another world as his apprentice? Hanzo frowned. Although the idea of the girl covet becoming stronger was worthy of praise, he did not see any talent in her. Hanzo was a leader who valued talents, but he would not spend too much energy to take care of those who did not have outstanding talents. So, in his opinion, Dark's disciples should be carefully selected from the alliance. He is not an ordinary person. He should be able to see whether a person's talent is good or bad. This has been confirmed in Akatsuki, right? Ban asked back. You should know that the current group of high-level and strong people in Akatsuki, their talented disciples, are basically all on the list listed by Dark. Dark knows that history is correct, but history has been changed beyond recognition, but he is still sure that these people will be geniuses, which is enough to show that Dark has a good vision. It's good that he is willing to accept disciples. Don't ask for so much more. Chuan Na shrugged his shoulders, not caring too much about these. By the way, 1 disciple is not enough. Without the pressure of competition, the little girl may not grow up. Instead, she may develop various problems. But if he has more disciples, there will inevitably be a situation of power struggle in the future. No matter which of these disciples becomes the second-generation leader, at least they are people we know, and they are all disciples of Dark. Even if the others fail, the supporters below will not have so many complaints, and it is still within the controllable range. Icefield Center. How about it? Do you want to worship me as your master? Yes. This time, Asteth had nothing to hesitate about, and bowed to Dark beside him. Master. Very good, then you will go back and forth between the three worlds for daily training in the future. Physical training in the sailing world and learning to color domineering. Learn to use psychic in Pokemon Island. In the ninja world, they practiced using ninjutsu, and first saw if they could develop the ice escape bloodline limit, and if not, they would use other escape techniques. Dark could usually fight without using ninjutsu, because his psychic was enough to deal with all enemies. But Asteth's psychic certainly couldn't do that, and learning some other fighting methods would definitely have more advantages than disadvantages. Anyway, it was still early for Dark to abdicate, and Asteth had plenty of time to learn and train herself, so it was no problem to learn more. Three worlds. Asteth couldn't understand. Oh, right. Dark then remembered that Asteth probably didn't even know what the situation was now. So, Dark then explained the current situation to Asteth. If you want to go back. I don't care. Asteth shook her head, showing that she didn't care. Now that the Baruts have been destroyed, she would be homeless even if she returned to that world. Besides, three worlds, Pokemon, various abilities and strong people. Isn't this more interesting than the original world? Asteth's two ice blue eyes sparkled. As a girl obsessed with fighting, she certainly wanted to stay here. She wanted to become the strongest in all worlds. When she was strong enough, she would go back for revenge. Okay, then you stay with me for the next few days. I will teach you and handle some things at the same time. Chapter 327. This town must have a legend. 3 days have passed since Dark came to Yggdrasil. During these 3 days, he did nothing else but wander around the city, thinking about how to bring some activities and historical legends that could be passed down for thousands of years to this town. As for the Newgate family, they have already left. After all, the second semester of the Pokemon Academy has started, and Uchiha Sasuke, as a student in the second semester, should also go to school. In theory, during these 3 days, Dark should call Dialga to restore the youth of Madara and others. But seeing Madara's Samsara Eye, Dark decided to change his method. Dialga's time reversal will return all the changes in Madara and others to that time point, and these changes are not all for the worse. You should know that Madara, who has Hashirama's cells and Zetsu cells, can now even use wood release. It is the wood release of Hashirama Senju, not the wood release of Yamato's infrastructure. Time reversal has no benefit for Madara except prolonging his life. His strength will decline due to the loss of Samsara Eye and Zetsu cells. Since time reversal cannot be used to prolong life, the only way is to infuse vitality. It just so happens that Dark thinks that the city of Yggdrasil must have some very extraordinary legends, so that the city can appear tall and majestic. Under the world tree, Dark stood there in a daze. Master. Asteth stood beside Dark, holding a snow-white egg in her arms. There are many things about Dark that she cannot understand, one of which is that he often stands there and stares blankly in front of him. What's wrong? When Dark responded, Asteth looked up at Dark, who was still in a daze. This is also something she can't understand. Why can he respond to her when he is clearly in a daze? What are you doing? I'm helping Braviary family choose a partner. If I don't help them find a partner, they may become gay. Dark carefully selected the Mandibuzz tribes in the Magic Mall. For each Pokemon tribe, the system will give a description of the general survival style of this tribe, and these descriptions are the basis for Dark to choose the tribe. Most of the Mandibuzz tribes are described as violent. Because Mandibuzz is a Pokemon with a rough temperament. Their favorite creatures on the menu are Cubone. They only give enough patience and careful care to their husbands and degenerate Vullaby. Of course, when they are angry, they will chase and peck at their husbands and children. Although Dark also knows this, he must choose a race that is as gentle as possible. Because this race will not be an ordinary Mandibuzz family, but a race that protects the world tree together with braviary, so it is naturally not the same as ordinary Mandibuzz. After a screening, Dark finally saw a different Mandibuzz tribe. Order. This is the descriptive word for this Mandibuzz tribe. There should be a Mandibuzz who is the queen of the tribe managing the entire tribe. It is not difficult to guess that a wild Pokemon tribe will show a style of order, so there must be a dignified and prestigious leader managing the entire tribe. After selecting, Dark immediately exchanged it. Mandibuzz tribe. Number, 67, 41 Mandibuzz, 26 Vullaby. Leader, Mandibuzz LV58. Mandibuzz is close to the elite level, no wonder it can subdue so many irritable fellows. Dark took a look at the general information of the tribe and was quite satisfied. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that the number of this Mandibuzz tribe was a bit small compared to Braviary family. The number of Braviary family has exceeded 100 in more than a year. GA. More than 60 Pokemon suddenly appeared around, which would make anyone dumbfounded. G. At this moment, Esteth was very confused. She couldn't understand how such a group of creatures suddenly appeared around her. Is it not the master who was in a daze, but herself? From now on, this tree will be your home. Are you satisfied? Dark looked at the Mandibuzz in front of him with a little pride in his eyes, and judged at a glance that this one was the leader. The Mandibuzz looked up and his eyes suddenly widened. Such a thick tree is simply her dream tree. The canopy of the world tree is extremely huge. For the bird Pokemon living on it, it is simply a forest. And there are so many brave and majestic braviary in this forest, which is even more attractive to Mandibuzz. This is simply a naked beauty trap. It seems that your tribesmen are very satisfied. Dark looked at those Mandibuzz staring at braviary with their eyes wide open. Mandibuzz family has another characteristic, which is lust. However, they only like braviary who is brave, majestic, and fearless. Ha! Mandibuzz nodded, and her attitude became much friendlier. Obviously, she has understood the current situation. If you want this mansion and these handsome men, you must protect this tree. Ha! Mandibuzz nodded again, and seemed to be unable to hold back. Then, go ahead and have more babies. Duck grinned and raised his hand, indicating that Mandibuzz can do whatever they want. The lust of Mandibuzz is not a bad thing. At least Doc does not have to worry about the problem that the offspring of the two tribes will become fewer and fewer. There is no such thing as contraception in the reproduction behavior of Pokemon. Master. Esteth seemed to come back to his senses at this time. What is my Pokemon? Esteth was not so interested in Pokemon before. It was only after learning that Dark's strongest point was not his own strength, but his Pokemon partners, that he decided to become a trainer to train Pokemon. Now, it should be the interesting look and behavior of Mandibuzz family that made Esteth clearly realize that Pokemon is not an ordinary beast, monster, or dangerous species, but another kind of highly intelligent creature with a different appearance from them. An Alola Vulpix, check the Pokédex after you go back. As my disciple, you know enough about Pokemon. Dark has high requirements for Esteth. He is training Esteth according to the standard that surpasses Sinnoh champion Cynthia. Oh! Esteth lowered her head and stroked the egg. The cool touch made her feel very comfortable, and she began to look forward to the little life in the egg. Then what's next? Dark opened the magic business again city. The Braviary and Mandibuzz tribes can face most situations, but they are just the guardians of the world tree on the surface. It is not difficult to target this group of flying Pokemon. If bad guys appear in the Pokemon Island in the future, we must not only pin our hopes on them. There must also be Pokemon with a high enough status and hidden to guard here. Just like the first gods in the Alliance City. World Tree City or a city. Dark thought of the city and the world tree in the original world of Pokemon. As early as when he built this city, Dark had already thought of the goal of this legend. It is the same as the Pokemon world. Mew, 100W Pokemon coins. Just a small Mew is not enough. As someone who has seen that work, Dark knows the problem of that Mew. That was Mew that existed at the beginning of the world, and was born in the Pokemon world together with the world tree, but because of this, the range of activities of K was limited. For hundreds of millions of years, he has been alone and confined around the world tree. He has almost no friends and is very lonely. But Dark doesn't intend to let this little guy be so lonely. So, he decided to find a good friend for little Mew who can accompany him for a long, long time. Long enough that one day in the future, Dark disappears from this world, and they still live healthily in this world. Celebi, 100W magic coins. Roar, it's incredible. Looking at the two little guys he chose, Dark felt that it was a shocking move. Mew has a high intelligence, and his genes contain all the information of Pokemon. He can use all the moves, so many scholars in the Pokemon world believe that he is the ancestor of Pokemon, and Mewtwo is a legendary Pokemon created based on Mew's genes. Only with a pure heart and a strong desire to meet it can Mew appear. The world tree symbolizes the beginning of everything, and Mew is also regarded as the beginning of Pokemon. Celebi has the power to travel through time and wander around. Generally speaking, they only appear in peaceful times. They have strong healing power and vitality, and can exert this power on other creatures. A large enough forest may also give birth to Celebi, so Celebi is also regarded as the forest god. Yonitrashal is a town with a green coverage rate of up to 98%, and the atmosphere here is peaceful and harmonious, which will definitely be loved by Celebi. Any one of these two little guys will cause a huge sensation in the Pokemon world. But Dark now wants them to be born in the same town and be good friends, which is naturally a crazy move that will shock people. The legend of this town will start with you. Dark smiled and then clicked to exchange. Mew. Attribute, Psychic. Feature, Synchronization. Qualification, Red. Height, 0.4 m. Weight, 4.0 kg. Age, 1 day. Level, LV.90. Skills: Celebi. Attribute, Psychic, Grass. Feature, Natural Recovery. Qualification, Gold. Height, 0.6 m. Weight, 5.0 kg. Age, 1 day. Level, LV.90. Skills: Song of the End, Leaf Storm, Healing Wish, Future Sight. Chapter 328 People who witnessed the beginning of the legend. Mew. By. Two little guys, one pink and one green, suddenly appeared around Dark. As soon as Mew came out, he tilted his head and looked around, fluttering left and right. If Doc hadn't said anything, he would have rushed out to see this colorful world. After Celebi appeared, the first thing he did was to hug Dak's head and hide most of his body behind Dak's head, then he showed his onion head and carefully observed the world. Both little guys were newborns just created by the system, and they only had basic concepts instilled in this world. Through these small actions after they were born, their personalities can be basically judged. Mew is like a kitten, curious about everything, and he is an action-oriented person. He wants to take a look at curious things. Celebi is also curious, but he is cautious by nature. He will observe only after ensuring his own safety. Nonsense. Mew noticed the onion head behind Dak's head after browsing for a week, and his eyes lit up immediately. He knew Doc. Although Dark exchanged them directly from the system, it seemed like it was just a matter of a moment, but in the impression of Mew and Celebi, they were hatched from eggs by Dark. But Mew and Celebi did not feel any closeness to each other. After all, they were not really together since the egg stage. Mew, this is Celebi, you and I were born at the same time, you are brothers. Dark stretched out a hand and rubbed Mew's chin. Mew has a layer of soft and delicate pink hair on his body, which feels very comfortable to touch, while Celebi has no hair on his body, and you feel the cool and soft green skin when you touch it. These legendary Pokémon have no gender, they can be boys or girls. Vi. Celebi shrank his head back, and seemed to be afraid to see Mew. But Mew didn't care about this, he rushed over and hugged Celebi and kissed him, which made the latter stunned. This is like the relationship between fire signs and earth signs, one is fiery and the other is restrained. You will live there with everyone in the future. Dark pointed to the tall world tree, just protect it, you can go to other places to play at other times. He had no intention of confining the two little guys here forever, and he certainly would not let Mew be confined around the world tree like the one in Pokemon World. Besides, the world tree over there is actually a mineral that contains huge energy, has mysterious power and nourishes the entire world, and is suspected to be the origin of the power of aura. But the world tree in Pokemon Island only looks like a world tree. In fact, its existence at most makes the environment of Pokemon Island more comfortable and the air fresher. Of course, this is only the current situation. No one knows whether this tree will have any subtle changes in 10,000 years. Miss. Mew looked up and nodded while holding Celebi. He didn't care much about where he lived. Vi. Celebi seemed a little uncomfortable being pressed against by Mew, but he didn't struggle and endured it honestly. By the way, Celebi, I need you to do me a favor. Dark was just about to let the two little guys go play, but suddenly he remembered something. Afterwards, Dark held the two little ones and went to find Madara and the others. At this time, Esteth had no idea what Mew and Celebi were. Because she only had a vague idea of what kind of creatures Pokemon were, she didn't know the special features of Mew and Celebi. When she grows up and can no longer see these legendary Pokemon, she will feel sorry that she didn't build a good relationship with these legendary Pokemon when she was a child. The extent of these legendary Pokemon's public appearances is almost the same as Dark's. When Dark showed up on the sea to conquer the world, Darkrai, Sceptile, and others were also busy and frequently appeared in everyone's field of vision. Now Dark retired to work seriously behind the scenes, and people gradually lost sight of these first gods. When Dark completely abdicates and the new leader of the Alliance takes office, these legendary Pokemon will truly begin to become legends. When Madara and his party saw Mew and Celebi, they were still a little confused. Because Dark said that the little green onion could extend their lifespan and make their bodies full of vitality again. These two Pokemon are. Chuan Nato glanced at Mew and Celebi and felt that they had no deterrent power at all. You know, which of the gods in the first god temple is not domineering and heroic or mysterious? Even the most gentle ice god Lapras has a terrifying profile and a brutal resume. But these two little things? Well, they are first gods. Dark nodded to confirm Izuna's guess. There is no such thing as legendary Pokemon or mythical Pokemon on Pokemon Island. Here they have their own name, the first god. It means the original god, a Pokemon that was born in the same era as the god of creation Dark and possesses the power of God. There will only be one such first god. For example, with the scale of the Alliance Forest, a Celebi may be born again in a few thousand years, but that Celebi will not have the title of first god. Mew is the original god, and Celebi is the forest god. Dark has already thought of their names for the two kids. Mew is called the original god because he is the original Pokemon in another world. He has all the Pokemon genes in his body and can even transform into legendary Pokemon like Lugia and Groudon. Celebi is called the forest god because of his nickname Forest God. Moreover, with the existence of Xerneas, Celebi is not worthy of titles like Life God or Vitality God. With the existence of Dialga, he is not worthy of titles like Time God or Time God. Original God. Izuna couldn't help but look at Mew a few more times when he heard such an awesome name. This nickname is so confusing. It feels like it can almost be compared with Dark's creation god Celebi, please. Dark glanced at the little onion head. Although Celebi was just born in this world, he should be born with the ability to use his body, so it should be easy for him to do such a thing. Bye. Celebi nodded. He flapped the translucent wings on his back and flew to Madara's side first. While spinning around Madara's head, some dust-emitting green fluorescence fell. Then, Madara's grey hair became dark again, and the wrinkles on his face gradually faded. He looked like he was 40 years old, and even his samsara eye seemed to be brighter. Afterwards, Celebi instilled vitality into Izuna, Hanzo, and others, making them look like they were back to their 40-year-old state, but their strength did not decrease at all, but became stronger. Izuna, if you have time, you can go to the suburbs of Alliance City to find Professor Vegapunk. He should be able to copy a pair of Sharingan for you based on your genes. Dark said, looking at the three Magatama Sharingan in Izuna's eyes. The existence of the Mangeki Sharingan is too exaggerated for the combat power increase of an Uchiha ninja. Without the Mangeki Sharingan, Izuna's strength is probably the weakest among the four. Even Kakuzu is now a top-ranked cage-level ninja who has mastered 5 bloodline limits. Izuna's strength can only be regarded as barely entering the cage-level category. If you can have a pair of your own Sharingan, even if you have to open it again, it will definitely be better than using other people's eyes now. Using other people's eyes not only loses the possibility of continuing to go further, but also consumes more pupil power and chakra than using your own eyes. Can you still do this? It was the first time that Izuna heard about this. He had always believed that Vegapunk and Monet were professors in the field of Pokemon research, but in fact, this was not the case. Monet was a pure Pokemon professor, but Vegapunk's identity as a Pokemon professor was secondary. First of all, he was a scientific research professor with profound attainments in biology, weapons, chemistry, and other aspects. Well, it should be easy for him. Dark pondered for a while, then nodded. If he could create a seraph with the biological genes of the 7 warlords of the sea, then it would not be difficult to copy a pair of eyes with the biological genes of Izuna. Okay. Chuan Nai took note of this matter. Before, he was too old, so he didn't want to run around and stayed in Yggdrasil to retire. But now, he can go out with Arcanine to have a look. Mew, Celebi, go and have fun, and remember to meet your other brothers when you have time. Dark waved his hands at the 2 little ones. As a trainer, he wanted to make the relationship between these legendary Pokemon as good as possible to reduce the possibility of them tearing each other apart and starting a war. He didn't want to be suddenly brought out by the leader of unknown generations to mediate the conflicts between these first gods when he was drinking tea and enjoying his retirement in a corner of the world. Me. Mew answered hurriedly, fearing that Dark would change his mind. The little pink hare took the little onion head's hand and flew into the town. Celebi likes a peaceful environment, while Mew likes a lively environment. This is not a conflict. The 2 little ones should be able to become good friends. In the next 2 days, there will be rumors of unknown Pokemon appearing in the city in Yggdrasil, which attracted many people. And these people are the first group of people who witnessed the beginning of the legend. The legend of the World Tree City also began to spread from these people. Chapter 329 Aura Hero and World Tree Guardian. On the 7th day after Dark arrived at Yggdrasil, he was the only one left. Madara went to the sailing world, ready to train with the White Group's ship to hone his body. He set a small goal for himself, which was to beat down the 9-tailed beasts with his body alone. Izuna went to the Alliance City to find Vegapunk's duplicate eyes, while Hanzo and Kakuzu were arranged to return to the ninja world. Dark had the idea of creating an agricultural department and a legal department before, and for these 2 departments, the people in the ninja world were obviously more suitable than those in the sailing world. Of course, Dark also had the idea of balancing the composition of the alliance. The ninja world had a bloodline limit like wood release, which was very suitable to become a grass-type ninja, and then work in the agricultural sector. With the research of Orochimaru and Hirako plus the power of Vegapunk, it is not difficult to copy the wood escape of Senju Hashirama, but it is not that difficult to copy the tree planting escape of Yamato. As the product of Kagaya Atsutsuki's consciousness, Zetsu is a creature that masters yin-yang escape techniques, and the uncle of Ashura and Indra in terms of generation. This person must be higher than Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru and his team have even researched Zetsu cells, so the difficulty of extracting the wood escape bloodline limit from Senju Hashirama must be lower. As for the legal department, is there anyone more suitable than the Nara family? Most ninjas in the ninja world have the basic qualities of being cautious and calm, and such a character is more suitable for them to bear. Nara family is the best among them in taking up this job. The purpose of Hanzo and Keiku being arranged by Dark to return to the ninja world is to find people who are willing to enter these two departments. He is not worried about not finding them, because it is not that those people cannot come if they don't want to. The leaders and high-level officials of the major countries and villages in the ninja world will entice those people with such talents to come and induce them to climb to a higher position. Because only in this way can the status of the ninja world in the Pokemon League catch up with the sailing world. Yes, there is a little confusion. Dark stood under the world tree and stared at Esdeath in front of him. Celebi and Mew were stacked on his head. The two little things were tired from playing in the morning and were taking a nap on his head. And Esdeath held a delicate willow leaf in his hand, which was slightly bent by the invisible force. Confusion is equivalent to chakra for psychic. Now Esdeath is in the stage of refining confusion, but this difficulty is much higher than refining chakra. Refining chakra can be sensed. But if you are not proficient in controlling confusion, you can't sense the existence of confusion at all, it is just illusory energy. If Dark hadn't told Esdeath, she wouldn't know that she already had confusion, and she didn't know that the willow leaf in her hand was bent because of her confusion. She even thought that her fingers unconsciously exerted force, which caused the willow leaf to bend. Hey! Esdeath's face flushed red, and soon she couldn't stand it anymore, and she exhaled a mouthful of carbon dioxide. Not bad, you are now an entry-level psychic. Dark reached out and stroked Esdeath's head. It should be said that she deserves to have the boss template of another world. It is true that the force value of the Zhantong world is not as good as the sailing world and the ninja world, but this does not affect the setting that Esdeath is a genius. In the Pokemon world, there are people who spent more than 10 years to bend a spoon with only confusion, but that is already considered a talent. Because people without talent can never have confusion, and they can't even refine a little bit of it even if they study for a lifetime. Oh, I'm so tired, it's still more interesting to exercise. Esdeath sighed. She prefers training in the sailing world because she can actually feel that she is getting stronger day by day, and that sense of accomplishment and gain gives her more motivation to move forward. Even training in the ninja world is better than here. Although she can only refine water chakra and wind chakra in the ninja world, at least she can feel her own chakra and feel that she has made progress. I know that training psychic is very tiring and difficult, but psychic is also the one with the highest upper limit among the powers you have trained. She can help you in the future not only in battle, but also in many other places. Dake comforted his apprentice. It was his first time as a master, and he didn't quite understand how to deal with such a situation, so he could only ask others for experience. Oh! Esdeath nodded honestly. Although she felt tired, she never said she wanted to give up. She wanted to become stronger, not just talk or impulsive, but she wanted to die if she couldn't become mega strong. One more thing, why do you need to hold your breath and use force? I should have corrected you many times. Dark stretched out a finger and poked Esdeath's face. The duration of your confusion is short every time, not because you have less confusion, but because you have no strength or lack of oxygen. When Esdeath used confusion to try to bend something, she would hold her breath and exert all her strength with her whole body, and her eyes would tear the leaves into pieces. Subconsciously, I can't control it. I think that can help me feel the existence of confusion. Esteth explained. She didn't use force and hold her breath as Dark said, so she couldn't concentrate on using confusion on the target. Maybe it's because you're not proficient yet. You have to work hard to learn how to control it. Dark's psychic was exchanged from the system, and he never tried hard. So when facing the problems Esteth encountered, he could only guess based on the way he used psychic. Take a break first, go and accompany the Pokémon and tell them about the difficulties you encountered during training. Dark pointed to the 2 eggs nestled under the World Tree. One of them is the Alola Vulpix egg that Dark gave to Esteth. The Ice-type Vulpix can cooperate with Esteth to use Ice Escape ninjutsu. Although Esteth does not have the Ice Escape blood limit now, the chakra attribute there are wind and water. He will teach Esteth how to combine the 2 chakras to perform Ice Escape in the future. The other egg was asked by Esteth to Dark. It was also a partner that Esteth chose after searching the Pokédex all night. Ralts. Of course, Esteth's target is the final evolution of Ralts, not Gardevoir, but Gallade, a psychic warrior who is better at close combat. Gallade's fighting style is more in line with Esteth's preferences, and Gardevoir, the psychic queen, is not taken seriously by her. Moreover, Gallade after super evolution is the most satisfactory appearance for Esteth. Oh! At first, Esteth didn't understand why she did this, but since it was her master who said so, she just obeyed. Later, she learned that Pokémon is a kind of creature that needs to invest true feelings to transcend the limits of race and become stronger. In addition to training Esteth's fighting ability every day, Dark also teaches her some theoretical knowledge about Pokémon. Dark watched Esteth leave and turned his head to look at the town. Because the 2 little guys above his head were running around in Yggdrasil all day, many outsiders came here to look for the Pokémon that was not on the Pokédex. So naughty. Dark felt the weight on his head and sighed. Celebi was okay, at most he couldn't help but let some flowers and grasses in the town bloom more luxuriantly. But Mew was too naughty. Kay often ran in front of passers-by and turned into various scary Pokémon to scare others. You know, there are still many people who are less accepting of ghost Pokémon. If this continues, the legend of the ancestor god will become the 7 urban legends of Yggdrasil. But Dark couldn't stop it. Because he found that the group of people who were frightened were only afraid at first, and then they would go back to the original road again and again to try to be frightened by Mew again. He didn't know whether these people wanted to see Mew or just liked the feeling of being frightened. If Doc stopped Mew's behavior, it would not only stop Mew's happiness, but also the happiness of many tourists. It seems that we need to create a story to redeem the image of these 2 little things. Doc crossed his arms in front of his chest, frowning and thinking about what kind of story to make up. While pacing in place, he looked around and finally focused his eyes on the World Tree. Aura, vitality. What inspired Doc was the story that happened in another world. The story about the hero of Aura. Yes, I got it. Doc's eyes lit up. Now Yggdrasil is not very famous, at least compared with the other 3 cities, it can be said to be unknown. In the past 2 days, Teezero also sent a text message to Dark, hoping that he could find a way to make this place more popular, and leave the rest to him. In this case, while making up this story, we can also organize an event to match it. Aura's hero and the guardian of the World Tree. Dark stretched out his finger and wrote this line of words on the ground, and then grinned with satisfaction. This is the theme of the next event. Through this event, the world will also give birth to the first Aura hero and World Tree Guardian recognized by the Alliance. And the fabricated story will also revolve around the 6 keywords Mew, Celebi, Hero, Guardian, Aura, World Tree. I think it will be an event held every 10 years. If you miss this time, you will have to wait until 10 years later for the next one. With such a slogan, Dark believes that the next Yggdrasil will be very lively. Chapter 330 Quality Test and Ability Inheritance. At night, a huge ancient stone tablet suddenly appeared under the World Tree, with dense text on it. He was writing a story himself. Mew and Celebi were staring blankly at their past. Dake spent a lot of time to make this story look more old, real, and heavy, and even the text looked very old. If he was not worried that no one could understand it, he would even want to write this story in the ancient text of Blue Star Daxia. About 13,145,200 years ago, when the World Tree just sprouted from the ground, a magical Pokemon was born in this world with the World Tree. K has the power to make a lush forest grow instantly on the barren land, and also has the power to give a little vitality to all things in the world. In the past, people called K forest god Celebi. Celebi is a peace-loving god. No one can see him in the war years. He even travels back and forth through time in search of peace. But he still has a responsibility, which is to protect the World Tree Yggdrasil, which is related to the ecological environment of the entire Pokemon Island. Bye. Celebi tilted his head in confusion. Have I lived for so long? Do I still have such a responsibility? As the little guy's head was overloaded, it seemed as if there were 2 stars spinning around his head. Miss. Mew on the other side had already begun to urge Dark to write the story of K anxiously. Don't worry, don't worry. Dark stretched out a hand and rubbed the heads of the 2 little guys. Over the long years, Celebi found that it was very difficult to protect the World Tree in the endless war, so K hoped to find a partner to protect the World Tree with K. K hoped that his partner would also love peace, nature, and life. At the same time as Celebi was born, another magical Pokemon was born on the crown of the World Tree. K can transform into the appearance of any Pokemon and use the skills of all Pokemon. Therefore, K is called the original god Mew. Mew is lively, simple, and helpful. K and Celebi were born together and in the same place, so they are family to each other. While Celebi was looking for a companion, Mew also saw too many wars and the death of too many Pokemon during this time. So K decided to find a companion, a brave, just, kind and helpful companion who would help K to stop the war, defend peace, and protect family and companions. Mew and Celebi were looking for a trainer who could be recognized by K. And such trainers were called Aura's Brave and World Tree Guardian by people at that time. Me. Mew was so excited after reading this. K finally found something he could do. That is to find Aura's Brave and play together. Very good. Dark nodded after looking at the content on the stone tablet. Regarding this event, in terms of the title, there are no substantial prizes, which can filter out most people who come only for material rewards. The text also revealed that if you become such a chosen one, you can establish a relationship with the gods, bonds, and perhaps use the power of the ancestor god or forest god to achieve some other goals. But it is even more unlikely that the purpose is to use Mew and Celebi. They are all psychic Pokemon, and they are best at sensing the good and bad of people's hearts. A bad guy will not even be given the opportunity to see them. The story is made up, and the reason for holding the event is also completed. Next, just wait for the event to ferment. For this event, Dark will not use the power of the Alliance to promote it. It only depends on word of mouth. Once the power of the Pokemon Alliance is used to promote it, people in the 3 worlds will know about it in less than a week. By then, the number of people who just come to watch the excitement will be enough to crush Yggdrasil, and with too many people, it will be inconvenient for Mew and Celebi to sense people's hearts and observe those people. Since it has been decided to pass on this activity, there is no need to deliberately promote it with a strong commercial atmosphere. It will be held every 10 years in the future, and it is impossible to promote it every 10 years. When there are more worlds, if there is another promotion, what will happen? Therefore, everything is left to fate. By chance, they just happened to hear this news, just happened to come to Yggdrasil, and just happened to meet all the qualifications, then they will naturally become a highlight in the future history. By the way, there can't really be no rewards at all. Doc pinched his chin and frowned as he thought. The hero of Aura and protector of the World Tree, great characters with heavy responsibilities, can't really not give any support and helping hands just because they are selfless. Leave some seeds of special abilities for inheritance. Doc nodded and praised his own wisdom. No matter which of these two identities, only heroes who will stand up at critical moments and face disasters in front of everyone can play the role. Since it is a heroic role, it should have some abilities that a hero should have, so as not to become a clown when fighting against disasters. With this idea, the next step is to consider how to let the chosen one who inherited this identity obtain the seeds of this special ability more reasonably. It is impossible to give it directly. Suddenly getting a special ability for free will cause a huge sensation, and this free ability gives people a sense of cheapness. The chosen person must obtain the special ability through his own efforts. Mew, Celebi, there is a job for you. Doc stood there thinking about the whole process, and then he thought of Ho-Oh, the test of the Celadon/Rainbow hero. Instantly, inspiration came to my mind. The test of aura. It is mainly to verify whether this chosen one has the 4 qualities of brave, justice, kind-hearted, and helpful. The test of the world tree. It is to verify whether he has the 3 qualities of love of peace, love of nature, and love of life. Dark will let the engineering department and the technology department build places to test these qualities in the 4 cities of the current Pokemon Island. It is equivalent to a copy. For example, to verify whether the Aura hero has the 2 qualities of brave and justice. Then let Mew appear and issue a task to the Aura hero go to a secret scientific research base, and together with his Pokemon partners, seize the evil scientific research results that will destroy the world under the protection of many powerful robots. Dark will let Vegapunk build a robot with average strength. It won't make the test so easy to pass, but it won't give Aura warriors no hope either. The process of passing these tests is very long. It will probably take at least a week to travel between 4 cities. However, since this event is held every 10 years, it is normal for the test to take a little longer. Hoa's Celadon/Rainbow Warrior test has lasted for more than 10 years. Dake plans to set the total duration of this event to 1 month, and officially start a week later. The final results of this event are nothing more than 3. The first one. Mew and Celebi did not find the chosen one who met the requirements in their observation. Then this event will end from the beginning. The second one. The chosen one recognized by Mew and Celebi appears, and they will directly obtain the title. However, if they do not pass the subsequent quality assessment, they will not be able to inherit the special ability. The third one. They are recognized by Mew and Celebi and pass the quality assessment. Then, under the leadership of Mew and Celebi, they will go to the top of the trunk of the world tree, and under the witness of Braviary family and Mandibuzz family, awaken special abilities from 2 things. Arrange it. Dark planned everything, and then Psychic flew to the top of the trunk of the world tree. Because the trunk of the world tree is thick enough, there is a large platform at the top for standing and placing some things. Dark exchanged 2 items from the Magic Mall. One is the Aura Staff that appeared in the Pokemon world, which can amplify the power of the Aura Warrior and store a large amount of Aura power. In the movie version, a Lucario is imprisoned in this staff. Aura Jade, 100W Magic Coins. Aura Jade allows the person who touches it to awaken the power of Aura. It can only be activated once every 10 years and requires a large amount of Aura power as energy. Dark exchanged for a Jadeite that glowed with blue light, melted it into the blue gem on the top of the Aura Staff, and then continued to inject Aura power into it. That is, only Dark's full-level Aura power can meet the activation requirements of the Aura Jade. It may not be possible for others to do it. I am afraid that some Aura Pokemon's helping hands will be needed. Dark inserted the completed inheritance staff into the tree trunk. The inheritance of the Aura Warrior has been settled. The other thing is a dry small tree that glows with a light green light. Evergreen Tree, 100W Magic Coins. Evergreen Tree allows the person who touches it to awaken the power of Viridian. It can only be activated once every 10 years and requires a large amount of vitality energy as energy. In fact, this is an energy tree formed by the death of Celebi in the Viridian forest. It does not rely on water and sunlight to survive. Dark planted it in the trunk and let Celebi inject vitality energy. Now, the inheritance of the World Tree Guardian is also completed. This is not enough. Even if they get the ability in Pokemon Island, they can't use it. Chapter 331 The Second Class of the Academy. On Pokemon Island, only Dark can use extraordinary power. This is a world rule. Even if a Death can use a small confusion, it is because her confusion has zero offensiveness, so it is judged by the world as not exceeding the ordinary limit. If one day a Death's psychic is enough to harm others, it will be considered as supernormal and this ability will be disabled. At that time, if a Death wants to train her psychic again, she can only go to other worlds. Other ordinary humans can only use external scientific weapons to enhance their combat effectiveness. However, those technologies are of little use in the face of huge disasters, and can play a greater role in maintaining the daily safety of Pokemon Island. In order to make the Aura Hero and World Tree Guardian more worthy of their names a little bit, Dark needs to prepare some props so that people who inherit such identities can use their special abilities. After asking the system, he customized a stone square table between the Aura Staff and the Evergreen Tree, and placed a stone dagger on the table. The chosen one who awakened the power of Aura and Evergreen carved his name on this square table and dripped a drop of blood on it, which means he was recognized by this world. After being recognized, he can use the power of Aura and Evergreen in Pokemon Island. But it is only limited to these two powers. It is impossible for them to use their power in the Sailing World or the Ninja World. This is to prevent the Chosen One from going astray and relying on powerful power to do evil in Pokemon Island. However, since he can be selected and pass the test, the possibility of this should be very low. Then, wait a week, and you will start to select the two people who meet the standards best from the crowd. After doing all this, Dark said to Mew and Celebi beside him. Mew nodded expectantly, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Celebi looked serious, as if he had been entrusted with a huge responsibility. After Dark had set up the test and inheritance for the Chosen, he left Yggdrasil. This time, he didn't take the high-speed train slowly, but used the ability of Barry to teleport to the Alliance base. It wasn't that he didn't care about the selection of the Chosen, but that he had a lot of things to do and couldn't postpone them. As soon as Dark returned to the Alliance base, he set off for the Pokemon Academy before he even sat down to rest. The second semester of the Pokemon Academy has been open for a week. Robin and Olivia, the principal and vice principal, have repeatedly urged him to show up in the academy. It is said that many students in the new semester are his fans. At the same time, Fishman City and Angel City have also applied many times to open Alliance branches in the city during this period. Olivia is currently planning this matter, and will make a decision after Dark goes there. The Pokemon Academy is now very lively, and the huge campus has finally become full of vitality. After all, the number of students enrolled in the second semester is over 10,000, which is more than 10 times that of the first semester, and the ages range from 8 or 9 to 20 or 30 years old. Dake did not use the psychic teleport to go to the principal's office immediately. He walked in the campus in the door space, observing the daily life of these freshmen. If he walked outside, he would probably be exposed soon and cause a sensation, which was not what he wanted to face. When will the Pokemon Academy have military training? Dake stood on the academy playground and looked up at the still clear sky. The weather in Alliance City in March is very good, with mild sunshine and cool weather. It is a good time for military training. The people in charge of military training are all major generals and brigadiers from the Navy, and Zifa is responsible for arranging the candidates. And the second batch of students on the playground are jogging around the playground for 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters, this is not too tiring for adults, especially when jogging. However, we have to consider that there are still many children around 10 years old in the class, so we set such a length. As a trainer, you don't have to be very strong physically, after all, you don't need to fight by yourself. But it is definitely not good to have a poor physical condition. If you break into the nest of beedrill in the wild, you will be beaten or even go to the hospital. Therefore, physical education is an important course in Pokemon Academy, comparable to Chinese, mathematics, and English in the previous life. Oh! Can Kaya withstand this kind of training? Dark stood in the door space and looked at a yellow-haired girl who was running, a little worried. The girl is Kaya, a rich girl from Ziluabia village in the East Sea, Usopp's childhood sweetheart. Kaya herself is a weak and sickly girl. Even though her father has bought special props at the auction to cure Kaya's illness, she has been lying in bed for many years, which has made this lady's physical condition very poor. After only running 500 meters of the 1,000 meter jog, Kaya was already out of breath and her lips were pale. Beside her was a worried Pokemon partner, Mariup, an electric Pokemon from one of the 9 alliances. The playground was so large that 1,000 meters might only occupy a quarter of the entire runway. This academy was built based on the IS Academy, which is a mecha academy. The playground is used for students to wear mechas for simulation training, so the scope is naturally exaggerated. However, in front of the number of students in the second Pokemon Academy, the playground still seems a little insufficient. Tens of thousands of people are just the number of students. You know, many students will have their own Pokemon partners with them, so the number has to be doubled. Obviously, Olivia also discovered this, so the training was divided into batches and occasions. As Doc walked to the battlefield, this was confirmed. The playground and the battlefield are not the same place. The battlefield in IS Academy is where mechas fight each other. The scale is also huge, but there is no runway or other messy things. This place is making students conduct basic training such as standing at attention and marching. The real training is not these contents, but the obedience of these children as students, which is also convenient for future teachers to educate. When he came here, Dark suddenly found out in surprise. Among these students, there are actually many children from the ninja world. Such as Shikamaru, Ninkai, Lee, Tian, Sakura. The group of 12 little strong men have all come in, and there are many boys and girls from other ninja villages. You know, in his impression, only Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke entered the Pokemon Academy. I think it's because of the change in history. And in these trainings, there is no big difference between the children of the two worlds. There are serious ones and slack-off ones. For example, the apprentice that Kuzan saved during his travels, the ghost-handed boy Grant. Because he had been trained in the Navy with Kuzan for a period of time, he was very obedient and could respond perfectly to the instructor's orders in the first place. However, as a child of the sailing world, the third prince of Ryugu Castle, Flipstar, was different. Because he had a little ADHD, he couldn't stand such a tough training at all, and he couldn't help but make a fool of himself. The situation in the ninja world was the same. Although Sasuke looked arrogant, he was able to obey and complete the requirements. After all, he wanted to become an excellent student and get praise from Nissan. And the lively troublemakers like Shikamaru and Kaiba were also the ones who didn't train well. In the end, these students could not escape the punishment of being punished to stand alone at military posture or do squats and frog jumps. It was during this process that Flipstar and Kaiba became friends. It seems that many interesting things will happen in the future. Dark stood aside silently and watched the scenes in front of him. The collision of characters from the two worlds, coupled with the addition of Pokemon, has produced many interesting chemical reactions, which have been reflected in this Pokemon Academy alone. For example, Ino and her little fanboy friend Buniri stare at all kinds of handsome guys all day long. At the moment, Ino doesn't take Sasuke seriously. She likes the kind of arrogant and world-weary man, not the current brother Pokemon man. That's because Luo is not here, otherwise Ino would be dazzled by him. Also, in the eyes of the students in the ninja world, Nakako is also a very charming young lady, and has gained many 8 or 9-year-old boys who like her. Although Nakako doesn't have any goddess burden, she can't stand being harassed like this every day, so she often lets her Pokemon Shinx use discharge to scare them. After watching for a while, Dark walked towards the principal's office. Until he entered the office, he came out of the door space. "You always appear so suddenly." Olivia was startled by Dark, who suddenly appeared in front of her, and couldn't help complaining. "Haha, sorry, I'm too famous." Dake lifted his bangs. Olivia rolled her eyes and shook her head, then said, "Do you have any suggestions on opening a branch school?" Olivia said, but handed over a plan. She knew that Doc had no experience in this area and probably couldn't give any constructive suggestions, so she prepared a plan for Doc early. Why not set up a university department in the branch school? Dake also knew his own weight. Professional matters should be left to professionals, so he didn't make random comments. This plan was developed by the entire education department and basically had no shortcomings, except for a few points that Doc didn't understand. No need. It will take at least several years for the university to have students. Our university in Alliance City doesn't have a single student yet. Why would we set up university departments in other cities? Olivia shook her head and explained, "Besides, the size and population of Angel City are small, and the living environment in Fishman City is not suitable for ordinary people. There is no need to build a branch school the same as the main school. It is estimated that only locals will sign up for the branch school." She actually considered more, but she just didn't tell the latter. For example, maintaining the status of the highest institution of learning in Alliance City, Pokemon Academy. But she should know these things in her heart. Chapter 332 Academy Speech. After discussing the establishment of a branch school with Olivia, Doc was about to make an appearance in front of the second batch of students. Today is the 7th day of the military training. Because it is the military training of the elementary school, the total duration is only 7 days. In other words, today is the closing ceremony of the military training, and Doc will also speak at this ceremony as the leader of the Alliance. Night falls. Tens of thousands of students sit cross-legged on the playground, snuggling with their Pokemon. Although this playground cannot accommodate so many people running together, sitting together there is still more than enough space for people to stand half a meter apart. There is a huge stage at the front of the playground. Last night, students performed on stage in classes. Now, the second class has hundreds of students, and there are a total of 100 classes. 100 classes sounds a lot, but in fact, these 100 classes are the sum of all the departments. Pokemon Academy has adopted the university system of Blue Star since elementary school, and has divided into countless departments and majors. Students have to decide their majors at the beginning. For example, there are departments such as the Battle Department, Performance Department, Cultivation Department, Beauty Department, Referee Department, and Scientific Research Department. And the departments are divided into many majors. Take the Referee Department as an example. It is divided into Battle Referee, Coordination Referee, Cultivation Referee, etc. Students can change their majors within 1 year of enrollment and during the period of further study. Therefore, 100 classes are divided into many departments and majors. On average, there are only 3 or 4 classes in each major, and several classes in a major have a common instructor. In this way, 100 classes don't seem to be that many. At this moment, on the stage, Olivia, wearing a formal suit, took the microphone and the speech and began to speak at length, reading to the students below until they were sleepy. Backstage. "Do you need a speech?" Robin was tidying up Dak's appearance so that Doc would be more approachable in the eyes of the students. People who don't know might think of the picture of Robin looking up at Dak's chin like a wife and gently adjusting his collar when they hear Robin tidying up Dak's appearance. But it's not. Robin is 188 centimeters tall, and she is almost 2 meters tall when wearing black high heels, a head taller than Dak. So the actual picture is Robin bending down to smooth Dak's long green hair, which makes the onlookers feel more like mother and son. Mimi. Multank came over with a big belly and handed Robin a radio. Robin reached out and stroked Multank's ear, then took the receiver and clipped it on Dark's collar. No need, those students are almost asleep, I'll go down after a few words. Dark shook his head. As a student, he would never listen to what the school leaders were saying. So he also thought that these students would not be willing to listen to his useless talk. Robin hesitated when he heard this. But seeing that Dark was ready to walk to the front desk, Robin shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more. Students really don't want to listen to the nonsense of these school leaders, but if they are the idols of the students standing on the stage, that's another matter. Originally, Dark's popularity in the ninja world was not high, especially with the existence of Madara, which made many children in the ninja world admire Madara more than Dark. Until last week, the second generation of the Alliance's Akatsuki Kage announced that the other first-generation Akatsuki Kage who founded the Akatsuki organization with Madara to achieve world peace 38 years ago was Dark, and the ninja world was immediately in an uproar. The leader of the Pokemon League is the first-generation Xiao Ying. A 40-year-old fan came uninvited. As expected. XN. As soon as Dark stepped onto the stage, cheers rang out on the playground. Even Robin, who was standing in the backstage, was shocked by the sound. This is the sound of tens of thousands of students and thousands of Pokemon. It would be strange if it wasn't loud. Dark, who just came on stage, is still confused. He clearly remembered that many of these students had fallen asleep, right? Then, please welcome the leader of the Pokemon League, Dark, to speak. Olivia led Dark to the center of the stage and signaled that Dark could start speaking. Gudong. Dark looked at the group of children below with their big, shining eyes and swallowed secretly. Originally, he planned to repeat a few words that Olivia had just said, but now there was no way to do that. Wow, the statue of the leader in Kaiwan Hall is much more handsome. Yet, he looks like a very gentle adult. So handsome. He is worthy of being my idol. Doc was still forming words in his mind, and the students below had already started to discuss it, especially some young girls who were crazy about him on the spot. Doc, who came on stage after being beaten up by Robin, was a little different from usual. Doc usually had a dull look like an office worker because of his busy work and reviewing documents all day long. He looked like a real god, a creature without emotions. But today's Doc was different. After a week of rest in Yggdrasil, he was in great condition, his eyes looked bright and energetic, and he suddenly changed from a cold president to a gentle brother. The leader seems to be a very stable person. It would be nice if he could be my mother. Hey, Shikamaru, you are really not afraid of death when you say this. Believe it or not, I will tell Auntie exactly what you said. Ino was fantasizing about her wedding with Dark, but was suddenly shocked by the pineapple-haired childhood friend next to her. Ah, please spare me this. Shikamaru quickly gave in. What will the leader say? The fat boy Koji held his stomach and seemed a little hungry. Will it end early so that we can go eat? We should have a long talk like the principal. It's a long speech. In that case, only the two of them will listen. Tian sighed and pointed at the two people standing at the front of the team. Grant and Niji. These two are very serious guys. Even if Olivia said something that she herself thought was useless, they could sit there and listen honestly. They are both in the field combat major of the combat department. Grant and Niji are the class leaders of the 3rd and 4th classes respectively. The two often work hard together in training. They are not only friends who don't talk much, but also opponents recognized by each other. classmates. Dark knew what to say to make these boys and girls listen. It takes a little bit of middle school temperament and metaphysical encouragement to make them feel excited. He is ready. Gathering in this world may be the arrangement of fate. Listen carefully, as a senior, there are some things I want to tell you here in advance. People's dreams will never end. You should pursue your dreams boldly while you are young now. In the future, you are destined to experience success and failure on this road, and even cry and flee everywhere. Disasters are common in the world. It doesn't matter if you cry, but you have to get through it. Only after experiencing these can you become an independent adult. In my opinion, the future of this world is you, the strong ones who are unstoppable and invincible. I, Dark, swear in the name of the first-generation leader of the Alliance that I will stand in front of you before you grow up and become a strong shield to protect your growth. Just stride forward with the will to become me or even surpass me, let the world hear your name, remember your appearance, and let everyone cheer and applaud you. No matter what kind of natural disasters and man-made disasters, let them come, the Pokémon Alliance will always protect you. Everyone will have their own chance to appear, and there will always be someone stronger than me in the future. Then why can't that person be you? Then. There was no sound in the whole venue, but the heartbeats of the boys and girls full of vitality seemed to break through the shackles and spread to every corner of the world. XN. The shouts may be late, but they will not be absent. Dark's brief words touched the hearts of everyone present. All those who came to this academy are ambitious young people who want to make a difference in the new era, but except for their family and friends, no one has ever said such inspiring words of encouragement to them. At this age when they themselves don't have much expectations for themselves, Dark expressed his expectations and trust in their future in public. Emotionally rich teenagers including Naruto, Lee, Koji, and Flip Star were even moved to tears while shouting. Oh! I will definitely not let down the expectations of the leader, this is youth. If it weren't for the Pokémon Island, Xiao Li would have burst out powerful chakra and turned into a scion. People like Grant, Kaya, Binz, Niji, Ino, and Hinata, who have ambitions in their hearts but have never expressed them due to various external reasons, clenched their fists at this moment, and their expressions gradually became firm. Well, everyone, come on! In such a short time, Dark couldn't think of anything else to say. Finally, he clenched his fists and stepped down, leaving the rest to Olivia to finish. Awesome, manager, you can come up with such a bluffing word in such a short time. Robin smiled at Dark coming out in the backstage. Alas, I will be the headline in the newspaper tomorrow. Dark shook his head helplessly. Now he just wants to be a retired boss behind the scenes and become a legend in the future. He doesn't want to continue to appear. Tell Olivia not to look for me next semester. Well, I will tell my mother. Robin nodded, not surprised at all, she had already guessed it. What should we do next? It's time to prepare for the coordination of the competition. Chapter 333 Pokémon Coordination Contest. Regarding the Pokémon Coordination Contest, this is a project that has existed for a long time. I remember that the venue of the Alliance City Coordination Contest was built almost at the same time as the venue of the Battle Contest. However, a year has passed, the battle venue has been used once, and the venue of the Coordination Contest has not been used yet. There are many factors that have delayed the launch of the Pokémon Coordination Contest. The most important point is that most people have no concept and positioning of what the Pokémon Coordination Contest is. As the name of the battle contest suggests, no matter how many battle modes there are, they cannot do without the core of battle. And is the core of the coordination contest coordination? It really is. At first, when Dark and Perona and a group of referees explained the rules of the coordination contest, they thought that the core of the coordination contest was performance. However, performance is only the main way to show the ability of a coordination trainer. The key to the coordination competition is to show the charm of Pokemon through two different forms of competition. A qualified coordination trainer. He needs to coordinate the relationship between himself and Pokemon, and skills, and use appropriate skills to express them in different forms, so as to amplify the charm of Pokemon and show the tacit understanding between Pokemon and coordinators. The difference from the battle competition is also here. Although the battle competition also requires trainers and Pokemon to cooperate tacitly, the real protagonist is only Pokemon. The key to the battle is to show the power of Pokemon. The release of skills pays more attention to the effect rather than the form. The whole process is in full swing and passionate. The protagonists of the coordination competition are Pokemon and coordinators. The key is to show the charm of Pokemon through the combination of coordinators and skills. Compared with the battle competition, the coordination competition contains more artistic elements and appreciation significance. You need to calm down to feel the charm. It is a stage for trainers who are not very interested in battles but also love Pokemon. Now, a year has passed. Perona and other referees have roughly understood how to score in the coordination competition. The matching effect of skills, the degree of tacit understanding between Pokemon and coordinators, and the participation of coordinators in the performance are all the criteria for scoring, which is more troublesome than the battle competition. At this moment, a small meeting is being held at the Alliance base. Mainly Secretary Robin, Referee Department Director Perona, Finance Department Director Tizero, and Big News newspaper President Morgans, etc. Morgans will sit here as an observer and has no right to express his opinion. It's just that Dark wants to speed up the promotion of the coordination competition through the power of the newspaper, so he called him over. Since it has been decided to hold the coordination competition, what is the process of registering for the competition? Is it the same as the battle competition? As Dark's secretary, Robin must always remember all this before arranging it for the people below. If there is any confusion, she must also raise it as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to continue working. Similar, but different. Dark shook his head and took out a box from his pocket. Opening the box, there were 5 exquisite ribbons of different styles. Everyone stretched their heads to look at the 5 ribbons in the box, and Dark even asked Morgans to come closer and take a photo. You need to collect 5 ribbons to register for the Pokemon coordination competition, but there is no fixed place to get the ribbons, only a fixed way. In the future, any city in any world with a suitable stage and Pokemon Center may hold a coordination competition. This matter will be announced by your department 1 week in advance by Tizero. Because hosting a coordination competition requires some money and arrangements, it is completely no problem to leave this matter to Tizero. Leave it to me with confidence. By the way, can I be the host? Tizero patted his chest, but looked at Dark expectantly. As a former singer, he naturally likes the feeling of performing on stage. Although he no longer has that singing skill, he still likes the feeling of standing on the stage and being the center of attention. Of course, if you have time, just go for it. Usually, this matter is handed over to the referee department of Perona. Dark certainly would not refuse this small request from his partner. The requirement to get a ribbon is only the winner. As the chief referee, Perona needs to know the exact conditions for judging the winner before telling the members of the referee department. Yes, only the winner can get a ribbon. Dark nodded and continued to explain, although the requirements are a bit harsh, the final applicants for the Pokemon Valiant contest can only be the best group of coordinators. The gold content of the battle contest and the coordination contest is different from beginning to end. The threshold for participating in the battle contest is much lower than that for participating in the coordination contest. You only need to get the recognition of 8 gym leaders. Even if the strength of a trainer is insufficient, it is possible to be awarded a gym badge because of showing enough excellent qualities and potential. Although the ribbons obtained in the coordination contest only require 5 pieces. However, Each one can only be obtained by competing with other coordinators of the same period, and the difficulty of obtaining it is very high. Therefore, although the number of coordinators who can participate in the coordination competition is small, each of them is a top coordinator. The value of successfully registering for the coordination competition is equivalent to the value of entering the knockout round of the battle competition now. I understand. Okay, then the coordination competition will officially begin. The first coordination competition will be held in Yggdrasil in a week, and I will also perform on stage at that time. Dark stood up, pressed his hands on the table of the conference room, and his eyes revealed a little light. 1 week later. It was also the time when Mu and Celebi began to select the Aura Warrior and the World Tree Guardian. At that time, there will be fun. The next day. The posters of the Pokémon coordination competition have been posted on the notice board near the staff family area of the Alliance City. This looks so interesting, Minato, how about we go and participate in this? Kushina sent her son to the Pokémon Academy, and she was so happy that she pulled go shopping with Minato Namikaze and date for a two-person world. I'm too busy, Kushina, you can just join, Naruto and I will support you. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze has no time to be a coordinator. But if it's just me, forget it. Kushina said with a lack of interest. She mainly wanted to participate in this kind of activity with her husband, and was not particularly interested in the coordination competition. It looks quite interesting. Even if we don't participate, we can take time to watch these coordination competitions. It should be very interesting. As a warm man, Minato naturally didn't want to spoil his wife's fun. But as the Hokage of the village, he is a little busy on weekdays. It is impossible to participate in the competition. He can only make up for it in other ways. The rules of the coordination competition are also posted on the notice board. The first round is an exhibition match. One trainer will perform on stage, and the performance form is not limited. Sing, dance and show skills are free. As long as you can show the charm of Pokémon, you will be qualified. Then 3 judges will score, and finally the total score will be ranked, and the top 20 will advance to the second round. The second round is a battle. Although it sounds similar to a Pokémon battle, this round is actually quite troublesome. Because the referees will also score during the battle, and hitting the enemy in a gorgeous way will have different scores. Finally, the battle will continue according to the scores of the 10 winners until the final winner appears. The reward for the final winner is a trophy and the title of Coordination Master. In the Pokémon world, Coordination Master can be said to be more famous than or equal to the region champion role. Because generally speaking, the scope of the coordination competition is wider, and the coordination competition of this region will even be staged on TV in other regions. The coordination competition will also be broadcast as a permanent program on TV here. Even if you don't go to watch it on site, you can watch the coordination competition in other places, which is also another reward for the contestants. If you want to be famous, then participating in the coordination competition is definitely easier than participating in the battle competition. After all, the battle competition will only usher in a blowout-like popularity growth if you enter the knockout round. It seems that many people are eager to try. Kushina looked at the people around her and they seemed to be interested. The threshold for registering for the coordination competition is very high, but if you register for the lower level coordination competition with ribbons as rewards, it can be said that the threshold is almost zero. As long as you have a Pokémon, you can perform on the stage, but there is almost no chance of winning the winning ribbon. Even if you pass the first round of the exhibition competition, you will be eliminated in the second round of the battle competition. However, being able to perform on the stage is a more attractive point for many people, so many people have become interested in the coordination competition. Well, yes, after all, many people want to be famous. As a Hokage, Minato Namikaze knows very well what people want to pursue most in this world. It's nothing more than money, power, and fame, and few people can completely forget about them. The first lower-level coordination competition. Yggdrasil in a week? Minato, shall we go and have a look? Kushina's eyes lit up when she saw the venue. She had wanted to visit this new city for a long time. She heard that it was a very suitable place for tourism and quietness, especially there seemed to be some interesting rumors there in the past 2 days. This? Minato hesitated, but seeing Kushina's expectant eyes, he had to sigh. Okay, then I'll ask the Sandaime-sama to help me manage the village in the next 2 days. Chapter 334 The First Appearance of Mew and Celebi. The 5th day back to Alliance City. Izuna obtained a pair of duplicate eyes from Vegapunk. According to what Izuna said, they were no different from his own eyes. He just needed to open his eyes again to improve his pupil power. He also returned to the ninja world for this. And Hanzo and Kakuzu also brought a group of people back from the ninja world on the same day. Then Dark was going to settle the affairs of the agricultural and legal departments before leaving for Yggdrasil. For the head of the agricultural department, I recommend Uzumaki Rising. He has successfully fused Hashirama's cells and can use wood release, and the wood release he uses with his huge amount of chakra is still very powerful. Hanzo and Kakuzu were followed by a young man each. It seemed that the two were going to recommend the head of the department. Of course, the most important reason is that Uzumaki Rising is the biological son of Uzumaki Morning Sun, who grew up in Akatsuki and can be trusted. For the head of the legal department, let's use Blood Pond Dusk. He is the child of Blood Pond Sunset and Nara family, and he also grew up in Akatsuki. Kakuzu pointed to the reedied man next to him. Although the people of Blood Pond family all look crazy because of their red eyes, Blood Pond Sunset is an exception. The genes of the Nara family are really strong. Even with a pair of red eyes, Blood Pond Dusk's temperament still looks like lazy and calm. Hanzo and Kakuzu were very thoughtful. Rather than using people sent by other villages to take on the important task of ministers, it is better to use your own people. Even if they have no talent, as long as they work hard, they are definitely better than other people. Who knows if those people sent by the daimyo and village chiefs have other purposes? As ordinary employees in a department, they can't do much, but if they are made ministers, they will have a lot of opportunities to abuse their power for personal gain. Well, no problem, you can help them allocate candidates for the 2 departments. After confirming that there was no problem, Dark said again, make a list after it is confirmed, and then give it to Robin, she will handle the next thing. However, after this incident, Hanzo and Keiku were not in a hurry to leave, but waved their hands to let the 2 young people behind them leave first. Also, we brought back a group of medical ninjas this time. Well, the medical level of doctors in the sailing world is not bad, but they basically rely on various cutting-edge technologies and special medicinal materials for treatment. In terms of clinical surgery, they are much worse than medical ninjas. Putting some medical ninjas in the medical department will definitely make a breakthrough in the medical level of Pokemon Island. Dark once mentioned to Hanzo and Kakuzu that he wanted to transform the medical department, and the 2 of them remembered it. But the key to the strong medical skills of those medical ninjas is that they can use chakra, right? This thing can't be used in Pokemon Island. So this is what you, the leader, have to consider. Our mission is completed, and we have to retire to Yamada to retire. Kakuzu left freely. He had wanted to go to the sailing world for a long time, and he didn't want to stay here for a moment. Then, I'll live in Fishman City permanently. Maniki prefers the environment there. Hanzo also left decisively after saying hello. It seems that these 2 people have been working part-time for 38 years and are unwilling to work at all now. Ah, this. Dark sat at his desk and took out a piece of paper, and began to think about how to solve this problem. The key for medical ninjas to display their superb medical skills lies in the use of chakra. The use of palm magic while performing surgery is a huge factor in the success of the operation. If there is no way to use chakra, then these medical ninjas are not as good as the doctors in Pokemon Island today. Because of Vegapunk's research and technology, the scientific research level of Pokemon Island, especially in the field of biology, is far higher than that of the ninja world. And the sailing world has all kinds of messy environments, which has also given birth to many animals and plants that can be used as medicine. After a series of studies, the rich medicinal materials can always make special medicines for various diseases. Because of these two huge advantages, the doctors in Pokemon Island can show a strong medical level. However, if the medical ninjas in the ninja world also obtain the support of these technologies and materials, plus the permission to use chakra, then they will soon be able to catch up with or even surpass the doctors in the sailing world. Doctor's Certificate. Dake slowly wrote 4 words on the paper in front of him. Medical ninjas who want to use chakra must obtain a doctor's certificate. After obtaining the doctor's certificate and dripping blood, they can get permission to use chakra. The method used by Doc is similar to that used by the chosen ones to use special abilities. However, there are more restrictions on this side. Scope of use. In the operating room of the hospital, the use of chakra will not be restricted. In other places in the hospital, only half of the chakra can be used. Only a small amount of chakra can be used outside the hospital. In order to prevent these medical ninjas from getting too excited or doing bad things after gaining power, Doc must limit the scope of use. The reason why the permission to use outside the hospital is not completely banned is because it is considered that in the future, doctors will encounter situations where they need to maintain their condition urgently. Okay, that's about it. Dark nodded, wrote the contents on a piece of paper, and waited to hand it over to Reiju, the director of the medical department. Then, it's time to go to Yggdrasil. March 25th, second year of the League calendar. The first day of the official selection of Aura Warriors and World Tree Guardians, and also the first day of the first lower-level coordination competition. The reason why Dark held the first coordination competition here was to make it easier for Mew and Celebi to select the chosen one. After all, if everyone was scattered in various corners of Yggdrasil, it would take a long time for Mew and Celebi to select a target that suited their eyes. But the performance of the coordination competition was right in front of them. Then most people would be curious to see what kind of competition this coordination competition was and gather here, which would help Mew and Celebi observe many people at once. The venue of the coordination competition was near the Pokemon Center under the World Tree. This was a large, empty opera house, which was now used to hold the coordination competition. The entire Yggdrasil seemed to have a lot more people than before, with people everywhere in the streets and alleys, but this was not its true appearance, because most of the people who came to Yggdrasil were inside the opera house. Welcome to this World Tree City to watch this first ever coordination competition. Tizero was in high spirits today. After all, he was standing on the stage again after a long absence. He stood on the stage with a saffron microphone in his hand and gave a passionate speech and explained the competition system and rules of the coordination competition. Since you have come to this city, you must have heard some legends about the ancestor god and the forest god. And today, you can see them on this stage. Next, please welcome our alliance leader Doc and the 2 first gods to bring you a coordination performance. As Tizero put down the microphone, the entire opera house suddenly darkened. Before everyone could make a sound of doubt, the spotlight on the stage suddenly lit up. At this time, it was no longer Tizero who was standing on the stage, but Doc, who was wearing a pure white dress and a vine wreath as usual. Oh, XN. Wherever Doc appeared, cheers appeared. In terms of popularity, Dark's popularity in Pokemon is even higher than that of Hone champion and coordinator Wallace in Hone. What is that? New Pokemon. Is that the legendary original god Mew and forest god Celebi? I thought they would look as intimidating as the other original gods, but I didn't expect them to be so cute. Do these 2 little guys really have such great power? Mew and Celebi sat on both sides of Dark's shoulders. Their unique appearance and cute demeanor immediately caught the eyes of all the audience. Mew obviously liked this occasion, waving his little hands excitedly to greet the people in the audience. Celebi's two little hands tightly grabbed Dark's hair, and his frightened expression made people feel that Dark was about to break. "Let us show you." Dark stretched out his finger and tapped the heads of the two little guys, whispering softly, "Grassy terrain. Since we are in the World Tree City, let's have a performance with nature as the theme." Then, Mew and Celebi flew into the sky in a cross rotation, and as they flew, dots of dust fell on the stage. When the dust fell on the stage, the wooden floor of the stage grew all kinds of flowers and plants at a speed visible to the naked eye, with pink flowers as the main component. After a while, the whole opera house was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Grassy terrain can only make a lot of green grass grow on the ground, and the reason why so many flowers bloom is that it belongs to the special abilities of Mew and Celebi. Mew, use psychic to achieve the effect of grass oath. Celebi, use psychic to achieve the effect of magical leaf. Dark walked to the center of the stage while conducting. As a coordinator, you can increase your score by participating in the exhibition match properly. The reason why psychic is used to achieve a similar skill form is just because you want to change the green color of the skill itself to make it more suitable for this pink garden. Mew flew around Doc, and suddenly a huge pink grass pillar rose from the ground under Dak's feet, lifting Doc high into the air. At the same time, Celebi released countless pink fluorescent leaves from a high altitude to the surroundings. The leaves gathered around the grass pillar and Doc, as if forming a crown. The combination of the two skills made it seem like a glowing pink fluorescent tree grew in the pink garden on the stage of the opera house. The fragrant leaves spread from the crown to the audience, so that everyone held a leaf in their hands in the end. As Doc on the top of the tree and the two little ones around him bowed together, a performance show ended here. Chapter 335 Two Chosen Ones. Dark's performance can be said to be a very clear display to everyone, the exhibition format of the first round of the coordination competition. The three judges sitting below are Stella, the general manager of the friendly store, Perona, the chief judge, and the director of the Pokémon Center in Yggdrasil City. 10 points. As worthy of being our alliance leader, he won full marks from the three judges in his first performance. By the way, is there really no human feelings in this? Tezaro's ability as a host is still very high. Especially as he is a partner of the breeding house, he has no psychological pressure to make fun of Dark. If the director of the Pokémon Center sitting below came up, he would not dare to mention this matter at all. Ha ha ha. XN. The audience also smiled knowingly at the scores of the three judges. Those who understand will understand. If I don't give full marks to the performances of the alliance leader and the two primary gods, I'm afraid they are bored of staying in the alliance and want to go home and farm. But it's really beautiful. Yes, that kind of visual effect can't be achieved by just releasing skills, it must also require a high level of proficiency in skills. It turns out that the expressiveness of skills can be so strong after matching. Although there were combination skills in the doubles match during the battle competition, it didn't look as beautiful as it does now. The coordination competition is so interesting, much more interesting than the battle competition. The audience obviously already had some ideas about the first round of exhibition matches and began to discuss. However, the players who were preparing backstage were very nervous. Doc performed such a gorgeous performance right away, which can be said to have raised the audience's psychological expectations to the maximum at once, which is equivalent to raising the difficulty of them participating in this game to the hell level to get high scores. If you can't show a brilliant scene, it's probably difficult to get high scores from the judges and applause from the audience. But these are not the problems that Doc has to consider now. You can move now. Remember to hide your body and don't be discovered. Walking in the corridor leading to the backstage, Dark said to Mew and Celebi beside him. Mew, bye. The two little guys responded and suddenly disappeared beside Dark. Dark took a detour to the corner of the audience to watch, not only to watch the performance on the stage but also to observe what kind of candidates the two little guys would choose. The lights of the opera house gathered on the stage, and the audience was dark, so it was difficult for people nearby to recognize Dark. On the other side, Mew and Celebi had completely different styles in finding targets. Mew was running around and looking everywhere, without any rules at all, just looking at whether he liked it or not. Celebi was very honest, and he kept getting close to people's faces to look at them, and I don't know what he could see. This is a Pokemon ability that has never been shown in the animation. Celebi can look into a person's eyes and see the important memories of the person's past and future, and then judge the person's goodness or badness through these memories. Miss Mew, who was having fun everywhere, felt that there was a sight staring at Kay from just now. And Kay could be sure that it was not Doc's sight. Because Doc would not use his eyes to look at Kay at all, that would make Doc look very strange in the audience. He always used psychic to perceive the two little guys. And now Mew is in a state that normal people can't see at all. To see the current Kay, 3 conditions must be met. First, this person must have a pure enough heart. Second, this person must have a positive character of justice or kindness in his heart. Third, this person must have a strong desire to see Mew. Mew has his own way of finding people, not just floating around like what Doc saw. The way Kay finds people is to see which human can find Kay. Once such a person appears, it means that this person is likely to meet the selection criteria of Aura Warrior. Because in addition to the third condition, people who have the first 2 conditions generally have the existence of aura in their bodies, but they just don't know how to use this power. Therefore, at this moment, Mew is looking for that sight everywhere. Kay has cast his eyes to a certain place many times, but every time he goes there, there is only a big black mushroom, which makes Kay extremely puzzled. After circling around the audience again, Mew still didn't find the person staring at Kay. Kay once again looked in the direction of the transmission and saw the big black mushroom again. Miss Mew stretched out his hand with a puzzled look and pulled the big mushroom. Is there anything I need a helping hand for? Miss. The big black mushroom spoke. Mew was astonished and shrank back. Woof. A soft dog bark came. Mew looked closely and saw a Riolu. SHH. Riolu, don't make too much noise here. Ouch. Mew. It was then that Mew saw that it was not a big black mushroom, but a human with a mushroom head. This human was also wearing a dark green tights. Are you the Pokemon that performed with the leader on the stage just now? What a beautiful performance! Kai saw that everyone around him was staring at the stage intently, and was glad that he and Riolu did not disturb others, and then showed Mew his big white teeth and thumbs up. Kai had no idea about the first gods. He had neither been to the temple of the first gods nor seen those first gods in action, so in his eyes, the first gods were just some rare Pokemon. Mew. Follow me. Mew floated over and grabbed Kai's hair. Kai had already taken a fancy to this mushroom man, and Kai felt that Kai was the Aura Warrior that Kai had chosen. Mew believed in his own directness. If Kai could see Kai, then he had passed K's test. Just conduct a quality assessment. In the future, I can often let this person come to play with me. Gee? What's wrong? We haven't finished watching the show yet. Riolu and I spent our youth and blood to get this ticket 18 hours in advance. Woof. Kai was not angry when Mew pulled his hair. After all, Mew didn't use force. Miss. Mew pretended to be pitiful and clasped his hands and bowed to Kai and Riolu. Do you need help? No problem, just leave it to me. Kai was deceived by Mew at once. He didn't even consider why Mew didn't go to Dake when he encountered difficulties but went to him. Ah! As a dog who slept in the same bed with Kai, Riolu was not very smart. He immediately patted his chest and said that he would leave it to them. Then, Mew took Kai and Riolu outside. Before leaving the opera house, Kai also gestured in the direction of Dake. Kai, not surprised at all. Dark glanced at Kai who ran away, then retracted his gaze and continued to sense Celebi. When Kai hatched a Riolu in the egg, Dark felt that Kai had a talent for being an aura warrior. Because Kai is very similar to Ash. When the idea of this activity came into his mind, he was wondering whether Mew would choose Kai to be the aura warrior. Celebi was more entangled than Mew. Kai didn't trust his intuition very much, and was even more indecisive. After observing for a while, Celebi picked two candidates. One was Otohim, the former queen of Ryugu Castle on Fishman Island and the current wife of the mayor of Fishman City, who came to watch her daughter's performance with her husband. Based on what Celebi saw in Otohim's eyes, Kay confirmed that Otohim was a philanthropic person who loved life, peace, fellow races, and even everything in the world. And Otohim was not a saint bitch, she was a saint. People who are willing to sacrifice for peace, race, justice, etc., rather than just commanding others to contribute and pay. Celebi felt that based on what he saw, Otohim did meet the 3 criteria for becoming the guardian of the world tree. However, Celebi's heart was inclined to another little girl who came to watch the show with her parents. That little girl dreamed of becoming a realistic painter, and her favorite thing to do was to paint. Even when watching the show, she wanted to record what she saw. Based on what Celebi saw from the other person's eyes, this little girl also loves nature and life, but it is because she likes to paint, and the existence of nature and life allows her to create more beautiful scenes. This little girl also has a protective heart, attaches great importance to her companions, and is willing to go to dangerous places at the risk of being arrested for her companions. But the most critical point that made Celebi hesitate was that he did not see any signs of peace-loving in the other person's memory. Even this girl would be excited about the Pokémon in the wild fighting for territory and food, and then took out a paintbrush to record it, which made Celebi feel that it was a manifestation of not loving peace. But this little girl gives me a very good feeling. Celebi thinks it would be pleasant to get along with her. Celebi is very confused now, and he doesn't know how to choose. Both Otohim and the little girl give me a good feeling, but the latter little girl is more innocent and naive, which is more in line with Celebi's personal preferences. But Otohim obviously meets the standard of being the guardian of the world tree, and Celebi is sure that after Otohim obtains the power of Viridian, she will use this power to take the initiative to save countless people and Pokémon. After the little girl obtains the power of Viridian, she may only help people or Pokémon who need a helping hand in the wild. Bye. What should I do? Chapter 336 Celebi works hard. What? Let me see. Celebi was really entangled in the end, and could only find Dark to seek a solution. Doc looked in the direction Celebi pointed. One of them was Otohim, whom he was familiar with. And the other one was not a complete stranger either. A 9-year-old girl, Marianu. This name may be unfamiliar, but in the original trajectory of the sailing world, she would join the Baroque works at the age of 16 and become Mr. 3's partner Miss Saffron Jo. A very powerful little girl. The reason why she is powerful is that this little girl does not have the so-called demon berry ability. The reason why she can control others through the paint on the palette is purely a kind of psychological induction and hypnotic suggestion, a bit like a hypnotist. This kind of the ability is not extraordinary. This means that even in this Pokémon Island, Marianu's ability to control others with colors can still be used. Such a special ability is even qualified to be given a special ability name, similar to aura power, psychic. However, such an ability is not effective for everyone. The simpler the mind, the easier it is to be controlled. For example, Monkey DLU. Luffy, who? If Marianu uses this ability on the people in the ninja world, except for people like Kai, the probability of success is not high, and the effect is not very strong. Well, do you think Marianu can get along better with you? Dark frowned and pondered for a while, and roughly understood Celebi's psychology. Celebi misunderstood his thoughts on Marianu. Compare. Celebi nodded confidently. This is equivalent to the attraction between children of the same age. Otohim is too old and is like an ant to Celebi. Then choose Otohim as the guardian of the world tree. As for Marianu, it doesn't mean that you can't associate with her just because she is not the guardian of the world tree. Dark smiled and rubbed Celebi's chin, then encouraged, you can make friends with her. Celebi thought that he had a better impression of Marianu, so the latter might also be suitable to be the guardian of the world tree. But in fact, it was not the case. The latter was just more suitable to be Celebi's friend. The guardian of the world tree should still be someone who is more responsible and responsible. Bet. Celebi nodded, then quietly floated away. Is it really okay? Dark watched Celebi leave with some concern. Each Pokémon has a very obvious personality. Mew is an optimistic and open Pokémon, full of vitality. And Celebi is the opposite personality, timid, cautious, shy, and introverted. Dark doesn't think that Celebi like this can take the initiative to make friends with Marianu. As for Otohim, Dark sensed that Celebi really didn't dare to mention this to Otohim. Just talking to a stranger was a big challenge for Celebi. However, Dark wasn't going to help. After all, Celebi couldn't always be like this. When he died or Mew wasn't around, Celebi's personality would easily lead to bullying. And for a long time in the future, the guardians of the world tree would be chosen by Celebi. This was something that had to be done. He believed Celebi could do it. As a legendary Pokémon of the Psychic series, Celebi could feel Dark's encouragement. The little guy clenched his fist to cheer himself up, and then floated towards Otohim. Now Neptune and Otohim were hugging each other and staring at the stage. Because the one performing at the moment was their beloved White Star, whose partner was Melodic, one of the first Pokémon born in this world. Phoebus, who used to stay in the small pool in the breeding house, has now grown into a charming and cool Pokémon with a body length of more than 10 meters. Melodic, use Water Pulse. The 7-year-old Big Little Mermaid standing on the stage is very cute. As Shirahoshi commanded, a slowly rotating water ball condensed in front of Melodic's mouth, and water was constantly flowing into it. Spit it at your feet. Shirahoshi stared at the water ball and gave the order immediately when the water ball was about the same size. As a mermaid, and the Poseidon of the sea world, Shirahoshi's use and control of water is definitely not lower than that of ordinary Pokémon. She even knows better than Melodic when is the most appropriate time. The huge water vapor fell to the floor and suddenly turned into waves that spread in all directions. Looking at the momentum of the waves, the audience and even the 3 judges thought they were going to be drowned. There are restricted barriers around the stage, and those skills that would cause harm to ordinary people cannot leave the range of the stage. However, water waves that are so soft that they have almost no impact can flow out of the stage. There have been similar mistakes in previous performances. Some trainers and Pokémon did not control their skills well, so that their skills ran wild. Now, use Icy Wind. At the critical moment, Shirahoshi's voice sounded. Melodic opened his mouth and spit out snow-white cold wind towards the water waves. Crack, crack, crack. Layer after layer of water waves gradually condensed into ice, and even the splashing water and derailed water flow were clearly visible after freezing. As the colorful lights on the stage fell, the sparkling ice layer also reflected these lights, interweaving into a celadon/rainbow-like halo in the air. Under the halo, Melodic stood in the middle of the ice waves, shining like a princess of the sea. Wow! So beautiful! Yes, this kid has a talent for being a coordinator. Melodic is the same. What a beautiful Pokémon! This is the first time I've seen one. The performance of Shirahoshi and Melodic was obviously a success, as they received applause and cheers from the audience. However, from a professional point of view, there was a flaw. Well, it was a very good performance, but I can only give it 9.5 points. Stella raised the scorecard in her hand, which had only one number 9. I also gave it 9 points. Although Melodic's charm was fully demonstrated, as a coordinator, you did not participate well in this performance except for directing. This is also a manifestation of imperfect coordination. As the chief judge, Perona was of course the one who pointed out the shortcomings of the contestants. It was very beautiful. The director of the Pokemon Center was reluctant to say more. Because he knew that Shirahoshi was the daughter of the mayor of Fishman City. Although the Pokemon Center director and the mayor of a city have the same status in the Alliance, and Yggdrasil and Fishman City are 108,000 Norman away, this kind of convenient face still needs to be given. Besides, in his opinion, Shirahoshi, a 7-year-old girl, can achieve this level in her first appearance, which is already very perfect, and giving a high score is just encouragement. So, Shirahoshi's final score is 28.5 points. This is the highest score so far. Tizero pointed to the number on the big screen behind him, and praised without hesitation, "It seems that our Shirahoshi player has a great talent to become a coordinator. I want to be a great coordinator." Shirahoshi excitedly waved her little hand to the audience, and her pink tail swung behind her. Audience. Wow! My daughter is so cute. Otohime looked at Shirahoshi and excitedly stretched her arms upwards. Snap! Otohime's body is very sensitive and fragile, so she can clearly feel the touch of her limbs and other things. Her fist seemed to have knocked something down just now. Gee! Otohime looked up, but there was nothing. She thought that she was too excited and illusion appeared. But the next moment, she suddenly felt a weight on her leg. "Bye." Celebai's aggrieved voice came, and his face turned red. "Ah, isn't this the child who was with the leader just now?" Otohime looked at Celebai who was sitting on her thigh and flapping a pair of small wings, opened her mouth in surprise, and then poked her husband. "What? Oh." Neptune turned his head and looked, but saw nothing, and then continued to cheer for his little cotton jacket. If Celebai didn't want others to see it, others wouldn't see it either. "Really? I remember, your name is Celebai, right?" the little guy called the forest god. Otohime stretched out a hand and gently rubbed Celebai's rosy face, then realized something. "Oh, did I hit you just now? Sorry, I'll blow it for you." "Who?" Otohime gently caressed Celebai's little face and blew air with her lips. "Bye." Celebai was treated gently, and his originally aggrieved heart suddenly calmed down. Kay opened his big eyes and looked at Otohime in front of him, and the word mom appeared in his mind. Kay couldn't understand this concept, but he did feel a very comfortable feeling from Otohime. "Does it still hurt?" Otohime picked up Celebai and looked at her, as if she was looking at a doll. "Bye." Celebai shook his head and hugged Otohime's arm. Shall I go with you?" Otohime's observation haki is very special, so special that she can sense and even secretly distort a person's inner thoughts. Although she can't do it to such an exaggerated degree on this Pokemon Island, she still has a keen intuition about the thoughts of other people and Pokemon, and she immediately noticed Celebai's intention. Celebai nodded. "Okay, then I'll go with you, but I have to tell my family." Otohime is different from Kay who leaves at will. After all, she has her own family. Chapter 337 Winner of the Coordination Competition. Although Neptune wanted to go with Otohime, he was worried that Shirahoshi would cry after the competition without seeing his family after both of them left. After all, Shirahoshi is still a 7-year-old child. Otohime also worried about this, so she let Neptune stay. Considering the safety of Pokemon Island, Neptune did not argue with Otohime, not to mention that Otohime also had her own Pokemon. It was a Siberian sea lion. Siberian sea lion, a water and fairy Pokemon, is called the Singer of the Sea and is a member of the Alola Reg in the Pokemon world. Ions Water-type Royal 3 Pokemon. This is a somewhat special race among Pokemon. Because Hiran fights with her singing voice, and fighting is also her stage for singing. She can even defeat her opponent by singing and dancing in battle. She is a Pokemon born for coordination competitions. Once Hiran's throat or vocal cords used for singing are damaged, it will be very fatal to Hiran. Not only will it cause serious psychological trauma, but it will also greatly reduce Hiran's combat effectiveness. It seems to be successful. It's not easy. Dark watched Otohime and Celebi leave and breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Celebi being punched by Otohime just now, he was stunned on the spot. Otohime doesn't seem like a guy who will beat people for no reason, and Otohime's physique is so fragile that beating others will cause her to break her bones. Generally speaking, if Otohime beats others, others will have to pay her money. However, with Otohime's fear of pain, it is unlikely that she would take the initiative to beat others and hurt herself. So he quickly guessed that it was a misunderstanding, but he was a little worried about whether the fragile little Celebi could withstand it. Fortunately, Otohime later comforted Celebi with her maternal tenderness, otherwise Dark would have to spend time to enlighten Celebi to prevent the little guy from becoming autistic. By the way, the quality of the first round of exhibition matches is higher than I expected. Dark's attention returned to the stage and he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that so many masters would appear after him. These people's performances, regardless of the extent to which they showed the bonds of coordinators and Pokemon, are really amazing just from the visual effect. For example, the one standing on the stage at this moment. Mr. Mime, use the substitute technique. Standing on the stage is a yellow-haired lady from the Yamanaka family, and her partner is a Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime put his hands together and made a seal. He is a humanoid Pokemon with 5 fingers, and has the ability to cast ninjutsu. So at a time when many Pokemon are still unable to use ninjutsu, this Mr. Mime is considered a very special Pokemon in the ninja world. Within 2 seconds, 5 Mr. Mimes appeared on the field and stood in different positions. Dazzling Gleam. The 5 Mr. Mimes released Dazzling Gleam together. Because the intensity of each release is different, some Dazzling Gleam shines far away, while others shine close. The effect formed by this is that the entire dark-themed opera house is filled with colorful halos. Everyone seemed to have entered the vast universe at the same time. Wow! Many audiences exclaimed in amazement. And this player finally got a high score of 29, breaking the record again and surpassing Shirahoshi's score. After that, 4 or 5 players ranked from 27 to 29 appeared one after another. Their coordination of skills was amazing. Because each performance in the first round of the exhibition match lasted less than 5 minutes, the first round ended quickly. There were a total of 20 players who advanced to the second round of the battle match. The lowest score was 25 in the first round. This score is not a low score in the coordination competition in the Pokemon world. The second round is called the Gorgeous Battle Competition. The battle method is not fixed. Each city has its own competition system. 3v3 arena competition, 2v2 doubles competition. These are all possible. However, this year's Yggdrasil coordination competition is an ordinary 1v1 duel. Players are only allowed to send Pokemon that appeared in the first round of the exhibition match. The score obtained by the player in the first round is the starting score for the second round of the battle. Every time you are attacked, or if you launch an invalid attack in a way that is not gorgeous, you will be deducted points. If either side loses the ability to fight first, or if all the points are deducted, you will be considered defeated. When it comes time to fight the next player, the score will return to the starting score at the beginning. The setting of this starting score is a rule reset by the referee department of Perona, which is a rule that does not exist in the Pokemon world. This is done to give the top players in the first round a little more advantage, so that the 2 rounds of competition are related, and to inspire the coordinators to create more creative and gorgeous ideas in the first round in the future. However, compared with the first round, this second round is too mediocre. After Dak's observation, the main reasons are 2 points. The first point is that the players who come to participate in this coordination competition are not very strong players, and the intensity of the battle will definitely not be as high as that of the battle competition. The second point is also the key reason why the game is not worth watching. These new coordinators have not yet gotten out of the traditional battle mindset. They are not used to this new form of battle, so they are very cautious in their moves, fearing that points deducted. They hardly dared to attack, lacking the passion of a big match and the magnificence they should have. Dark almost fell asleep watching the second round, and even the audience around him felt that the second round was not as interesting as he had imagined. The two finalists were Shirahoshi and the blonde lady from the Yamanaka family. The final winner was almost unexpected. The blonde lady won. No one would think that a 7-year-old girl could beat an adult in a fight. More importantly, Dark knew very well that Shirahoshi alone could not match the Yamanaka family ninjas in terms of fighting and means. What kind of people are the Yamanaka family? Those who play mind illusions and torture prisoners. Let Melodic fight with his intuition, and maybe he can exert a stronger fighting power than Shirahoshi's command. Shirahoshi is indeed very good at performing, but he needs more practice in fighting. Congratulations to our winner of this coordination competition, Miss Yamanaka Miju. Amid the cheers of the audience, Tizolo announced the final winner of this battle. Then, please invite our chief judge Miss Perona to present the winning ribbon to the winner. As long as you collect 5 ribbons, you can participate in the global coordination competition in a year. As Tizolo's voice fell, Perona also walked onto the stage holding an exquisite gift box and stood in front of Yamanaka Miju. I hope to see more outstanding performances in future coordination competitions. Perona opened the gift box in her hand, and inside was a ribbon with urban characteristics. The main color of the ribbon is green, representing nature, and in the center is a tree badge, which looks exquisitely made. Thank you, I will do my best. Yanaka Miju bowed, but she didn't seem very excited. Or rather, this person is very confident and is not surprised at all that he can win. After the coordination competition, Dark released his full observation haki to sense. There was no trace of Mu and Celebi in the sensing range. They must have taken Kai and Oto him to the first assessment. He estimated that it would take at least a month for all the assessments to be over and return here. Manager. Only a few partners in the breeding house would call Dark that. When Dark turned around, he saw Perona walking towards him with a red umbrella. What's wrong? It's almost here. How are you preparing for the wedding of Tizero and Stella? Don't worry. Hey, you're sweating. When Dark heard Perona mention this, he felt sick. Speaking of which, he learned about the two getting married during the battle competition. He was thinking of having a grand wedding after the battle competition. Who would have thought that something big happened in the ninja world? He was away for 3 months, and when he came back, there were a lot of things waiting for him, which made Dark forget about this matter all of a sudden. But fortunately, it is not too late to prepare now, and it is completely in time. That's good, you must not forget, people have prepared gifts. Perona looked at Dark suspiciously, but finally nodded and chose to believe. Yeah, don't worry, I will give them a surprise. Dark scratched the back of his head, but in his mind he was thinking about what kind of gift to prepare. Tizero's favorite is undoubtedly Stella, and the second is the feeling of being the center of attention, which is very easy to solve. It is enough for him to let Morgans publish a newspaper in his name. Not to mention the entire sailing world, even the ninja world can receive the news. The wedding will be held in Marigiosa in the Red Earth continent. The place is definitely big enough to accommodate millions of people. However, there will definitely not be so many people coming back to attend the wedding. The main way to achieve the center of attention effect is to rely on global live broadcast. The visitors will depend on who Tizero and Stella invite, and then the partners in the breeding house will invite some relatives and friends. It is impossible for everyone to come here. But what makes Doc scratch his head is Stella. Stella is a woman who is almost selfless. What Stella coveted most was freedom and being with Tizero. Now that she has both, what kind of surprise can she prepare? Chapter 338 A first god with such a big presence? Speaking of which, Stella is still limited by the resurrection item Sacred Ash. Her lifespan is only more than 8 years. Let's solve it from this aspect. Doc thought about it and remembered this. When Stella was resurrected, Dialga had not been exchanged. But even if it was exchanged, there was no way to resurrect Stella. After all, Stella's body could not be found, and there was no way to reverse time in a targeted manner. Nowadays, Dialga has no way to truly revive Stella. After all, the item effect is here and has been in effect all the time. Even the legendary Pokémon cannot change it. However, there is an exception. Ho-Oh. Sacred Ash is an item produced by Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh should be able to use the Sacred Fire to eliminate the item properties of Sacred Ash to truly revive Stella. There has always been such a legend in the world of Pokémon that K will continue to fly in the sky with colorful wings, and Celadon/Rainbow will form where it flies. People who see Celadon/Rainbow and Ho-Oh can have happiness forever. Dark pinched his chin and murmured the legend in his mind. He decided to let Ho-Oh appear to bless the two newcomers. But the more important thing now is to publicize this matter quietly. Don't do it too deliberately, otherwise with Teezero's brain, he will definitely think that I did it on purpose. Dark frowned and suddenly thought of Celebi and Mew. All of a sudden, there was a way. That day, Dark returned to the Alliance City and called Iceberg over. Iceberg, how are the statues of Celebi and Mew going? Well, they are almost finished, but the people under him are still arguing about the introduction. This group of guys only have so much fun every day. Iceberg scratched his hair and shrugged helplessly. Nowadays, Iceberg is more and more like the mayor of the Seven Water City, Ispagu, in the original work. As for the disputes over the introduction, this is already a common occurrence in the engineering department. People in the engineering department will make changes based on the Pokémon legends given by Dark. Anyway, they will strengthen the image of the Pokémon's strength in the introduction and make them more mysterious. As for whether to strengthen the friendly side or the brutal side, this is where this group of people argue. Generally speaking, they will analyze based on the abilities of these first gods. For example, Sceptile is a grass attribute Pokémon that symbolizes vitality, so he is portrayed as a friendly and gentle Konoha god. Lapras is an Ice-type Pokémon that is freezing cold, so she was shaped into a cold and ruthless ice god. There are still a few statues to be made. How many? 4. 4. Iceberg's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Dark in disbelief. Of course he knew what Dark meant by this sentence. The statues of the first god temple were in his charge, and the statues of the Kaiwan temple were in the charge of the deputy minister and his master Tom. Since Dark asked him to make 4 more statues, it means that 4 more first gods appeared in this world. This is for the wedding of Teezero and Stella. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell other people about this. I will write the introduction of these 4 Pokémon. Dark was creating a story about these 4 Pokémon at this moment. Ho-Oh and Hoa's guards. Okay, call me after you finish here, I'll go back and prepare. Okay, please. 5 days later, at the end of March. Today is Sunday, and many office workers and students have a day off. And their first stop is to the temple of the first god. Have you heard about it? Well, I know, you mean the new god in the temple of the first god, right? Walking on the flat road leading to the temple of the first god, students wearing Pokémon Academy uniforms are discussing the rumors they heard from their teachers recently. Students staying in Pokémon Academy are not unheard of news from the outside world. After all, the dormitories are equipped with computers, and some students have props such as Pokédex for communication. Of course, listening to teachers talk about what happened in the outside world is also one of the ways. Hey, Sakura, have you heard the legend about Ho-Oh? The girl Ino was carrying a school bag, followed by a psychic Pokémon Spoink, and next to her were her best friends Sakura and Nakago. Ino's personality was very heroic, and she was too strong-willed. She was even called a tomboy by other boys in the previous ninja school. Coincidentally, Nakako was also a somewhat heroic girl, so the two hit it off and became friends not long after school started. Spoink was also very sensitive to people's hearts, and her name contained the word pig, which was very suitable for the pig family girl who was good at mental illusions. Spoink jumped forward, and there were two friends beside her. They were Nakako's Shinx and Sakura's Mankey. Because the trainers were good friends, the three little guys often played together. Well, Master Ho-Oh is so powerful that he can even let the other three masters of the first god serve as his guards. Sakura nodded excitedly, and whispered cautiously, could Master Ho-Oh be the most powerful first god? SHH. SHH. Sakura, don't say it. Hearing Sakura say this, Nakako was startled and quickly reached out to cover Sakura's mouth, and then cautiously looked around. Sorry. Sakura also realized the problem and stopped talking. Don't let that group of people fight in the temple of the first god later. Ino sighed and spread her hands helplessly. No matter which world it is, people will always have disputes because of belief, and it is no exception in the Pokemon Academy. Basically every student has his or her most revered first god, and firmly believes that the first god they believe in is the most powerful and charming god. This is bound to cause dissatisfaction among those who believe in other first gods, resulting in quarrels and even invitations to Pokemon battles, as if they have won and the first god they believe in is a more powerful god. The most popular among them are undoubtedly Nightmare God, Konoha God, and Karen God. These are the three Pokemon that first appeared beside Dark and followed him to conquer the world. Because the three Pokemon appeared the earliest and left the most legends in the sailing world, their popularity is also quite high. Among them, Darkrai and Giratina are the leaders. Darkrai is the shadow of the god of creation in the introduction, the Pokemon closest to the god of creation. Giratina is the owner of Pokemon Island, the master of a world. These two statements are the biggest reasons why the popularity of the Pokemons crushes other first gods. There are also the most disputes over which of the two Pokemons is stronger. However, the Pokemons in question at this moment don't know this. The Pokemons are playing a hide-and-seek game based on the month. Even if Dark wants to find the Pokemons, it is impossible, and they can only call them through the telepathy between the trainer and the Pokemon. No, there are many people in charge of places like the first temple. Nokijo waved his hand. The three girls continued to move towards the direction of the first temple with their Pokemon. It was not until the evening that they came to the door of the first temple with their waists. Damn it, I don't want to walk here anymore. Ino and Sakura leaned on the wall outside the temple of the first god, their backs ached. I told you that the temple of the first god was far away. Nakako sighed, she was also exhausted. Ino and Sakura, two girls from the ninja world, were ignorant of the world and thought that the academy was really close to the temple of the first god, so they planned to walk here. Now they have learned their lesson. Although the temple of the first god is indeed closer to the Pokemon Academy from the map, it is still a few hours away. As for the three Pokemon, they had already entered the Pokemon Ball to rest. Okay, let's go in and take a look. There are not many people at this time, so it won't be too crowded. Sakura comforted Ino. The three girls walked into the temple of the first god and soon found several new statues of the first god. So the first god and the forest god are so cute. I thought they were big guys again. Hello? Didn't you see it, Ino? The other day at the coordination competition performance in Yggdrasil, the leader performed on stage with these two first gods. Sakura looked at Ino with some surprise. She remembered that the whole school was organized to watch this performance together. Ah! Damn Shikamaru! I was tricked by that guy to help him correct his homework. He's finished. I'm going to beat him to death when I get back. Ino was stunned for a moment, and then she went crazy on the spot. Okay, stop making trouble. Come and see, Ho-Oh and the Ho-Oh guard. Nochigo pointed to the other four Pokemon. Unlike the other statues that looked more independent, the 3 statues of the Ho-Oh guard stood in front of Ho-Oh, and the scale of these 3 statues was smaller than that of the other first god statues. In fact, from this point, it can be seen that the status and strength of these 3 first gods are not as good as those of other first gods. They are probably at the bottom of the first gods, but that is also a strength that ordinary Pokemon cannot reach. Regarding this point, Sakura and the other 2 girls are not stupid. Of course, they have some guesses, but they dare not say it in this temple of the first gods. Celadon/Rainbow God Ho-Oh. One of the very ancient auspicious gods, hates evil and war. It has existed in the world before humans were born. It is the Pokemon closest to humans among all the first gods. From ancient times to the present, it has been wandering around the world to observe and protect human survival and evolution. However, it has also been hidden in the world because of the large-scale wars launched by humans that caused deaths. It has not appeared for nearly 10,000 years. It is said that it lives at the feet of Celadon/Rainbow and will appear in front of upright trainers while shining with colorful wings. Wherever Ho-Oh passes, a long Celadon/Rainbow bridge will be left. Seeing Ho-Oh is a very lucky sign, which means that you will live a happy life. Chapter 339 Ho-Oh Guard. By the way, have you found a common point? Sakura looked at the introduction of Ho-Oh above and said with her chin pinched. Well, among the first gods, at least half of them are peace-loving, and the other half, although not mentioned, seems to hate war. Ino nodded, and after all, the teacher had talked about this in class. But at that time, the statue of Ho-Oh had not appeared in the first god temple. Well, after all, the Pokemon League has always been maintaining peace, and even destroyed the dominant world government of the previous era in order to create a peaceful alliance. Nakago, who came from the sailing world, must have a better understanding of the history of the past. It's the same in our ninja world. The leader and the god of time Dialga returned to 38 years ago and created a peaceful era with the first generation of Akatsuki and Madara. Sakura agreed with this very much. She had not experienced the war years, but she didn't plan to experience it. Because the history class of Pokemon Academy occasionally shows some images of the past to let children know how terrible war and death are. By the way, has Ho-Oh lived so long? Isn't that longer than the history we know? Ino looked at the introduction of Ho-Oh. It has not appeared for tens of thousands of years, so doesn't it mean that Ho-Oh's age has even exceeded tens of thousands of years? Of course, Ho-Oh has existed since before humans were born. These first gods should have lived for a very long time. Nochigo thought it was natural. With such powerful divine power, it is impossible for a Pokemon that has lived for a few years to do it. I heard that Konoha God is the youngest god among all the first gods, but he is also 300 or 400 years old. Sakura got the gossip from somewhere. It's so shocking. In the future, more and more people from other worlds will appear. I hope there are no bad guys, otherwise, Ho-Oh will probably not show up. No, if there are such guys, they must have been imprisoned in the Alliance prison long ago. Nochigo has 100 trusts in the Pokemon Alliance. After all, her stepmother Belmare is now a member of the Pokemon Alliance. Ordinary people basically don't know how powerful the Pokemon Alliance is. Even if Dark doesn't take action, relying on the military power of other high-level members of the Alliance, it is enough to crush many, many worlds. The 3 girls continued to read on, and the next thing was the content of the Ho-Oh Guard. Entei, the Flame God. Entei is a Pokemon with the passion of lava in its body. It is believed to be born from the eruption of a volcano. It will blow out a flame hotter than the lava of the volcano and burn everything. It is said that if Entei roars, a volcano somewhere in the world will erupt. Even rest is usually located next to high-temperature lava. Entei is a symbol of courage. It will only appear in front of courageous people and stare at them with an oppressive look to test their courage. Entei, what a domineering name. It looks like the strongest one in the Ho-Oh Guard. Sakura looked up at the statue's eyes and felt that she was already affected by the oppression. No, 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 you'll know when you look over here. This is probably the most powerful one. Ino seemed to have a different opinion, and she stood in front of Rei-Kao. Thunder God Rei-Kao. Rei-Kao is a fierce Pokemon that descends with thunder and lightning. Because it carries a rain cloud on its back, it can release thunder and lightning at any time. It has lightning-like speed in its body, and it will release the surging power in its body in the form of lightning while running around on the earth. When Rei-Kao's howl, like a thunderbolt, sounds, a bolt of lightning is bound to fall somewhere in the world and shake the earth. Rei-Kao is a symbol of justice, but it hates humans very much and has a bad temper, so even people with a strong sense of justice may not see it, and even if they see it, they may be scolded. It hates humans very much. This seems to be a bit contrary to Hoa's personality. Nochigo stood aside and thought Rei-Kao was a little strange. After all, the Ho-Oh that Rei-Kao protects are all close to humans, but Rei-Kao hates humans. She thinks there must be something hidden. I'm curious about what happened when the staff who wrote this introduction saw Rei-Kao. Did he get scolded? Ino smiled wickedly. She had already imagined that Rei-Kao would be furious like a big cat, and roared threateningly at the staff who came to observe his appearance. Compared to the other two, Suicune seems much gentler. Sakura's voice came from the side. The other two looked and saw that Sakura had already touched Suicune's hoof with one hand. Just from this, Ino knew that Suicune must be a friendly beginner god, otherwise the timid Sakura would not dare to do such a thing. Water God Suicune. Suicune is a Pokemon with the gentleness of spring water in its body. Looking for a place with clear water flowing. K has the power to purify dirty and muddy water instantly. It is said that when it appears, the north wind will blow inexplicably, and it will run away with the north wind. It is the incarnation of the north wind. Suicune is a symbol of friendship. It will only appear in front of trainers who can treat all Pokemon in a friendly way. K is also the kindest and closest to humans in the Ho-Oh guard. It's very gentle just by looking at it. Noki raised his head and looked at Suicune's appearance. Unlike Entei's majestic and domineering and Rei-Kao's fierce and sharp, Suicune's face looks dignified and gentle. These are the three first god Pokemon of the Ho-Oh guard. They look very powerful, but what is the relationship between K and Ho-Oh? Sakura looked at the three Pokemon of the Ho-Oh guard with shining eyes. She was really interested in the stories of the new gods. Although she had entered the battle department to get closer to Sasuke, she had already begun to consider whether to transfer to the research department's legend department. Of course, Sakura also had other thoughts. She found that it was almost impossible to capture Sasuke, as Sasuke was obsessed with the hedgehog-headed yellow hair. But fortunately, there was a way. Sasuke was a brotherkin, so Sakura's relationship with Sasuke's brother was another way out. An Ataki entered the history department of the research department and took classes in the same teaching building as the legend department, because the two subjects had a lot of overlapping content. Who knows? There is only a little bit of information about the new gods here. If you really want to know more, you can only explore it yourself. Ino spread her hands. She was not particularly interested in these. It's late. We should go back to school. Otherwise, the school gate may be closed by the time we get to school. Nakiko looked at the time. They spent too much time on the way here, otherwise they might have taken some good photos as a souvenir. But it doesn't matter, they still have to stay in the Alliance City for a long time, so they can take photos later. Yet. X2. The three girls left the temple of the first god and were about to find a Diddy Pokemon staff member on the roadside. After receiving the deposit, the latter immediately contacted the nearby Diddy Pokemon to come. It took about 5 minutes to wait. Soon a huge Bouffalant arrived and sat down with the three girls easily. Ino sat in the last seat, and just as Bouffalant took a step, she suddenly felt a hot breath coming from behind her. She looked back. A big brown lion with a hot breath all over its body appeared on the plain in the distance, just staring at her quietly. Gee! Ino's head suddenly became empty. If she remembered correctly, this mysterious Pokémon that suddenly appeared seemed to have been seen in the temple of the first god a few minutes ago. Entei! Ino shouted, and almost fell off Buffalant's back because of the fright of the two people in front of her. What? Where? Nochigo and Sakura didn't care about Ino's sudden shout, but immediately turned their heads to look at Ino. There! Ino quickly pointed behind her, but in a moment, Entei's figure had disappeared from the place just now. Ino! Liar! I didn't! Ino argued loudly, she had clearly seen Entei just now. Is she considered a courageous person by Entei? The girl's mind suddenly became full of imagination. She had imagined that one day in the future, she would become a trainer recognized by Entei and ride on Entei's back to run on the endless grassland. The three girls here were still arguing with uproar on the way back to the Alliance City. On the other side, Ho-Oh and Rei-Kao and Suicune, I'll leave it to you when Teizero gets married. Dark looked at the three Pokémon in front of him and rubbed them. Ho-Oh Red85. Ho-Oh was a Pokémon that had just been created in the system a few days ago, and was still a child. Yet, Ho-Oh raised his chin proudly, but still agreed. Dark didn't know what the character of the cameraman in the Pokémon world was, but the Ho-Oh on his side was like a proud rooster. As for the three Pokémon in the Ho-Oh guard, they were all orange Pokémon with a qualification level of 80. And these three were not Pokémon that were made up by teasing, but Pokémon that were directly dragged from the Pokémon world. The three of them are not the three resurrected by the cameraman Ho-Oh. The three individuals resurrected by the cameraman are probably of golden caliber, and their level must be at least 85. The introduction of the statue of Rei-Kao in the first temple is enough to show this. If it is a newly born Rei-Kao, then there is no reason for K to hate humans. This Rei-Kao was born in Unova more than 500 years ago. Jun was born. At that time, Unova region was still in the Warcraft era. The two kingdoms led by the True Seekers and the Ideal Seekers used the power of the True Dragon and the Ideal Dragon to launch a huge war that affected the entire Unova region, causing endless death and destruction. Rei-Kao must have witnessed that period, so he became what he is now. As for Suicune and Entei, they were born in Hone region and Kalos region more than 500 years ago respectively. The two were relatively peaceful at that time, and nothing big happened. These three Pokémon are not thorns or difficult children to get along with. At least for Dark, they are all stable and easy to talk to. Chapter 340 The Eve of the Wedding. The top of the Red Earth continent, once Marijoa, is now Tianlong Cemetery. Since Pangu City was destroyed by Dark and Dark that day, this city that originally existed above the clouds has been completely destroyed. However, later, Teizelo took the initiative to take over the transformation of this city, saying that he wanted to make use of the waste. About half a year later, Pangu City disappeared from the sailing world, but Saffron City was added. Teizelo restored the former appearance of Pangu City as much as possible, but all the white jade houses were transformed into saffron by Teizelo using Jinjin Berry's ability. This has become the largest entertainment city in the world, with various failed works produced by the Alliance's scientific research department. Those works that failed in the laboratory will be recycled and transformed into interesting entertainment toys and sent to this place. Including but not limited to video game arcades, board game halls, chess and card rooms, and even brothels and gambling houses. The biggest difference of this city is that it has the only specimen museum in the world. It is called the Maggot Museum. However, except for the slaves who were once oppressed by the celestial dragons, there are basically no people going to this place. After all, seeing the things inside may cause you to not be able to eat for a day. Today, Saffron City refuses all foreign tourists. No one was surprised, and no one was blind enough to come here to cause trouble. Now Teizero has an extraordinary status. His identity as the Minister of Finance of the Pokemon League is almost known to everyone. Not giving face to Tesoro is basically not giving face to the Pokemon League. A week ago, the news that Saffron Emperor and Friendly Queen were going to hold a wedding in Saffron City had spread all over the ocean. The excitement of this event even far exceeded the previous Big Mom's tea party. The Friendly Queen naturally refers to Stella, the general manager of the Friendly store. Within a week, the staff of the breeding house invited all kinds of relatives and friends to attend the upcoming wedding, and all kinds of big and small people came. For example, Dark would invite Mihawk and members of the White Group, Robin would invite Zoro, Sucrose would invite Nami, Rachel would invite Kuina. Of course, the protagonists of this wedding, Tesoro and Stella, invited the most people. Stella was fine, just inviting some employees or customers who often visited friendly stores. But Tesoro had a lot to do. He basically invited all the prominent employees in the Pokemon League, such as the 4 elites, the 8 gym leaders, the heads and deputy heads of various departments, the senior executives of the Navy, the mayors of various cities and the deans of Pokemon centers, and the teachers of the Pokemon Academy. After inviting so many people, there were quite a few people who came to the wedding. Even if there were not thousands, there were hundreds of people. If the number of Pokemon is counted, it would definitely exceed 1,000. April 21st, the second year of the League calendar. Originally, this day did not have any special meaning, but that was for most people. For Tesoro and Stella, this day was completely different. Because this day was Stella's birthday, it was also their wedding day. In order to welcome the wedding ceremony that will start in the evening, the members of the training house got up at 5 or 6 in the morning and started to do various things. For example, dressing themselves up. Most of them will become the best man and bridesmaid of this wedding. Even Doc can't take a break on such a day. Although he doesn't have to be a best man, he was asked by Tesoro to be the host of this wedding. Although Doc didn't want to do such a troublesome thing, he would not refuse this small request of his partner. He probably understood Tesoro and Stella. After all, his existence must be different for these two people than for others. If it weren't for him, they might not have the possibility of standing here to get married now. In the dressing room behind the wedding stage, Doc and Esteth, the master and apprentice, are standing in front of the dressing mirror to adjust their appearance. Master, are you serious? Of course, you have been. How can you tell I'm joking? Dark adjusted his collar while glancing at Esteth in the mirror. At this moment, Esteth was wearing a white princess dress with delicate makeup on her face. Esteth and Sugar were the youngest in the breeding house, so the job of holding the skirt of the bride Stella naturally fell on them. Okay. Esteth accepted this fact helplessly. Generally speaking, little girls actually like this job very much, because they can wear beautiful little dresses and go on stage with the bride to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. But Esteth is not an ordinary girl. She just wants to spend all her time on becoming stronger. But since it is the master's order, there is no way. Sugar, have you arranged the work of the security team? Dark looked at the green-haired girl on the other side of him. Well, no problem, but our department is basically maintaining order at the wedding site, and Professor Vegapunk's Seraph is outside. That thing was created so quickly. Dark raised his eyebrows. The Seraph was originally supposed to appear 9 years later, but now it has been created by Vegapunk in advance. Yes, after all, there are completed experimental subjects, and there is also the bloodline factor research data from Judge to assist. If it fails, we can just extract the DNA again. Sugar nodded as a matter of course. Sugar, the director of the security department, is one of the people who communicates with Vegapunk the most. She often takes advantage of her young age to go to Vegapunk's research institute to make trouble and get the latest scientific research weapons produced by Vegapunk's research institute to strengthen the security department. But generally speaking, Vegapunk will still refuse. Not to mention that Sugar's young age is a problem, Another problem is that the work of the inspection department is obviously more dangerous, and more sophisticated weapons are needed to equip the members. As for the so-called complete experimental subjects, they are actually those who were arrested and imprisoned. The Great Pirate. The original Seraphim DNA came from the old 7 warlords of the sea, probably extracted before the war at the top. Nowadays, there are many sources of Seraphim DNA, including but not limited to Crocodile, Gecko Maria, Doflamingo, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and many leaders of CP0. In fact, several survivors of the Knights of God were also captured, but they were not used as experimental templates for Seraphim. After all, no one knows whether the Seraphim made with the DNA of these people will suffer from the noble disease again. In that case, there is no need to worry about those who don't know how to live or die. Dark nodded with relief. Outside Saffron City, there are not only the Seraph army, but also the pacifist army and a large number of clones with various weapons. The strong ones who can break through this line of defense on the sea are either affiliated with the Pokémon League or have friendly relations with the Pokémon League. Time soon came to the afternoon. Guests began to enter Saffron City through invitations one after another. The first to arrive were the members of the Akatsuki organization of the ninja world. A group of young codders wearing Akatsuki uniforms, led by Orochimaru, entered Saffron City. Wow! This is Saffron City, so cool! There are really saffrons everywhere. How much money does this cost? The new Akatsuki finance minister, Konan, came to Saffron City and the first thing he did was to value the city. Because Yahiko did not die, Konan and Nagato are not as half-dead as in the original work. Konan is still the cheerful and healing angel of the Hidden Rain village, and Nagato is just a big boy who is easily shy. Convert all matter into saffron? The ability of the Devil Berry is so interesting, much stronger than the blood limit. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue like a snake's tongue, and showed an interested expression on his face. It looks so interesting here, let's play together next time. Zabuza looked at the gambling house on the street and suddenly felt itchy. This world is really suitable for me. Kisame felt around on his palm. His physical form is very similar to the fishman in this world, so such a huge seawater world is much more comfortable for him than staying in the ninja world, and his strength can be greatly improved. Speaking of which, we should buy a Pokemon egg when we go back. This is also what Master and the others told us. When Shisui passed by, he saw a branch of the magic cultivation house and remembered this matter. You are here so early. A voice suddenly came from the roof next to him. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was the first generation of Akatsuki F4, and it was a younger version. Master? Shisui looked at Izuna and was immediately surprised. The same was true for the others. Except for Kakuzu, the 3 of Madara had originally stepped half a foot into the coffin. This is incredible. It seems that the power of those first gods is real. What Orochimaru wants most is to live forever. After all, his parents died during World War I. Madara-senpai's samsara eye is still there, and his pupil power has not been withdrawn. That means it is not the time travel of the god of time, but the power of other first gods. Hey? There is more than one first god who can make people immortal? This is too shocking. Barahu, who is also a scientist, was also extremely shocked. However, unlike Orochimaru, he does not pursue immortality. He is very satisfied with his current life and does not have any higher pursuits. In other words, he just lies down. It seems that I need to go to Pokemon Island for further study for a while. I wonder if Professor Vegapunk will still accept disciples. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and then he suddenly remembered, speaking of which, Professor Vegapunk will also come to this banquet. When he came in just now, he found the group of strange people outside Saffron City. They are obviously living organisms with all the physical signs of normal life. But they are not people, but artificial people. Orochimaru, who discovered this, knew that Professor Vegapunk, who could study these, must have mastered quite amazing scientific research technology. Chapter 341 Ho-Oh Blessings. Wedding Banquet Scene. Hey Miss Hancock, your Onyx evolution has become Steelix, do you want to have a heated Pokemon battle with me? Hannibal, one of the 4 elites, the evil elite, had his eyes turned into hearts when he saw Hancock. Hannibal is a lustful person, but he is definitely not a bad guy who touches women without consent. He is just a dog. Not interested. Hancock didn't even bother to look at Hannibal. She has a good relationship with Stella. The special prop metal film that made Onyx Evolution was given to her by Stella, and it was Stella who took Hancock to connect and exchange. So Hancock came to such a noisy occasion just to give Stella face. Mr. Hannibal is as bellicose as ever. Soul Elite Snubbull held a guitar in his hand. Later, he and his friends will go on stage to sing a song. Hey, Snubbull, we haven't fought before, how about a fight? Yo ho ho ho, it's my honor, let's wait until the banquet is over. Snubbull will not be afraid of challenges just because his attributes are restrained. As one of the 4 elites of the Pokemon League, he is afraid of fighting? If you tell others, people will laugh to death. Ah! On the other side, Kuzan collapsed on the chair and yawned. The work of the 4 elites is really happy. Now you only need to work 8 hours a day, and you can lie down for 6 hours out of the 8 hours. It's really too happy, okay. Kuzan, you've gained weight recently. Zhang glanced at the lazy Kuzan and shook his head speechlessly. Humph, I think he's useless. Zeph, Kuzan's teacher, also looked disappointed. Hey, Marshall, Zephyr, please spare me on such a festive day today. Kuzan raised one hand weakly and waved. There was also a father and son discussing family affairs next to him. Long, Sabo beat someone up at school, go and deal with it. Well, I heard that it was because Hinata was bullied, so Sabo took action. Then beat him up. These 8 people are the ones sitting at the same table. Although Garp and Long hold the positions of Fighting Gym and Dragon Gym leader, they are also Navy heroes and leaders of the Grey Army, so they can sit at this table. At the next table, there are 6 gym leaders and 2 mayors of the city sitting together. Borsellino was so angry when he saw Kuzan at the next table. Why did he, a dignified admiral and electrical gym leader, get less salary than Kuzan and do more work than Kuzan? It's unreasonable. I have decided. I will quit this job and participate in the battle competition next year. Borsellino was also motivated. Hey! Jean Doan tilted his head, Uncle, don't make trouble. Father, didn't the Queen Mother come? Yes, she was selected as the Guardian of the World Tree and is undergoing an assessment. Neptune nodded, but a worried look appeared on his face. After all, he knew his wife best. Even with those little arms and legs, she was undergoing an assessment. This Queen Mother. Shark Star also thought of the same thing. Forget it, she's quite excited about it, and she really wants to do something for the Alliance. Neptune shook his head, of course supporting his wife's decision. The Pokemon League has brought a new life to the entire Fishman Island and fulfilled Otohim's dream. Otohim is very grateful to the Pokemon League and Dark, so she has always wanted to do something. It's a pity that there was really nothing for Otohim to do before, and now she has such a precious opportunity. Otohim will definitely not be willing to give it up. The Guardian of the World Tree, this is the highest honor. Mrs. Otohim's name may be passed down longer than the names of you and your son, Neptune. Sitting next to Neptune is an old man with small white wings behind him. He is the mayor of Angel City, the brother of Flying-type Jim Gonfer, and he often communicates with Neptune on weekdays. It would be great if it succeeds. Neptune smiled with relief. If Otohim really succeeds, then their family will be considered a family of generals. The head of the family, Neptune, is the mayor of Fishman City. Mother Otohim, the guardian of the World Tree. The eldest prince, Shark Star, is a water-type gym leader. The second and third princes all entered the Pokemon Academy. The little princess, Shirahoshi, is a genius girl coordinator. Anyone who sees the resume of this family will be envious and drool. Look, the groomsmen and bridesmaids have appeared. Is this going to start? Fairy gym leader Ivankov has a big head, so he can see the farthest. His voice was so loud that everyone at the tables around him could hear it and looked at where he was looking. Groomsmen and bridesmaids, these are all big shots in the alliance. External Secretary General, Feng Clay. Internal Secretary General and Dean of the Pokemon Academy, Robin. Inspection Department Director and Deputy Director, Bellamy, Gold. Research Department Director and Deputy Director, Monet, Vegapunk. Judgment Department Director, Perona. Medical Department Director and General Director of the Pokemon Center, Reiju. Engineering Department Director and Deputy Director, Iceberg, Tom. Education Department Director and Deputy Dean of the Pokemon Academy, Olivia. Environment Department Director, Kuma. The first generation F4 of the Akatsuki organization, Madara, Izuna, Kakuzu, Hanzo. The team of groomsmen and bridesmaids alone brought together members of 7 major departments. The alliance now has only 10 departments, among which the head of the security department, Sucrose, is a skirt-lifting child, and the other 2 are newly established departments, the agricultural department and the legal department. However, the heads of these 2 departments, Whirlpool Dawn and Bloodpool Dusk, are not members of the breeding house, so they are not qualified to be best man and bridesmaid. The leader of the alliance has also appeared. The taciturn Magellan looked at the stage in the front. At this moment, it was close to dusk, and the sky had become dim, but the whole city of Saffron was emitting dazzling golden light. But this is the effect that dark wants. Because only when the night completely covers the entire sky, Ho-Oh and the Ho-Oh Guard will appear. Dear guests, gentlemen and ladies, welcome to this wedding. Dark held the saffron microphone in his hand, wearing a white suit, and attracted the attention of all the guests the moment he appeared. Before he continued to speak, the people below began to cheer and applaud very respectfully. The spring breeze brings the fragrance of peaches and plums, and the newlyweds are immersed in the ocean of love. Today, we sow joy and auspiciousness, and tomorrow we will reap eternity and eternity. This is a love story that lasted for 10 years and spanned life and death. Friends, on April 21st, the second year of the Alliance calendar, we welcomed the auspicious day of Mr. Teezero and Miss Stella. First of all, as the family of the newlyweds, on behalf of all the members of the Cultivation House, I would like to express my welcome and gratitude to all of you who have come and watched this live broadcast on the big screen. After saying this, Doc bowed to the front. The other members of the Cultivation House came behind Doc and bowed together. There was another round of applause at the scene. We will stay together day and night, share joys and sorrows, and follow each other forever. Next, let us welcome the newlyweds with beautiful music and warm applause. Doc raised his hand and pointed to the distance. At the same time, Snub Bull, who had been ready in the audience, also started to play with his ghost partners. The door of the Saffron Church in the distance suddenly opened, and Teezero and Stella, wearing saffron suits and saffron wedding dresses, walked out of it, arm in arm, toward the stage. Behind Stella, Esteth and Sugar each held up Stella's long skirt to prevent her from tripping. Now, Doc watched Teezero and Stella appear, and in his heart, he used psychic to send a message to the distant clouds. Esteth's ears moved and looked at her master. As a novice psychic, she could not detect what Doc said, but she knew that confusion appeared in the air, and Doc was the only one who could psychic. The next moment, in the distant sky, a giant bird shining with rainbow light flew over, and behind its tail was a Celadon/rainbow bridge that was enough to sweep half of the sky. The originally dark night has now turned into a dreamy Celadon/rainbow sky. Hey! Look at the sky. What is that? The night is covered. The sky has turned into Celadon/rainbow. It's Ho-Oh. Celadon/Rainbow God Ho-Oh. Kay also came to the two. Did the newlyweds send their blessings? The whole place was in an uproar again, and the Celadon/Rainbow sky amazed everyone. This. Stella opened her red lips and looked at Teezero beside her. Doc did it. Teezero knew who did it without even thinking about it. There is only one person in the world who can do this, and those beginner gods will not give face to another person easily. Roar. Woo. At the same time, 3 more Pokémon suddenly appeared in 3 directions of the wedding scene. The Scorching Flame Column, the Torrent Water Column, and the Roaring Thunder Column rose into the sky from 3 directions at the same time, and the Celadon/Rainbow sky was shattered, turning into countless colorful stars and falling into the Saffron City below. The sky after the Celadon/Rainbow curtain disappeared was not night, but a sunny sky. That was Hoa's sunny day, and Saffron City would not see the night for at least 10 days. Under the light, Saffron City, which was supposed to be shining with golden light, now exuded colorful Celadon/Rainbow light. In the blink of an eye, the Ho-Oh guards and the Ho-Oh-It disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, and only a flame of sacred fire fell from the sky and slowly entered Stella's chest. Teezero and Stella looked up at Doc, who just grinned and gave a thumbs up. Congratulations to the newcomers, welcome to the new life. Chapter 342 Link to the New World. May 1st, 2nd year of the Alliance calendar. This day is the legal holiday of Pokemon Island, Labor Day. Most of the jobs in this world have started to have holidays, some are long and some are short. For students, it is a 5-day-long holiday. Such a holiday has nothing to do with the ninja world and the sailing world. Other worlds have their own holidays. Anyway, the people of Pokemon Island have received a lot of grudge from the workers in other worlds. 5 days ago, Aura Hero Might Guy and World Tree Guardian Otohim have completed all the tests and obtained the inheritance of Aura Power and Viridian Power. For those who insist on hell training every day even after coming to Pokemon Island, Kai said that the difficulty of these tests has been reduced a lot since the beginning. And he and Rylo have a good understanding of each other, and they showed amazing field combat ability in the test. But for Otohim, it was a completely different story. Otohim's physical fitness is very fragile. She takes a breath every 2 steps and rests every 3 steps. The difficulty has begun to rise before she even reaches the test. Even if the test faced by the World Tree Guardian is not as demanding in terms of martial arts as the test of the Aura Warrior, it is more of a test of character. However, even so, Otohim still fell into a crisis of near death many times. But Otohim is also a stubborn person. From beginning to end, she never had any intention of giving up. She fell down. Then she stood up again and continued to move forward. Watching the whole family stride forward, it must be a bad feeling for Otohim, who was still standing still. Therefore, after finally getting such an opportunity, Otohim would naturally not give up like this. She herself is not a person who likes to give up halfway. Thinking that after becoming the guardian of the World Tree, her husband and children can tell others with face that their wife and mother is the guardian of the World Tree, Otohim feels full of energy in her heart. During this period, Celebi really couldn't stand it anymore and secretly made many moves, which allowed Otohim to hold on to the last step of accepting the inheritance. The next day, the Pokemon League also announced the existence of the 2 chosen ones as soon as possible. But no specific identity was mentioned, which was also to ensure that the daily lives of the 2 chosen ones would not be disturbed. If the 2 of them went out to show off and caused a commotion, then it would not be their alliance's business. At the same time, the alliance also gave each of them a property in Yggdrasil, which was very close to the location of the World Tree. As an Aura warrior, Kai did not have to stay in this city. But Otohim was different. If the guardian of the World Tree was not next to the World Tree and ran around everywhere, it would be a bit too ridiculous. So, Otohim had no choice but to live in Yggdrasil in the future. Fortunately, with the company of Sea Lion and Celebi, Otohim was not too lonely. Now, Dark was helping Esteth to enter the Pokemon Academy. Why do you want me to enter the Pokemon Academy? Esteth was very disgusted with the boring study in the academy all day long. If she is asked to choose between swimming 10 kilometers and reading for an hour, she will definitely choose the former without hesitation. I will be more active in the next period of time. I'm busy now, and I've already told you the usual training methods. You don't need me to supervise you all the time. Besides, you should learn some more in-depth Pokemon knowledge. Dark raised a hand and tapped Esteth's little head. Now that the situation in the three worlds has been completely stabilized, he is ready to start connecting to the new world. With the lessons learned from the ninja world, Dark specially dealt with most of the important matters at hand before deciding to connect to the new world, so as to avoid not having the energy to deal with the affairs of the new world at that time and causing tragedy. Since the situation in the new world is unknown, Dark may not return to Pokemon Island before dealing with the new world. It is possible that he will disappear for several months or even years. I can train and study by myself, and I don't need to enter the Pokemon Academy. If you stay by yourself, can you learn? Also, put down your arrogance. Do you think you are better than those children in the Pokemon Academy? Dark frowned and saw what Esteth was thinking. It was nothing more than that the students in the Pokemon Academy were not very powerful in Esteth's eyes, so she felt that entering the academy to study was a waste of time and was unwilling to go. I can beat 10 of them by myself. Esteth really looked down on that group of peers. In her opinion, they didn't exercise, didn't practice ninjutsu, and just stayed there to learn a bunch of theories all day long. What kind of strength could they have? Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourself, Esteth. Whether in the ninja world or on the sea, you can't even deal with one of them. Dark grinned, shook his head and said, you have to know that those children are trainers. When they fight, their Pokemon will also fight. Don't underestimate trainers and Pokemon. The theme of this world is Pokemon. At your current level, you may not be able to beat even a Pokemon that has just left its infancy. Dark decided to severely dampen Esteth's pride, so that this little girl would not be too arrogant, or look down on others after entering school and not get along well with others. Esteth was speechless and looked down at Alola Vulpix beside her legs and Ralts in her arms. She really didn't pay much attention to the power of Pokemon, thinking that as long as she was strong enough, it would be fine. Woof! Alola Vulpix barked and looked at Esteth. Dark didn't understand why a fox would make a dog roll sound. Lalu. The Ralts in Esteth's arms was a Ralts of a different color, with the same ice blue hair as Esteth. Although this Ralts looked soft and cute, it was actually a male, while the dog barking Alola Vulpix was a girl. Esteth, let me tell you this, I'll give you the same 1 month as Vulpix, and after a month, you may not even be able to last 5 minutes in front of Vulpix. Dark pointed at the little Vulpix in Esteth's arms. Compared to humans, the talent of Pokemon in the early stage of growth is absolutely crushing. Even the Pokemon with the worst qualifications, at the low-level stage, can definitely beat humans to pieces in the same period of time. Only when they reach the middle and late stages will their growth rate slowly drop. Unless humans cheat, such as eating the Devil Berry, awakening the blood limit, etc. But Pokemon can also do these. With Vegapunk's means, he can even copy a bunch of eyes in his blood eyes to replace the eyes of Pokemon. I know. Esteth responded with some frustration. You must pay attention to the existence of Pokemon and treat them well. I will accept 2 more apprentices in the future. Don't be surpassed by your junior brothers and sisters at that time. Study hard after entering the academy. The teachers in the academy have more than enough knowledge of Pokemon theory to teach you well. Communicate more with your classmates and get along well. Those are the people who may support you to become the next leader in the future. Doc would definitely not say such words. As the first-generation leader of the Alliance, the god of creation. A random action or word of Doc could affect the decisions and choices of countless people. He would not make any words or actions that might lead others to misunderstand that as Death is the next leader appointed by the first generation leader before the voting for the next leader of the alliance is over. Even before the next leader is selected, Doc may not announce that as Death is his apprentice. This is also to ensure a relatively fair competition environment for the later apprentices. It was a unanimous decision of the alliance leaders and the people in the training house to accept 2 or 3 more apprentices, in order to increase the fault tolerance rate for unexpected situations in the future. It is just like the situation in the original Naruto Konoha village. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died, Jiraiya went out to find the Child of Destiny, and Orochimaru defected from the village. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at least had a disciple Tsunade to inherit the position. It would not let Konoha village fall into a situation of being leaderless or falling into the hands of Danzo. As for who the 2 apprentices that Dark will accept after that are, this is still undecided. It is said that only those who are qualified to become the leader of the alliance can become the apprentice of Dark. Instead, those who are qualified to become the second generation leader will become the apprentice of the first generation leader. The purpose of accepting apprentices is to give the next leader a move to gain higher recognition in the alliance. Oh! Dark told the people in the breeding house about the new world that was about to appear, and asked them to make corresponding preparations. But in fact, there was nothing to prepare, and everyone was still busy with their own things. The so-called preparation was that Dark might disappear for a while, and everyone had to deal with the big and small events of the alliance by themselves. For example, Madara and Izuna, 2 completely retired unemployed vagrants, were very interested in the new world and wanted to go and play together. But Dark would definitely not agree to them before he fully understood the situation of the new world. That night, Dark appeared on the edge of the Pokemon Island continent. There are 3 other Pokemon beside him, Origin Dialga, Origin Pocky, and Origin Pocky. Darkrai escaped directly into Dark's shadow without saying a word. Time Roar, Spatial Rend. Dark gave the order without any nonsense. An Origin Dialga and Origin Pocky returned to the South Mirage and took over the mechanical capsule. Chapter 343 Sword Art Online. A colorful black vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Generally speaking, even the origin form of the time and space gods are probably not capable of opening the world river. It is probably impossible without the role of the system. World Anchor Point. At the same time, Dark immediately used the system props he bought. If this prop is not used, the other side of the space-time wormhole will lead to an unknown world, and the risk factor is directly maxed out. However, if the world anchor is used, at least one of the 5 randomly appearing worlds can be designated for connection, which has a high safety factor. Even if it is connected to a wasteland world with almost no people, it is much better than connecting to those worlds with exaggerated military power. After using the props, 5 light screens suddenly appeared in front of Dark. Dragon Ball Z. Just seeing the name, Dark skipped it directly. There is no need to look at the picture to analyze the time point, anyway, he will definitely not go to the Dragon Ball world. Bleach. Dark was a little embarrassed when he saw the picture in front of him. Although Bleach is an anime of the same era as Naruto and One Piece, whether in the early or late stages, or in various fields, it is basically the latter 2 that are fighting. As an anime that started low and ended high, Bleach was not really good until the Soul Society arc, but this is already very fatal for a serialized hot-blooded anime. Because a large number of fans have been lost in the early stages, there are too few people who can persist in watching the Soul Society arc later. Moreover, among the 3 anime, the power composition and world situation of the God of Death are the most difficult to deal with. To make this world peaceful, let alone whether it is possible, even if it is possible, the difficulty is definitely much greater than the sailing world and the ninja world. It can only be said that it is a world that can be chosen, but try not to choose it. Tokyo Bleach Frame. The same world that was passed by Dark just by looking at the name. The combat power of this world is not a problem. It can be completely suppressed by the power of Pokemon. There is no need for the legendary Pokemon to take action. And the people of that world must also need the power of Pokemon to deal with these manating Bleach frame. The relationship between the Bleach, the Death God and the Death God is absolutely irreconcilable. If you want to make this world peaceful, you can only exterminate the Bleach. Even if the Bleach is destroyed, the war between humans still exists and is frequent. And the Bleach is the same world template as the Blue Star. It is not suitable for humans in this world to come to the Pokemon Island in large numbers. If they come, they will only make everything a mess. The most critical issue is, instead of letting Pokemon risk their lives to become human shelter, why don't humans just switch to a world that is easier to create peace or is already peaceful? Anyway, there are still two options that we haven't looked at. Sword Art Online, Virtual World SAO. Virtual World. Dark frowned and looked at the suffix behind the 4 words Sword Art Online. If there were only the 4 words Sword Art Online, then Dark might still not consider this world, because this world is also a Blue Star template. Let the group of people from Blue Star come in, and ensure that the officials of the world over there can't sit still, and send a large number of people to Pokemon Island for exploration, and even secretly do various small actions. But if it is followed by Virtual World SAO, it will be another matter. Because this will mean that Pokemon Island is not connected to the Blue Star world of Sword Art Online, but the virtual world of Sword Art Online, and it is limited to the game Incrad. Looking at the completeness of the floating city of Incrad in the picture, it is at least not yet at the stage of shutting down the game. Linking a game sounds like a loss. After all, there are only 10,000 people in Incrad after it is officially launched. And these 10,000 people are just in the game's data, they can't really come to Pokemon Island, their real bodies are still in the world of Blue Star. However, to be honest, with the current technology on Pokemon Island, if they can attract Kayaba Akiyako, the expert in virtual world research, to the Pokemon League, then these problems will no longer be a problem. They can even develop and transform Incrad into a virtual world that their league wants. There is a little potential, an alternative project. Dark nodded, and finally there was a choice. Although Sword Art Online still doesn't feel like a perfect world, it is at least very good compared to the first 3. Another point that makes Dark excited is, Incrad can be built into a small world dedicated to trainers to practice fighting at will, similar to a copy. The last one, Tutor. An animation with very good quality but not too high popularity. In terms of combat power, it is only stronger than the ordinary world of Sword Art Online, and can't even compete with Tokyo Brothers. However, because it is also a modern Blue Star template world, Dark didn't think about it anymore. Well, then Sword Art Online. Dark glanced at the 5 worlds again and decided. If this world is added, the world of Pokemon Island Link now has 3 types of worlds of large, medium, and small sizes. Link Sword Art Online, Virtual World SAO. Blue Star May 1, 2022. Since the public release of Nerve Gear last year, the world has completely declared that it has entered the era of virtual reality. The so-called Nerve Gear is the first generation of civilian full dive machine, a fully wrapped head-mounted helmet for players to enter the game. However, the only person who has the ability to make virtual reality games is Kayaba Akiyako. Among them, Kayaba Akiyako, as the founder of Nerve Gear, has the most proficient grasp of this technology, and naturally became the first person to create a virtual reality game. Sword Art Online, is the world's first VMR-page, virtual reality massive online role-play game, played with Nerve Gear. Argus, the development and operation company of SAO, is a game manufacturer famous for its emphasis on player rights. A few years ago, Argus was just one of the many weak game development companies. Now it has developed into the largest game development company in the industry, and the driving force comes from Kayaba Akiyako. Sword Art Online has gained huge popularity before it was officially released, attracting widespread attention from countless game enthusiasts. However, at present, not many people know the existence of this game, because today is the first day of the closed beta test. On an isolated island in the Neon Sea, Kayaba Akihiko calmly put the nerve gear on his head. Feeling his head was a little heavy, he raised one hand and stroked the back of his head. When you die in the game or take off your helmet forcibly, a stronger Fulner pulse will be emitted from the back of your head, which can burn a person's brain nerves and achieve true death. Akihiko Kayaba turned his neck, lay on the bed and pressed the start button of the helmet. As for the reason for adding a stronger Fulner pulse, it is to enhance the effect of full stealth. The so-called stealth is actually the degree of immersion. The higher the degree of stealth, the stronger the player's sense of substitution in the virtual reality game, which involves visual, auditory, sensory, and other aspects of experience. For example, a 3 Hz Fulner pulse can allow players to adjust the pane synchronization to 10% in the game at most. Then a 30 Hz Fulner pulse can allow players to adjust the pane synchronization to 100%, but a 30 Hz Fulner pulse will already cause obvious damage to the human body. At this moment, Kayaba Akihiko's eyes were closed. A familiar scene appeared, with the floating castle in Krat in the air as the background, followed by the name of the game Sword Art Online. There must be a world in which this castle exists. Kayaba Akihiko's consciousness gradually moved forward into the game, and he still firmly murmured the fantasy that had existed since childhood. About a minute later, the central square of the first floor of Inkrad, the town of beginning. A man with beige hair, wearing a red armor, and carrying a cross shield behind him appeared out of thin air. This man also had an ID Heathcliff on his head. This was Kayaba Akihiko's role in the game, and he was also the administrator of the Sword Art Online server. Wow! That person's equipment looks so advanced. He must be the official tester of the game. Of course, only the accounts of those testers can have such advanced equipment. Stop talking, this game is too real, let's try to see if we can poop. Heathcliff ignored the discussion of the players around him. After all, this was expected. There were few players in the closed beta test around, but most of them were game testers wearing various advanced equipment, so his appearance would not cause much sensation. Heathcliff glanced at the central square, his sight paused in a corner for a moment, and then he left directly. He also had to go to the upper level to check if there was any surprise that could be given to the players when the server was officially opened. And in the corner that Heathcliff just looked at. ID, Doc. HP, 100/100. MP, 100/100. Level, LV.1. Identity, starting town civilian. Oh, I didn't expect that I would appear as an NPC. Dark looked at the light screen in front of him and found it very interesting. In the original world, he couldn't play the virtual reality game at night, but he didn't expect to play it in the other world, although he didn't play it as a player. Dialga, Pocky, you go back first, I won't go back in the next few days. Dark said to the air behind him. Then, 2 chaotic data streams appeared in the air and disappeared in less than a second. As for Dark Ray, he still stayed in Dark's shadow. Even if it was a virtual world, it didn't prevent him from opening up a shadow space. After all, for Dark and Dark Ray, the Inkrad on the link is a real world for them. They came here and were the natives of this world. That is, NPC. Chapter 344 Pretending to be an NPC to issue tasks. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Doc never expected that he would get the identity of an NPC in the game. So much so that he just stood there pretending to be in deep thought for a while, and attracted a player's interaction. The other party was trying to get some tasks from Doc, or see if it was possible to get some secret information. Doc glanced at the man in front of him, and there was a green name on his head. Diabel. Although the memory was a bit long ago, Doc still had an impression of this person. A closed beta player who died early in the game. When he was trying to get the boss's final kill reward, he was killed by the boss who changed the battle mechanism. Although this character suddenly attacked in the end to grab the rare item, it cannot be denied that Diabel is a decent person. After all, when there was no concept of strategy group at the beginning, Diabel was the first leader who organized everyone in this death game to decide to attack upward. Even before his death, Diabel still wanted to liberate all players. Hello? No way, this is a bug. Diabel opened his mouth and waved his hand in front of Dark. Oh, sorry, I do need a hero to help me. Dark was stunned for a while, but soon grinned and said. He looked like a stupid and slow-witted idiot. Great. Well, I can definitely help you. Diabel clenched his fists excitedly. He just found that this guy was obviously several levels more handsome than other NPCs, so he came to ask with a try mentality, and the task was really triggered. And now he has a great probability of confirming that he will get a very good task. This information must be recorded in the little notebook, and he must be the first to be tested. If possible, I would like to ask you to find a hooded cloak of any style for me, and I will give it to you. When Dark said this, he looked at what was in his system backpack, and then said, I can give you a pretty good katana. Dark would occasionally draw a 10-shot in the magical chaos plate, and his backpack was filled with all kinds of random stuff. As for the so-called katana he mentioned, it was actually a standard weapon made by the swordsmiths in Wano country, and he just happened to draw one. That sword must be pretty good in the sailing world, not as good as the fast sword level, but it can be sold for more than 100,000 Baileys. As for what level it is in this game, he doesn't know. Hooded cloak? Okay, please wait. Diabel was a little disappointed after hearing the mission reward. After all, it was just a pretty good weapon. Besides, the mission content was also very simple, and the rating of that weapon might have to drop a little more. But it was not too disappointing. After all, at this stage, players were holding novice weapons and had no way to obtain weapons. He was able to get a weapon so easily, which was considered to be ahead of the starting line. Thinking of this, Diabel ran away immediately, probably to a nearby clothing store to buy a hood for Doc. The cloak is gone, and the players should have 1000 G Earl Dervish currency in their backpacks. Let me see. After Diabel left, Doc took out the weapon and looked at its status. Standard katana. Range, short. Classification, one-handed weapon. Attack, 3750. Attributes, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 7. Durability, 120. Weight, 35. Equipment requirements, Strength 35, Stamina 20. Is this good or bad? Doc looked at the panel in front of him. Because there was no data to compare, he didn't know what this weapon was like at the moment. But just now he even doubted whether this weapon had a panel in this game, but now at least there is a panel. This means that Doc can pretend to be an NPC in this game to give players tasks. There are a lot of garbage like this in his system backpack, but the tasks can't give experience rewards. Just when Dark was still hesitating whether to change a knife, Diabel had already returned. I bought it for you, my friend. Diabel handed the cloak in his hand to the NPC in front of him. Because he suspected that the better the cloak he bought, the better the reward he would get, so he spent all his money and even sold his novice sword. It was not unreasonable for him to be so suspicious. Because the general task would show the content of the task reward to the player before completing it, Diabel should be able to see the quality of the weapon when he received the task. But no. So Diabel suspected this aspect. Dark subconsciously took the hooded cloak and put it on, covering most of his body. Here, take a look. He handed the sword in his hand to the other party, while secretly observing Diabel's expression. Oh! Diabel made an exclamation before he took it. Because from the appearance, the weapons made by the swordsmiths in Wano country are still very exquisite, and they are good weapons at first glance. After Diabel took it and checked the panel, he was surprised and widened his eyes and mouth, but soon drooped down. It's over. Although the weapon is good, the equipment requirements are not enough. This strength and physical strength requirements must wait until I reach level 10 before I can equip it. Generally speaking, players will not even talk behind NPCs, so Diabell directly told Dark what he thought. The weapon is good, but he can't equip it at his current level. At the same time, Dark, who was standing in front of Diabell, also saw Diabell's attribute panel. Diabell. Level, LV.1. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Physical strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Sword skills, stab. This is the basic attribute of the blank number, and Dark has a basic understanding of it. After completing the mission, Diabell had nothing to miss about Dark, so he turned around and left without even saying goodbye to Dark, the NPC. Haha. Dark couldn't help laughing twice. He used to do the same thing when playing games. However, before Dark could think about what to do next, his side suddenly became blurry, and then a figure appeared. Heathcliff. Hey! Akihiko Kayaba frowned as soon as he came here. Just now, the background suddenly prompted him that there was unknown additional data in the game. He checked it out and found that a weapon that was not in the settings suddenly appeared. He looked over according to the coordinates, but didn't find anything strange. There was only one NPC with a hooded cloak at this coordinate. Just as Akihiko Kayaba frowned and pinched his chin to look at the current coordinates of the weapon, the NPC suddenly walked in front of him. Akihiko Kayaba subconsciously raised his head and looked, and then froze for a moment. He remembered this face, and he noticed it when he logged into the game before. Because the appearance did not match the settings. In this game, most NPCs are designed to look very ordinary, which is to give players an advantage while reducing the possibility of players doing weird things to NPCs. Although there is a protection mechanism in the game that prohibits players from harming NPCs, no one can stop some players from shitting and shooting planes in front of NPCs. Setting NPCs to be more ordinary can also reduce their presence in the eyes of players, so as not to be targeted by players with strange habits. And the appearance of Doc is naturally too strange in the NPC group. It is obvious that he has a face that says I have a hidden task and I am a rare NPC. This is also the reason why Doc was found by Diabell just now. It is now a closed beta test, and most of them are testers. The actual number of closed beta testers is only 1,000, which is still being released one after another. At this stage, there are probably only about 100 players who have entered the game. And most of them are leveling up and doing quests outside. Otherwise, Dark must have been overwhelmed by a bunch of players just now. Akihiko Kayaba, I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. Akihiko Kayaba's character's eyes gradually widened, and even his mouth opened slightly. An NPC actually called out his name directly? No, this is definitely not an NPC, but a tester with his ID and health bar deleted. Don't think about my true identity. I'm not from your world. I come from another world. I know that this statement is unbelievable to others, but it should be easy for you to accept it. Dark circled around Akihiko Kayaba, and even took the shield off his back. Don't you always believe in the existence of another world? Dark took off the shield not because he was free, but did it on purpose. You. Akihiko Kayaba looked at the shield in the other party's hand, and his heart was shocked again. Because, there is no function in this game to directly snatch equipment from the other party. Besides, although the shield is on the back, it is actually in Kayaba Akihiko's game backpack. I am different from you. I came to this world in my true body. This world is real to me, so I can do things beyond the game settings. Dark spread his hands and threw the shield on the ground. He just tried it, and it was a group of data that only existed in this world. It could not be put into the system backpack, let alone taken out of this world. I am afraid that this thing will automatically shatter when it is in the time wormhole, just like entering a decomposition machine, and only a stream of information may run out of the time wormhole. How did you get into Sao? What is your purpose in coming here? And why do you know my name and know that I believe in the existence of another world? Although Kayaba Akiyako's character in the game remained calm at this moment. But in fact, only he himself knew how huge the uproar in his heart was. Chapter 345 Kayaba Akiyako joins. It's not that he didn't suspect that there was some great person in the real world who was messing with Dark now. But the probability was very, very low, almost impossible. There was one thing he was sure of. That was that in the field of virtual reality, there was no one in the world who could be ahead of him. It was simply a pipe dream to want to tamper with the game he developed under his nose. So, Kayaba Akiyako really believed what Dark said. Don't worry, don't worry. I know you have a lot to ask. It just so happens that I also have something to ask you, the Lord of Inkrad. Let's talk somewhere else. Dark raised one hand and waved it to calm Kayaba Akiyako down a little. He knew that the other party didn't really believe what he said now. To be more precise, he wanted to believe it but didn't dare to believe it. He had plenty of ways to make Kayaba Akiyako believe it. Okay. Kayaba Akiyako nodded without changing his expression. If what Dark said was true, he didn't want the people of Blue Star to know the existence of the other world. I can't move you. Akiyako Kayaba raised a hand and moved the light screen in front of him, and then said without surprise. Oh, okay, then I'll take you with me. Dark nodded and stretched out a hand to put on Akiyako Kayaba's arm. The latter just showed a puzzled face. The next moment, Akiyako Kayaba felt that the background of the world suddenly changed. He subconsciously looked around, and they had come to a quiet and leisurely lake. I moved up a distance casually. Where is this? It looks a little familiar. Dark looked at the scenery in front of him and felt a little impressed. This is the 22nd floor, what was that just now? Psychic. Dark waved his fingers and used confusion to make Akiyako Kayaba float in the air. What Kayaba Akiyako said just now also reminded him that this was the floor where Kirito and Asuna spent all their savings to buy a house. In this floor, they would also meet their daughter Yui. I can't move. Kayaba Akiyako tried to change his current state, but found it useless. Even if he adjusted himself to a very exaggerated value, he still couldn't change the status quo. Every world has an upper limit, and so does Inkrad, a virtual world built by data. In this world, the higher the value is, the stronger it is, but there is an upper limit to the strength. After reaching the upper limit, no matter how high it is, it will only be that level. And Dark's power far exceeds this upper limit, so no matter how Kayaba Akiyako adjusts the value, he can't resist Dark's cheating. But he was not afraid, but found it interesting. Anyway, even if his character was killed now, his real self would be fine. Probably. He hesitated as soon as the thought that he would not die came into his mind. Who knows if this guy from another world has any other way to kill him here? Although, I really want to take you to our world to see it. Look, this will prove to you that what I said is true, but there is no way at present, and it requires the joint efforts of both of us. Dark spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. Now he has no way to bring the data stream in front of him directly to the Pokemon Island, and even Kayaba Akiyako's consciousness may be directly crushed in the space-time wormhole. I believe, as you said, I have always believed in the existence of the other world, but how do you know? This, it has to start with the existence of a thing called Pokemon. Dark thought about it and decided to introduce Pokemon at this time. If you want Inkrad to enter the Pokemon era, you will need Kayaba Akiyako's helping hand, so that the other party can understand the existence and power of Pokemon in advance, and it will also be convenient for the future. After that, Dark briefly described what Pokemon was like, and then focused on the god of time Dialga and the god of space Palkia. Controlling time and space is like this. Mastering such power should be enough to go to another world. Besides, there are so many Pokemon at the first god level like this. Akihiko Kayaba could easily accept what Dark said. If it were Kazuto Kiritani, it would definitely be difficult to accept. Because for him, this crossed too many levels, and the most important thing was that he himself did not believe in the existence of any other world. And Akihiko Kayaba had reached the top of the virtual reality field, and believed that there were higher unknown areas above this, and he always believed in the existence of another world. We have been dreaming since we were young, right? I also forgot how old I was when I was entangled in the fantasy of this floating castle in the air. The scene in that fantasy remains vivid in my mind no matter how much time has passed. As I get older, the images become more and more real and more expanded. Flying up from the ground and going directly to that castle for a long time, that has been my only wish. Listen to me, Kirito. I still believe that in a certain world, that castle really exists. This is the last words left by Kayaba Akihiko to Kirito when Incrad gradually collapsed in the 14th episode of the original work. And shortly after that, Kayaba Akihiko was confirmed dead. Since you have come to me, you must need my helping hand for something. Yes, I hope you can join my faction. In return, I will let my Professor Helping Hand help you to go to another world. Dark nodded. It was easy to talk to such a smart person. Especially for people like Kayaba Akihiko who yearn for another world, Dark doesn't even need to pay any chips to get the other party's helping hand. Can you tell me more about it? No problem. Then I'll tell you about the existence of the magical breeding house and the composition of the Pokémon League. Dark nodded and retrieved a camera from the system backpack. The moment the camera was taken out of the system backpack, it was a blurry data. It took 0.2 seconds to show its original appearance. At this time, the camera could no longer be recycled into the backpack. It had become a bunch of Incrad data. The camera contained photos that Dark had taken when he was free. These included pictures of the Alliance Base, Alliance City, Fishman City, Angel City, Yggdrasil City, and even some scenes of the Sailing World and Ninja World. Akihiko Kayaba looked at the photos on the camera, and the yearning in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Such a world full of fantasy is much more interesting than the Blue Star. So, should I join the breeding house or the Alliance? Akihiko Kayaba was very keenly aware of the relationship between the breeding house and the Pokémon League. The cultivation house is like a guild, and they are partners who can be trusted. The Alliance is like a strategy group, which is composed of countless guilds and jointly maintains world peace. For Dake, in terms of closeness, the companions in the cultivation house are definitely more trustworthy, and those in the Alliance are basically subordinates. Cultivation house. Okay. After hearing Dake's answer, Kayaba Akihiko decided to join without hesitation. He has many new ideas, and he may even need to use the power of those first gods. If he just joins the Alliance, he may not have the opportunity to contact those first gods in this life, but the cultivation house is different. Those first gods are also considered members of the cultivation house. Hey? What is this? Dake originally planned to tell Kayaba Akihiko about the next plan, but a dialog box suddenly popped up in front of him. Your account has been set as GM. Get hidden buff immortality, HP will never drop below 50%. I have set you as the administrator of Incrad, a world administrator at the same level as me. Akihiko Kayaba looked at Dark. This was his token of joining the breeding house, but there was no need to say it out loud. I believe that people of Dark's status should be able to see the deep meaning of it. Dark raised his eyebrows, feeling that this thing didn't seem to be of much use to him. Although he wanted to transform Incrad, he didn't know how to code. These things must be handed over to Kayaba Akihiko. His identity as an administrator was of little use. At this time, Kayaba Akihiko's attention was still difficult to leave the photos on the camera. Oh, those are images of 3 worlds, not all of the same world. 3 worlds. Akihiko Kayaba was startled again, then thought of something. So, Incrad is Incrad is the third world that is successfully linked to Pokemon Island. Before that, there are the Sailing World and the Ninja World. As for Pokemon Island, it is a world created by the Karen god Giratina, and it is also a center. Dark tried to use his identity as an administrator. He mobilized a light screen in front of him, and then drew on the light screen to show Akihiko Kayaba the relationship between several worlds. 3 different worlds, so interesting. Akihiko Kayaba couldn't help but smile and looked at Dark. Will there be more in the future? Of course, a few months ago, a girl from 100 years later came to Pokemon Island. She said that in her time, Pokemon Island had already linked dozens of worlds. Dark nodded. As a matter of course, you will have time to explore slowly in the future. Before that, I need you to come to Pokemon Island. I have some ideas that require you and the other 2 professors in the breeding house to cooperate to realize them. Well, how to get there? Akihiko Kayaba asked. He knew that it might be troublesome to go to the other world. After all, this is a virtual world, and his body is still in the real world. If he could go to the other world now, Dark wouldn't have bothered to prove the existence of the other world to him just now. Chapter 346, Let Pokemon's Consciousness Enter Sao. Dark had thought before whether he could let Palkic go into the blue planet and bring Kayaba Akihiko back directly. But this idea was quickly rejected by himself. Palkic is in the world of do you think your consciousness is here or in your original body now? Dark pointed at the character Heathcliff. Here. Akihiko Kayaba answered without hesitation. He had observed the vital signs of the testers after they entered the game, and it could be said that it was basically a living human body. It was just like the zombies in the movie, living on instinct, without their own souls. The only difference was that the body had not rotted. But if the time in Incrad was long enough, and the nutrient solution was not injected into the body, then it would not take long for the player's body outside to become like a zombie. If the body outside died, the consciousness in the game would also dissipate. The brain of the main body is equivalent to the engine that allows the consciousness to move in the game. This was something that Akihiko Kayaba had already determined. After all, he was going to use this method to realize his original plan. My idea is to transfer your consciousness to the body on the Pokemon Island, but how to do it specifically? After getting the exact information from Kayaba Akihiko, Dark expressed his idea. However, he had no idea how to realize this idea. Even Vegapunk has not yet dabbled in the field of virtual reality, so he may not be able to help much. If Vegapunk had Kayaba Akihiko's technology, then Dark would not have needed to find Kayaba Akihiko. And the idea that Dark said, it is equivalent to transferring a person's soul to another body. As for whether it is still the same person after the transfer, it depends on one's opinion. Some people may feel that after transferring consciousness, they are no longer themselves, so they reject such behavior. But at least for scientists like Kayaba Akihiko, there is nothing unacceptable about this. This is basically no different from the soul penetration in those novels. It is nothing more than forced soul penetration and active soul penetration. Speaking of which, going from the real world to the virtual world is also a kind of soul crossing. The body over there. Yes, the Vegapunk Institute has the technology to create bodies, and can even create a very powerful new body for you. It seems that this professor is more powerful than I thought. Akihiko Kayaba paused, then nodded. He nodded. Can I communicate with him first? This will be easier and we can experiment with many things. Of course, I can bring Professor Vegapunk in. After returning to Pokemon Island, Doc went to the Vegapunk Research Institute without stopping and told Vegapunk the whole story. Vegapunk was also very interested in the technology of virtual reality. But before leaving, he also took one of his assistant Pokemon, Porygon B. The Porygon race has always been a very special family in Pokemon. They are not only artificial Pokemon, but also artificial Pokemon that mainly live in the virtual world. The original form of Porygon was just an ordinary program, but after evolving into Porygon 2, it began to show many behaviors that humans could not understand and were not in the program, and even used a mysterious language that only each other could understand. In the academic discussion of the Pokemon world, those Pokemon professors believe that this is a symbol of Porygon's self-awareness and can start self-learning. When a Pokemon living on the internet and in the virtual world can start self-learning, their wisdom and knowledge content will rise rapidly, but Porygon Type2 will also remember some redundant things. As for the third form, Porygon Type B, there are many differences. Some Pokemon professors think that Porygon Type B is a Pokemon that cannot be understood by ordinary people because it is too smart. But some people think that this is not evolution. Porygon Type B is a Porygon Type2 that has been infected with a computer virus or a program error, so it will show more strange behaviors, and those behaviors are meaningless. As long as it is related to the virtual world, it is absolutely no problem to bring Porygon Type B. Vegapunk believes in his Pokemon partner very much. At present, at least one third of the scientific research in Vegapunk Research Institute is handled by Porygon B, and sometimes Vegapunk will ask Porygon B for help when he doesn't understand something. I don't know what the Pokemon professors in the Pokemon world think of him, but as far as Vegapunk is concerned, Porygon B is the smartest scientific research Pokemon in the world. Yes, I almost forgot, there is also Porygon. Dark clapped his hands. He had forgotten before that the Porygon family is a first god in the data world. Perhaps in Incrad, many things that even Kaiba Akihiko can't achieve can be done by Porygon B. Incrad, 22nd floor, still the original position. Kaiba Akihiko waited in the same place for half an hour, during which time he was observing the fluctuations of the data flow in the game. Suddenly, the data flow jumped violently, and the total amount of data suddenly increased a little. Here we are. At this moment, Kaiba Akihiko knew that Dark should have brought the professor to this world. The next moment, two figures suddenly appeared beside Kaiba Akihiko. He looked to the side without any surprise, and then stood up with his eyes wide open. There was no way, Vegapunk's appearance was indeed a little beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Vegapunk is a person with the ability to eat brain berry, so well, I don't know why he looks like this, but you know, after all, I have 3 worlds over there, and there are people of all races. Dark raised his hand to explain Vegapunk's appearance. But he took a look and decided to give up struggling. At most, eating a brain berry will change the head part, but what the hell is your tongue and legs? Dark thinks that Vegapunk's genes may also contain genes of the long-tongued and long-legged tribes. Ha ha ha, hello, I'm Vegapunk, the Deputy Director of the Research Department of the Pokemon League. Vegapunk extended his hand to Kaiba Akihiko, and then pointed to the strange creature floating in the air beside him. This is Porygon B, my research partner. He didn't think he looked strange, after all, he was from the sailing world. I'm Kaiba Akihiko, who just joined the Wonder Breeding House, the creator of this Incrad. Kaiba Akihiko quickly regained his composure, just as quickly as he accepted the fact that Dark came from another world. However, he took a closer look at the existence of Porygon B, which was the first Pokemon Kaiba Akihiko had seen. Moreover, at this moment, a large amount of data flowed through the eyes of Porygon B, which made Kaiba Akihiko a little concerned. Well, let's get straight to the point. Akihiko, if you need any help, you can talk to Professor Vegapunk directly. Okay. Akihiko Kaiba was just stunned for a moment when Dark called him by his first name. Then the 2 scientific research professors started an encrypted conversation. Dark clearly understood every word, but he couldn't understand them all together. During this time, the data stream in Porion's eyes had dissipated, and he joined the conversation. What surprised Dark was that although Porion B couldn't make a sound, he could use the light screen to show what he wanted to say, so that Kaiba Akihiko could understand. From this stage, Dark could see that Kaiba Akihiko repeatedly expressed shock at the solution proposed by Porion B. Later, it even became a discussion between Kaiba Akihiko and Porion B, while Vegapunk was eagerly learning about the knowledge of the virtual world beside him. When the three of them finished their discussion, it was already night in the game. And Dark sat by the small lake and fished for a whole day. Dark, there is a solution. What? How do you know I caught a 3/6 pound carp? Dark looked back in surprise, holding a fat carp in his hand. This carp was created by him using the administrator's authority. In fact, there was no such fish in the lake. X3. The two and the Pokemon fell silent. Haha, good, good, it's good that it can be solved. Dark scratched his head awkwardly and threw the data in his hand into the lake. How long will it take? I estimate that it will take at least 2 weeks. After all, we have to take into account the time cost of testing an experimental failure, but... Akihiko Kayaba stretched out 2 fingers, but he looked at the Porygon Type B beside him. He said it only takes 2 days. 2 days? Great, then Akihiko, when you come here, I need you to research a new project immediately. Dark was surprised, he didn't expect it to be so fast. If that's the case, then maybe Pokemon can be added to Incrad during the closed beta. What? Akihiko Kayaba showed a puzzled expression. Let the Pokemon's consciousness enter Incrad and become the player's partners. In addition, we need to change some of the game mechanisms in Incrad for this purpose. Chapter 347 101st Floor Pokemon Paradise. May 3rd. On the 3rd day of SAL closed beta, some more closed beta quotas were released. There are now more than 300 closed beta players. Because there is still a mechanism for resurrection after death, even if there are only a few hundred players in the closed beta, the speed of the strategy is still very fast, and it has reached the 4th floor. Of course, several bugs appeared during this period. For example, in the boss room on the 2nd floor, players can climb an indestructible stone pillar. The boss cannot attack the player, but the player can use a long sword to poke the boss's head and slowly poke the boss to death. Such bugs were basically fixed on the same day, and the stone pillar became a destructible stone pillar. On the other side, Pokemon Island. The hatch of a cultivation chamber inside the Vegapunk Institute opened, and a naked THRE'd Pokemon stood up. It's basically the same as my own body. Akihiko Kayaba clenched his fists, then waved his arms, without feeling any obstruction in his actions. At most, it was because his body became a little strange, so he had some unfamiliar feelings. It actually worked. It seems that Porygon B's method is correct. Vegapunk stood aside and looked at the big screen next to him in amazement. On the big screen, Porygon B was dancing a strange dance. Well, it's unbelievable. Porygon B is really a very powerful Pokemon. It can build a data channel that transmits human consciousness by itself. I heard it, Porygon B, Akihiko praised you. Vegapunk stuck out his long tongue and smiled at his partner on the screen, and the latter's dancing posture became more vivid. I say, can you really adapt to this body? Dark beside him looked at Kayaba Akihiko's current appearance in silence. 2 days ago, Vegapunk provided Kayaba Akihiko with a statistical table of bloodlines currently in the Institute, and asked Kayaba Akihiko to choose. After some understanding, the latter chose 3 bloodline genes. First, the gene of the THRE'd tribe. When doing scientific research, he always felt that his 2 eyes were not enough, so he wondered if adding an eye would improve efficiency. Second, he originally wanted to choose a Sharingan gene, so that he would have 3 Sharingans. However, considering that the conditions for increasing the pupil power of the Sharingan are not suitable for people with a stable personality like Kayaba Akihiko, he changed it to the blood of the Uzumaki family. The reason for choosing this is just because Kayaba Akihiko heard that the Uzumaki family has a large amount of chakra and the existence of the substitute technique. Third, he originally wanted the Nara gene, which was heard to improve brain power. However, considering the side effect of becoming lazy, he gave up and switched to the Senju gene, which is naturally strong in recovery. With the combination of the Senju gene and the Uzumaki gene, Kayaba Akihiko may not fall down for 7 days and 7 nights in the future. So, today Kayaba Akihiko is a red-haired man with 3 eyes, and his appearance is a bit like a passerby. However, Kayaba Akihiko has chosen 3 bloodline genes, so why should he care about what he looks like? He doesn't care about these at all. It takes time to adapt. Kayaba Akihiko has been. He walked out of the incubator and took a deep breath. The quality of space is obviously much better than that over there. The average life expectancy of humans here must be very high. Put on some clothes. Vegapunk brought a research suit and asked Kayaba Akihiko to put it on first. After all, there were female researchers in the institute. Can I visit the Alliance City first? Akihiko Kayaba glanced at the institute and saw many different kinds of Pokemon. This made him feel very fresh and aroused a strong curiosity about this world. Of course, let Professor Vegapunk take you. It's just right that you two can communicate. I'll try to transform in Crad first. Okay. Akihiko Kayaba is a very serious person, just like Madara. Afterwards, Vegapunk led Akihiko Kayaba to visit the Alliance City. And Dark once again returned to Incrad. But this time, he appeared on the top floor of Incrad. It's not the 100th floor, but the 101st floor, a new floor that was temporarily added by Kayaba Akihiko in the past 2 days. Because Incrad is an equilateral triangle, the total area of the highest floor, the 101st floor, is not large, about the same size as the urban area of Alliance City. You should know that the starting town on the first floor is as big as the entire Angel City. Although the scale of Angel City can only be regarded as a small city, it was once an empty island with a population of hundreds of thousands, so it can't be too small. Let's start from here, Pokemon Paradise. Dark looked at the floor in front of him with only a simple grassland and sky, and put his hands on his waist, feeling like he had returned to the time when he first arrived at Pokemon Island. But this time it was completely different. He had a creation panel. This was the full operating table that Kayaba Akihiko installed for his GM, Arceus, which had various instructions already compiled in it. Dark only needed to press the corresponding button to run it automatically. It feels like playing the creation mode of Minecraft. Dark tried to mobilize a piece of grass. As soon as he pressed the button, a translucent lawn appeared in front of him. The lawn moved with Dark's finger. Dark could place the lawn as long as he pressed his finger. For the whole day that followed, Dark was immersed in the process of infrastructure construction. When night came, when Akihiko Kayaba and Vegapunk entered the game, a large ecological park suitable for Pokemon survival was built. Forests, lakes, grasslands, rocks, caves, mountains, snowy peaks, volcanoes. Basically, all kinds of terrain are available. Why build here? Akihiko Kayaba took a look at the scene of this layer, and then asked Dark floating in the air. This is the only passage for players to reach Pokemon Island in Incrad. Only the brave who work hard with their Pokemon to reach here have the opportunity to be reborn in Pokemon Island. Dark smiled and explained, similarly, this is also the origin of Pokemon before the game is cleared, and the motivation of players. Pokemon cannot be born out of thin air, there must be a source. Before Incrad was cleared, players could only know that Pokemon came from the legendary top floor, the Pokemon Park on the 101st floor. And if a Pokemon dies in battle, the player will receive a prompt only on the 101st floor can the dead Pokemon be resurrected. But in fact, Pokemon will not really die. The reason why Dark called Kayaba Akihiko to Pokemon Island was for this. He planned to let Pokemon enter SAO only with consciousness. In this way, even if the Pokemon is killed in the game, they are still alive in Pokemon Island. However, they can only go to the 101st floor in their true form to wait for their partners. If the player they are waiting for does not come, it means that the player is not qualified to be a trainer. Dark will let the corresponding Pokemon return to Pokemon Island to live. They can choose to join the same group to get new partners and family, or become employees of the Alliance, and role-play an actor or an NPC in SAO after being captured. With such a test, in the end, there will only be one kind of people who can come to the 101st floor. Those who truly regard Pokemon as companions. For these people, there are two ways to come to the 101st floor. The first one. Those who died in battle with Pokemon in the game, or died to protect Pokemon, their consciousness will be transmitted to the 101st floor to get a chance to choose. Return to reality, and can play SAO again with this character. Or open the teleportation array to the Pokemon world, and get the opportunity to travel between the real world and the other world. As for those who died in other ways, it depends on the situation whether they are really dead. On the day when the game's public beta begins, Kayaba Akihiko will still follow the plot in the original work to make players believe that death in the game means real death, so as to ensure that the main line of SAO conquest can continue. In fact, this is not the case. Those who have killed people in the game are really dead when they die. But those innocent people who died, they died in the game. If the nerve gear is dropped or forcibly removed by someone outside, they will not die immediately. The body of the blue star will show signs of vegetative state to allow the hospital to maintain life. Their consciousness will be delayed until Incrad is truly conquered, and then they will return to reality and revive. This is done to create the illusion of real death to prevent people outside from finding out that these people will not really die, and forcibly remove everyone's nerve gear. The second one. For Pokemon, risking more life-threatening dangers to climb to the 101st floor step by step, and such people will also get the same choice opportunity. Because after the 100th floor, a red warning will pop up immediately. There is an almost invincible boss in the teleportation array. Once killed by this boss, the player will die immediately. Please choose to leave SAO and return to the real world, or continue to move forward. In fact, this boss is not strong, and 3 or 5 players who can walk here can team up to brush it. This tip is just to intercept those who are not brave enough or are curious about the 101st floor but have no deep feelings for Pokemon. Such people are not willing to take such a huge risk of death for Pokemon, and basically they will choose to give up the challenge and return to reality. After the game is completed, SAO will not gradually collapse like in the original work. It will still exist here, allowing people from Blue Star and Pokemon Island to play, and become an ordinary game. Of course, whether the people of Blue Star dare to enter this death game again is another matter. And this warning will only appear once. Those who did not choose to go this time will not have the next chance. Because after the game is completely completed, when the trainers who went to the 101st floor make a choice, the Pokemon Park on the 101st floor will be gradually destroyed. From now on, there will only be 100 floors left in Incrad. As for the warrior trainers who choose to go to the new world with Pokemon, they will also be treated preferentially. They will get an ordinary body that can move freely on Pokemon Island. When Blue Star logs into SAO, their consciousness will be transferred to this body and live with Pokemon. When they log off, their consciousness will return to the body on Blue Star. This will achieve the operation in the novels of Interworlds. However, in order to prevent these people from treating Pokemon Island as a game and doing whatever they want, a warning will be given in advance. If the body dies, they will completely lose the opportunity to come to Pokemon Island again and see their partners. As for whether these people will leak information on Pokemon Island, let's not talk about whether anyone will believe it and whether they will be detained and studied by the authorities after they tell it. Even if the Blue Star people know more, it will be useless. They will only make themselves itchy, but they have no means to go to Pokemon Island. If they try randomly, they may only kill themselves. Chapter 348 Madara Izuna Cynthia. 7th day of SAO Closed Beta. All closed beta spots have been released, and a total of 1,000 closed beta players have entered the game to play. Akihiko Kayaba, Vegapunk, and Porygono are still adding new things to the original Incrad to make an integrated package. However, that integrated package will only be added to the game during the public beta. During the 30 days of the closed beta, at most some simple intelligence information will be added. Akihiko Kayaba is immersed in Pokemon Island and doesn't want to leave. If Dark hadn't persuaded him to go back twice in 7 days, Akihiko Kayaba would probably have planned to let his body die on Blue Star. In fact, Akihiko Kayaba also mentioned this idea. Anyway, SAO after the public beta has become a killing game, and he himself can't escape death, so it's better to die now. Anyway, even if he died now, SAO could still be maintained. However, Dark absolutely could not let Kayaba Akihiko die now, at least not in a short time, and he also told him the reason. In the original work, after Kayaba Akihiko died, most of his permissions in Argus and the entire SAO backup server were adopted by Rex Nobuyuki Shugo. That was the pervert who was the wretched fairy king in Fairy Dance and rubbed Yuki Asuna's lips all day long. Nobuyuki Shugo used the permissions and technology left by Kayaba Akihiko to intercept 300 players who were supposed to leave SAO and use them as experimental subjects. The content of the experiment was to forcibly insert virtual memories and virtual emotions that did not exist in the brains of these people through virtual reality technology. Of course, this kind of experiment is not allowed on the surface, but in fact, many countries around the world are secretly researching it, and Nobuyuki Shugo also received investment from a small American company before conducting the experiment. He originally intended to use this technique to make Asuna fall in love with him, but was stopped by Kazuto Kiriya. After the 2 incidents with Elo, the existence of Vermo was completely banned worldwide. At that time, Kayaba Akihiko was the Vegapunk of Blue Star. His ability to create virtual reality games did not mean that others could. His achievements in the field of virtual reality were more than 10 years or even decades ahead of the world. Kayaba Akihiko died, and the relevant technology was destroyed. Naturally, no one had the ability to create Vermo again, at least not in the short term. If you want to make such a game, you can only start researching secretly from scratch. This almost led to the extinction of virtual reality games. But before Kayaba Akihiko disappeared completely, he left the seed to Kiritani Kazuto. Kiritani Kazuto released this thing for free on the internet, giving everyone the opportunity to create the virtual world they want based on this thing. Afterwards, countless new VR MMOs such as GGO, New Alo, UW, and UR were born. These are also the reasons why Dark wants to prevent Kayaba Akihiko from dying now. And Kayaba Akihiko only has 3 things to do. First, Akihiko Kayaba must recycle most of the permissions that SAO has left in the original company to prevent others from using those permissions to mess around in SAO. Second, Akihiko Kayaba must deal with all the related technologies that he left on Blue Star. Whether to transfer them to Pokemon Island or destroy them directly is up to him. This is to prevent people there from reusing this technology to conduct those experiments secretly. After all, who knows whether those people will openly promise to destroy the relevant scientific research materials, but are actually conducting human brain experiments in secret. Finally, the seed must remain in Akihiko Kayaba's own hands and cannot be announced. As long as Akihiko Kayaba's scientific research results are destroyed by himself, as long as this thing is not spread on Blue Star, then for at least the next 10 or even 20 years, there will only be one virtual reality game on Blue Star, SAO. Even if SAO was previously called a death game, there will still be people who are not afraid of death and want to play such a virtual reality game. When these players find that SAO has returned to normal, they will spread the news, so that countless players will continue to pour into SAO, making Incrad full of vitality again. Akihiko Kayaba was not surprised that Dark knew what the Blue Planet would become after his death in the original trajectory. After all, even the god of time Dial Ga exists, so it doesn't seem strange to know the future. However, Akihiko Kayaba didn't expect that there would be so many tricks after him. I really don't know whether to say that he inherited his will. Anyway, after knowing all this, Akihiko Kayaba finally understood the 3 things that Dark needed him to do. In order to facilitate Akihiko Kayaba's future research, Dark directly purchased a new research institute inside the Magic Mall and placed it in the suburbs of Alliance City. From then on, there were 3 professors' research institutes in Alliance City. Akihiko Kayaba also became the 2nd deputy director of the scientific research department, but he was the only staff member in his research institute for the time being. After all, no one on Pokemon Island had any knowledge of virtual reality technology. Fortunately, Akihiko Kayaba took the initiative to ask Dark for a Porygon Bee as an assistant Pokemon. The existence of a Porygon Bee can play a role in the virtual world that is equivalent to tens of thousands of people. That night, Akihiko Kayaba used one night to transfer all the scientific research results left on Blue Star, including the seed, to his Porygon Bee, and destroyed the data left on Blue Star. As for the authority left to the original company Argus, it cannot be taken back in a hurry. Because this will make the employees of Argus find something wrong and think that Akihiko Kayaba is going to change jobs, which may cause them to stop the closed test of SAO on the spot, and even stop helping Akihiko Kayaba to promote the public beta. It doesn't matter if the test is stopped, Porygon Bee can support the operation of the entire SAO by itself. But it won't work without publicity, because the Pokemon League can't help Kayaba Akihiko promote it on Blue Star. If no one knows about the public beta, wouldn't it be a waste of all the hard work? In the woods cabin on the 3rd floor of Incrad. Well, it's really interesting. I haven't felt so weak in a long time. Yes, just like an ant. Dark looked at the 2 Uchiha brothers who appeared in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know where to start complaining. Madara. LV.10. Izuna. LV.10. As for Dark himself. Cynthia. LV.10. I say, who uses their real name when playing games? Dark looked at the brothers who looked exactly the same as when they were young, and shook his head helplessly. Yes, they were playing games, not coming to SAO directly. Including Dark, the 3 of them are currently lying in Kayaba Akihiko's laboratory, entering SAO using Nerve Gear. The 3 of them are all players at this moment. The Earl Dervish characters of the 3 all start at LV.10, with blank equipment. Madara and Izuna used their own names and appearances when they were young, except that they did not have the Sharingan. And Dark is more like a player. Let alone the strange name Cynthia, his character appearance at this moment is also very funny. No, even if this is a virtual world, I don't think normal people will change their sex. Izuna scratched her hair and frowned at Dark in front of her. Dark, I want to get to know you again. Madara also looked at the strange woman in front of him with a weird look. Left. Haha, beautiful, right? You don't understand. Dark lifted his long golden hair. Which player has not used a character of the opposite sex in a role-play game? At this moment, the appearance used by Dark is Cynthia in the Pokemon world. Since Cynthia's height and hair length are similar to his original body, there is basically no weird feeling when Dark uses this body, except for the 2 lumps of meat on his chest. So what should we do now? Find someone to fight. Chuan Natuo looked at the transformed Dark for a while, and then asked excitedly. This is so interesting, adventure with your companions in another world. Now we should go to fight monsters, get experience points and rare equipment. In this numerical world, no matter how strong your fighting skills are, you can't beat high-level players with good equipment. Dark suddenly turned into a big boss and instructed the 2 newbies in front of him. Really? I don't believe it. Ban is a stubborn guy, but he is more interested in something right now. Speaking of which, now the 3 of us have the same physical fitness, right? How about a fight, Dark? Hehe, I think you are courting death. Dark laughed crookedly and stood up. 3 minutes later. Damn it. Dark resurrected from the forest hut and threw the white sword in his hand to the ground with a hateful look. His pain synchronization was only adjusted to 5%, while Madara and Izuna were both 100% ruthless. Dark, your close combat ability is too poor. You can't teach your apprentice at this level. I will call Zifa to help you with special training after I go back. Madara looked at Dark with some disdain. Madara was fighting with bare hands throughout the whole process. After all, for Madara, he is more accustomed to physical skills than using swords. And Dark didn't cut him from beginning to end. It was basically Xiaoji's 8 cuts. His close combat ability was visibly poor. That's right, even the 5-year-old children of the Uchiha family are better at swordsmanship than you. As a swordsman, Izuna couldn't stand Dark's swordsmanship just now. Humph. Dark hugged his arms and hummed, feeling the softness on his chest. His depressed mood improved a lot. What is that guy Kayaba Akiyako, developing Sao? He has taken a crooked path. With this technology, why not do something else? Izuna, let's have a fight. Okay, Nissan, I won't show mercy. Chapter 349 Kiri appears. Dark thought that Izuna would be defeated quickly, but he was shocked after watching the fight between the two. He didn't expect Izuna to be so powerful. Although Madara did not use a weapon, the damage he caused was lower than that of Izuna, who used a one-handed sword, but you have to know that Madara has lived nearly 25 years longer than Izuna. Under such circumstances, Madara and Izuna actually fought back and forth and were evenly matched. It seems that in terms of talent, Izuna is not much worse than Madara. The reason why there is such a huge difference in strength in the ninja world is mainly due to other reasons. In the end, Madara won the battle. After all, more than 20 years of experience is not fake. As brothers, the two know each other's moves too well. Even without the Sharingan, they can keep up with each other's movements and evade. If someone else were to fight them, they would have been beaten to doubt their lives. Not bad, Izuna. I haven't had such a good fight with you for a long time. Nissan's fist still hurts so much. The resurrected Izuna rubbed his abdomen. The two of them had 100% pain synchronization. Okay, let's go when the fight is almost over. Don't you want to have some fun? Dark looked at the brothers' tendency to start being affectionate and quickly curbed such signs. Where are we going? Just follow me. Wahahaha. Dark smiled and took out a map from his backpack. This is the 3rd level map, but there are several red-marked locations on the map. Dake specifically logged into GM Arceus's account to check before entering the game. The red dots represent bosses that will definitely drop rare equipment and secret unique tasks. 3 hours later. The 3 people's equipment, all the equipment has changed. Only the weapons of Madara and Izuna have changed, and the other protective gear on their bodies has not changed at all. Madara's weapon is a 2-handed giant sword. Izuna's weapon is a light katana. It's not that no protective gear was dropped, but it was all given to Dark. The two brothers are very confident that those stupid monsters can't hit them, so they don't pay attention to defense at all, and only need equipment that increases damage. By the way, can't this game have some other equipment, such as sea stone gauntlets? It's really unreasonable. Madara waved the great sword in his hand with some complaints. In Pokemon Island, Vegapunk helped him create a pair of extremely hard sea stone gauntlets. Madara, who originally didn't think much of this thing, immediately liked it after using it and praised it repeatedly. Some other equipment will be added during the public beta, but the closed beta will still be the old version of the weapon system. Dark comforted Madara and let him use it reluctantly. At this time, Dark's equipment is also refreshed. Although he was wearing a set of light armor, the shiny black armor shell was enough to show the extraordinary equipment. Among the light armor sets, his set had the highest defense bonus. As for weapons, he had none. His ordinary white sword was broken in the battle, so he just replaced it with a small wooden shield. The fact that so many equipment were dropped in 3 hours was due to the 3 of them killing randomly. Only 2 weapons were dropped and were snatched away by Madara and Izuna. In their words, you can't hit the monster anyway, you can only be beaten, so why do you need weapons? Just hold up the shield to resist. Dake was immediately furious and felt that it was unfair. He changed into a new set of equipment and challenged Madara again and asked him to put down his weapon. This time, Dark lasted for a quarter of an hour. Well, weapons don't affect me. Izuna put his hand on the handle of his sword, and expressed that he was quite satisfied with this weapon system. He was dissatisfied with something else, but this sword skill system is too cumbersome. In the eyes of a swordsman like Izuna, the sword skills set by Kaiba Akihiko himself are simply stiff and clumsy, and they are skills that will control himself. In the battle, Izuna was even reluctant to use those sword skills, even if the sword skills had damage bonus, but he still liked to use his own style to attack. Even Madara would not use those skills. Although he was not very good at swordsmanship compared to Izuna, he did not look down on these sword skills. No matter what, those professional killers have more understanding than Kaiba Akihiko, a scientist. Besides, there are very few ninjas in the Uchiha family who have not practiced swordsmanship, and they all know a little bit. After all, it works well with the Sharingan. Let's go, those closed beta players have already reached the 13th floor, let's go up and kill some high-level monsters. Dark looked at the levels of the three people, all of them were LV.15. This level is already the upper limit of the third floor, and the monsters on this floor basically can't provide much experience points. The closed beta players on the 13th floor are basically around LV.30. Well, I've been wanting to see the level of those other people for a long time. Ban and Izuna had no objection. The three of them agreed and went to the 13th floor through the teleportation array at the same time. After arriving at the 13th floor, we can finally see the players, but it seems that most of them are doing tasks and killing monsters, and there are only a few players gathered near the teleportation square. The passing players also saw Dark and the other two, and originally just took a casual look and retracted their gaze. After all, the levels of the three of them are very low. But immediately the players' eyes moved back and stared at the three people closely. Oh my god! Where did you find these equipment? Can we share information? I can also provide you with some secret information about the 13th floor. You just arrived, right? The player ran over and said excitedly. The level of Dark and the other two is low, but the equipment they are wearing is the ceiling equipment among low-level equipment. If you can get such information, whether you sell it for money or seize the opportunity after the public beta, it will be very profitable. Okay, let's exchange. Dark looked at the ID of the person in front of him and had no impression. It should not have appeared in the original book. After exchanging information, the other party left in a hurry, probably wanting to go to the third floor to familiarize himself with the route and environment in advance. Is it necessary to tell him? Madara glanced at Dark, a little puzzled. Reduce the difficulty of the players during the public beta. Dark pursed his lips. If you don't provide this information, it will take 2 or 3 years for players to conquer the entire Sao. In the original work, it took the players 2 full years to clear Sao. He hoped to shorten this time a little. Are we going to these places? Chuan Na came over and looked at the information provided by the other party. The player provided some places with monsters with high experience values to Doc and the other three, hoping that the monsters there had not been spawned yet. It took the three of them only a quarter of an hour to reach the destination. This is a plain, where many large wolf monsters called prairie wolves gather. There are also quite a few players gathered here, dozens of them, with an average level of LV.29. The prairie wolf is huge, 2 meters tall, level LV.25, strong in strength and speed, and can kill with one claw. A player took away a quarter of the HP. So basically, people here fight monsters in groups of 2 or 3, and there are no players who fight the prairie wolf alone. This is also to improve the efficiency of upgrading and reduce the difficulty of the game. And in this place, Dark finally saw the protagonist of the original work, the internet-addicted teenager Kirito, who is now 5 months away from turning 14. During the closed beta, Kirito's name was not Kirito, but Kiritsai. His appearance was also different from the original work, and he was a 1.8 meter tall strong man. Not using the same name and appearance during the public beta is also to prevent being recognized by the closed beta players of the same period, and being followed to compete for their personal information. As for why Dark knew the ID Kiritsai, it was because in the original work, there was an information dealer in the closed beta who became friends with Kirito during the closed beta, and Argo called Kirito that. On the surface, this person is profit-seeking, but in fact he is quite enthusiastic. During the public beta, it was claimed that as long as the price was right, even information about himself could be sold, and the only information that would never be sold was the list of original closed beta players. There is another thing that no one knows. The free small plan that provides information and helping hands to novice players in the early stage of SAO public beta was made by her. However, so far, Dark has not seen this person appear in his field of vision. He must have gone to a place alone to collect information again. While Dark was staring at Kirito, the two Uchiha brothers next to him also noticed it. What's wrong? Is that person related to this world? Bara knew Dark quite well. He knew that Dark knew what happened in the original timeline of a world. The person who could make Dark stare like this basically did something big in the past or future of this world. His reaction ability is excellent, and he also has some basic swordsmanship. He is the best one among this group of people. Izuna didn't think so much, but simply watched Kirito's actions and commented. That person would have become the hero of this world. Dark mentioned a few words casually. The protagonist of Kiritani Kazuto is different from other anime protagonists. He does not have all kinds of cheats and cheat codes like other protagonists. The only outstanding thing about him is his superior reflexes and insight. Apart from that, he is not much different from other normal people. As for the other things, whether it is the dual sword flow given by Kayaba Akihiko or the increasingly proficient swordsmanship later, they are all obtained through his own efforts. The skill of dual sword flow itself is not set specifically for Kiritani Kazuto, but whoever has the fastest reaction speed in the game will get this skill. There is not even a setting of dual sword flow in the games after SAO, but Kirito still has the time to use two swords to fight with his own swordsmanship level and become a real dual sword flow swordsman. But as for the current situation, if the conditions for giving dual sword flow remain unchanged, then Kirito will never get it. After all, there are two real bosses next to Dark. It's just that the two people don't need this skill. Madara is used to fighting with physical skills, while Izuna is used to using a lightweight one-handed sword. Chapter 350 Izuna's Divine Manifestation. At this moment, Kirito is hunting two prairie wolves with two other closed beta players. Only high-level players like them with strong combat abilities can kill two wolves with three people in this time period. Izuna, do you want to accept a half-apprentice? Dark looked at Kirito below, and then glanced at Izuna next to him. Hey! Izuna looked at Dark with a confused look on his face. You guy, you have to find something for me to do, right? Anyway, you don't have anything to do now. Why don't you role-play a master in the next killing game? Dark grinned, thinking that it would be very interesting. Moreover, with Izuna's teachings, Kirito, whose strength has been rapidly improved, will surely be able to speed up the progress of the game strategy. As for the responsibility of creating the strongest guild and leading the strategy team to move forward, which was originally supposed to be undertaken by Kayaba Akihiko's role-play, Heathcliff, the strongest man, was assumed by the strongest in the ninja world Madara. Where are you going? Of course I have a role to play. Dark raised his head and said as a matter of course. He is very busy, but the things he is busy with are basically related to Pokemon. Just treat it as a new life, Izuna. Anyway, your three apprentices in the ninja world have not inherited your swordsmanship. Dark grinned and tempted Izuna again. Izuna's three apprentices in the ninja world are Sora, Shiro, and Shisui. The first two are ninjas who play Ice Escape. In fact, Izuna did not teach them too many things. He mainly taught Shisui. But because Shisui is best at the field of instant body and illusion, and his frontal combat ability is weak, Izuna did not teach Shisui too much of his swordsmanship. You don't want me to take the initiative to ask him to be my apprentice, do you? Hehe, don't rush to accept apprentices during the closed beta. I'll ask Jinjian to add a master-apprentice system during the public beta. Now, I need you to show your level. Can you beat that LV.25 Prairie Wolf alone? When Dark heard Izuna's answer, he knew that the latter agreed. However, the matter of becoming a master and apprentice must not be carried out during the closed beta, because SAO during the closed beta is just a game. How much affection can a master in a game have? We have to wait until the public beta begins. At that time, it will not only be a game, but another reality. The master you worship in reality will be the master that Kiritani Kazuto will recognize in his heart. Humph, simple. Izuna glanced at the process of other people fighting with the prairie wolf and raised his chin disdainfully. Then, show them your skills. Dark gave a thumbs up in encouragement. Afterwards, Izuna said no more nonsense, and drew out his one-handed katana named Blade of Pride and rushed towards a lone prairie wolf. Swish! Izuna went up and slashed the prairie wolf's trachea. If it were in the real world, the wolf would have died soon. But this is a game after all, and this monster called prairie wolf can still breathe even if its trachea is cut off. The prairie wolf that was slashed only lost 1% of its health, and then pounced on Izuna with red eyes. A newcomer. You actually went up to challenge the prairie wolf alone. This is not the lower floors. By the way, are those two his teammates? The equipment looks very good. Lucky guy. The level is a bit low. Could it be that he has been looking for hidden tasks and rare rewards down there before? The scene of Kwane challenging the prairie wolf with a single sword is quite conspicuous in this empty grassland. In the eyes of these high-level players, Kwane's behavior is basically suicidal. Other people have tried to kill the prairie wolf alone. It's not that there is no possibility of success, but it takes a long time and loses a lot of health. After this battle, you have to rest and recover before you can continue to kill the next one. It will waste too much time and cost, and it is not as efficient as teaming up. The prairie wolf's attack is set. So Kwane knew what kind of attack the prairie wolf would launch against him after watching for a short while. Before the blood volume drops below 50%, the prairie wolf will only launch 2 attacks, one is to jump over and bite, and the other is to stand in place and scratch with claws. Both attacks have very obvious press wings. Therefore, Kwane slowly leaned down and let the prairie wolf jump over him. After landing, the prairie wolf fell into a 2 or 3 seconds of stiffness. It took a total of 4 or 5 seconds to turn around and aim his head at Izuna. During this period, the sword flashed continuously, and the blood bar of the grassland wolf quickly reached more than 70% at a speed visible to the naked eye. The damage that Izuna's level of attack can cause to the grassland wolf is 1% per strike, which means that in just a short while, he has swung more than 20 strikes, an average of 4 or 5 strikes per second. There is no setting for attack speed in SAO, it depends entirely on the player's own skills. The attack speed of 4 or 5 strikes per second is an absolute ceiling level in the ninja world, but it is not a difficult thing for the swordsman in the sailing world. Now Izuna has not fought with the great swordsman in the sailing world, otherwise he will see how far he has to go on the road of swordsmanship. But now, in the game SAO, in the eyes of ordinary people, Izuna is as strong as a monster. That guy doesn't even use skills. Skills are probably a burden to this person. Too strong. It turns out that he is not a novice, but a high-level player. He may be a famous kendo master in the real world, and his kendo level may have reached the 8th dan. No, that is not the 8th dan, it is simply the level of sword saint. Listening to the discussions of the players around him, Kiritani Kazuto shook his head silently. Unlike other players, he has a certain foundation in kendo. Although he gave up kendo not long ago and is now a minor under the age of 14, he still has the necessary vision. 8th Dan is the highest Dan that can be tested. 9th Dan and 10th Dan are honorary Dans, which do not require exams, but require special contributions to kendo. Similarly, people of the same level are not necessarily stronger than the 8th Dan, or maybe a little weaker. Therefore, for the kendo level of a first-class kendo master, it is enough to call him the 8th Dan. As for the top-tier ones, that is the Sword Saint. After that, it took about 3 minutes for Izuna to kill the LV.25 Prairie Wolf alone, directly raising the former by 2 levels to LV.17. After killing the Prairie Wolf, Izuna turned his head and looked in the direction of Kirito. After making sure that the other party was watching the battle, he turned his head back and left proudly. It feels like that guy wants to fight with you, Kirito. No, we are definitely not at the same level as that person, and we are not opponents at all. Kirito's the teammates also noticed Izuna's gaze. They didn't know the truth, so they could only guess what Izuna's eyes meant. Kirito also looked at Izuna, who was leaving inexplicably, and then noticed Madara and Dark, and couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Madara crossed his arms in front of his chest, and even in the game, he exuded a kind of strong breath all over his body. As for Dark, she has the appearance of Cynthia. Such a charming blonde big sister image is quite lethal to a 13-year-old adolescent like Kirito. The damage is too low, it's a waste of effort. Izuna returned to the two of them and muttered a little complainingly. The level is too low, just kill some monsters in the next 2 days. Dark spread his hands, and then added, besides, it's boring to kill one monster at a time. Let's go fight the boss directly. Ban now has a little understanding of the terms in the game. However, like Izuna, he thinks these set programs are meaningless. After coming to Sao, he found that the only interesting thing is that each floor has a different landscape. The boss room is in the maze, we need to find it. Dark glanced at the map, and the maze area was dark. During the closed beta period, players basically had their own fixed teams, and the information they collected would only be exchanged with members of their own team, and it was not uncommon for them to hide the information themselves. Therefore, even if a player explored the boss room, they would not share the information. They all wanted to hide it and then strive for the first kill reward. It's a pain. Got it. Dark glanced around, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his sight stopped on Kirito's team. What's wrong? Quana asked curiously. Team up with them to challenge the boss. That team must have the information about the boss room. Besides, we can get to know them and let them see how powerful we are. Dark grinned and walked directly to the direction where Kirito was. It's our strength. Quana teased as he watched Dark leave. He could see that Dark's best fighting method was to use psychic, and he was not good at close combat. No, although it's much worse than us, at least for these ordinary people, Dark's physical skills are already very powerful. Ban shook his head and gave a fair evaluation. Dark really didn't fight close combat with others, because it was not necessary. There is no need to use physical skills for things that psychic can solve, and it is useless to use physical skills for things that psychic cannot solve, just use Pokemon directly. However, there are so many physical skills masters around him, and Dark's physical skills have always improved a little bit under the influence of them. At least it is easy to bully those otakus and otakus living in a peaceful society in Sao.